2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go.
Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down
Hello everybody, welcome to EWC 25 Eastern Europe Close Qualifiers with myself, Epic Damnos, and joining me is John X Fire. How are you doing, John?
Doing great, glad to be here with you, Epi. You know, you're one of my favorite people to work with. We've never worked with each other, but I've hung out with you. I love your casting. It's great to be here. Just don't let Mikey know that I'm leaving him for a while, you know? He gets a little bit jealous. But it's good to be here for the road to the Esports World Cup for Eastern Europe, as you mentioned. We've already had a few of these teams, you know, the road to the Esports World Cup has been filling up with a lot of teams, and now onto the last two legs. It's going to be exciting because Eastern Europe has been the region to watch, right? A lot of our qualified teams have been from here. So that means we're getting the teams that we normally don't see at the LAN level because these other teams take those slots, they win through qualifiers. It's going to be interesting to see how well these teams do without that added pressure of these top teams inside. How well can they perform up against each other? Who takes that slot? As we can take a look at our brackets here as well, forming up in the teams we have on hand. Of course, you've got Na'Vi versus Espoiled, One Move versus Runa team, Team Next Level versus 4 Pirates, and Cybergoose versus Liga team in a double elimination bracket as well. So that's our upper bracket. There's going to be a lower bracket for a lot of these teams. First round, no eliminations, but it's rather interesting. I think the storylines that can form here, Epi, are going to be quite intense because I think, again, the spotlight's been there on your Aurora, on Bet Boom, on Parry, Spirit. Yeah. But one of those teams that have been always on the cusp for me has been Na'Vi, right? Maybe Na'Vi Junior a little bit more so than Na'Vi itself. The main team, but the main team has kind of gone through a lot of iterations, so I'm sure a lot of eyes will be on them. But a lot of these teams have, you know, established players. They've been in the scene for a while. They've been jumping through different teams over the years, but this is still that competitive region that has given birth to a lot of those top-tier teams. So it's going to be cool to see what the rest of the field can offer us here.
Yeah, no, I'm super excited. I mean, especially just touching back on what you said about the fact that, you know, you haven't got these Uber teams from East Europe coming into this close qualifiers, so these teams going to have the opportunity to qualify, and maybe perhaps we'll see some shenanigan heroes that we don't usually see before. Maybe perhaps a little bit of a mix-up with our first series being One Move versus Runa team. How are you feeling about this one?
This one's going to be the interesting one. I think historically there's been like one direct use between these two. It has gone One Move's way, but there has been a couple of things that came out from different qualifiers. Very recently, there's some parallel qualifiers running right now with the road to the Esports World Cup. There's been some interesting heroes coming out from One Move, especially on mid. Same thing for Runa team. So I'm looking forward to see what that looks like. I saw Southeast Asia as well. There were a couple of draft picks there that if other teams were watching, I'm sure we'll start to see certain heroes becoming more and more popular. Something like Oracle, Batrider, I think is going to be a top contest here nowadays. So I think that's what I'm expecting from One Move and Runa. I think they've already picked some of those interesting heroes, like the Batrider. So it's going to be interesting to see, again, how they develop off of that. Of course, we do have the follow-up matches. Our last match of the night will be the winners of a couple of the upper bracket series, with our next match being Liga up against the logo of Cybergoose. So we have a lot going on, of course, as you mentioned, One Move versus Runa team first. The key thing in this matchup for me, Epi, is that mid. I think, again, going back to those quirky heroes, Locke has picked a couple of quirky heroes. Nicky Cool has picked up a couple of quirky heroes. It's fascinating because some of these hero picks work on. They haven't really won with them. Again, in these parallel qualifiers running elsewhere, they haven't really won out with these strange picks, but they are cool. You know, like Necrophos mid, I'm not convinced that's ever a good pick just yet. So maybe that's a little bit more left field, but stuff like Batrider mid, I think is pretty cool. That hero has felt insane. Leshrac mid, maybe a little bit less so. We'll see if any of those do come out here, as we should have the draft coming up soon as well. But yeah, I mean, it's been fascinating to see how teams have been adjusting to this new sub patch overall. I think it took some time for people to start to recognize the value, right? Like, we've seen the rise of Shadow Shaman, we've seen Ringmaster get lowered down in priority. Now I think the most recent developments are like Batrider, Oracle. I think these heroes are top tier, so I'm keen on seeing if anyone picks up in that here.
Radiant team
yeah, no, I'm looking forward to see maybe perhaps if the mids can up their antics this game.
10 seconds remaining.
Have they, when they've been picking their mid heroes as well, have they
5
really been
seconds
kind of like
remaining.
prioritizing it and protecting it, if you know what I mean? So maybe perhaps leaving it to around about like the third, fourth, fifth pick, and then banning out the heroes there, or are they mainly focused on maybe perhaps protecting the carry, protecting possibly getting a counter with the offlane here? Like, what are the motives from both teams here? Are you aware?
I think it's more, at least from what I've seen, it's been more popular to
Dire team ban.
really just ban out the strong heroes at the start. Like, these bans from Runa team are pretty much in line with what the rest of the regions have been doing. Shadow Shaman, AA, Nature's Prophet, maybe
10
a little bit
seconds
more
remaining.
de-emphasized in other regions. Terrorblade's certainly still top tier. For
5
one move,
seconds
you're seeing
remaining.
that Dark Seer, you're seeing that Naga Siren. Again, leaving a lot of those stronger options in the pool that we mentioned
team
about.
pick.
Again, I think
Radiant
Oracle is just
team
heavily
pick.
underrated. Your first pick tends to be a big condition for you, or something open. Like, this Shadow Demon is a strong hero. It's another big save. It was fairly popular a few months ago. It's kind of faded away in, again, some of the qualifier regions I've been watching. I've always wondered why, because this hero does everything. It still stacks really
10
nice.
seconds
For one
remaining.
move specifically, because you're in Dire, I feel like you get extra value. The stacking
5
potential of
seconds
Shadow
remaining.
Demon on Dire Triangle and the Dire right side jungle near the Shrine of Wisdom is a lot better than it
Dire
is on
team
Radiant.
back.
So I feel like Dire side Shadow Demon is a very nice clean pick. Runa team having access to Bristle being left in the pool is maybe a little bit more surprising, as the Snot Rocket facet has just felt obnoxious to play against. I think a lot of
Dire
people
team
underestimate
back.
how much that
Team
extra
back.
stack of goo really does. How much damage a physical core can start to elevate there. You don't have access to stuff like the TA, so your heavy physical output combination that you tend to see with Bristleback isn't directly there. Stuff like Razor still in the pool, though, if you kind of want to tie that in. Really nice
10
synergistic
seconds remaining.
style of area denial with the Eye of the Storm, applying more minus armor on
5
top.
seconds
So I like this
remaining.
coming out for the side of Runa team. You do have enough on one move to kind of manage that. It's kind of strange to pick Bristleback into Shadow Demon. You've got an innate break. You've got a way of just slowing down, kiting this Bristleback really easy with the Demonic Purge. So it's not going to be the easiest Bristleback game in the world here. I think.
Radiant team pick.
No, it doesn't look like it. So they are going to possibly, as you said, heavily utilize the Snot Rocket, if that is an opportunity that they go down in regards to the facet. So that'll be nice. But yeah, picking it first pick, I mean, especially against Shadow Demon as well, you are going to have a little bit of problems.
10 seconds remaining.
I'm wondering if they're going to try to go for their
5
own saves.
seconds
Again, you don't
remaining.
have that Shadow
Dire
Shaman. We've seen a
team
little
pick.
bit more tusk across the regions. We'll go with the Bat Rider, which we were talking about a little bit. And for Runa
Yeah.
team, again, this is kind of cool. We've seen some of that Bat Rider coming in. It looks really good in the pause 4. And I will say, both facets have felt great. The Stoked and the Arsonist have both
10
been
seconds
pretty
remaining.
amazing. This hero has a ton of damage. Maybe a
5
little bit too much
seconds
damage when you
remaining.
think about it. Like, this Arsonist facet maxing out Sticky Napalm as support isn't actually
Dire
awful. You kind of
team
win out lane trades. You're going to be able to right-click away. You're going to be able to stack as well, which is another aspect here for Runa they can maximize. And just think about the overwhelming amount of slow if you are running Bristleback 3, Batrider 4. The Goose stacks plus Napalm stacks, I don't think anyone's going to be running way by, say, level 3, level 4 aggression coming out.
10 seconds
So I like that from
remaining.
Runa. For the side of one move, dipping into the Death
Radiant
Prophet,
team
we've
pick.
also seen this a couple of times. Now, mainly on pause 5, sometimes off lane. I don't think I've seen it mid yet. I think that's been a little bit less popular, so I'm curious to see what one move's idea is with the Death Prophet. We've seen both facets played as well. Spirit Collector and the delayed damage facet, both of them kind of felt great. I think Spirit
10
Collector right
seconds
now
remaining.
has certainly been more popular. That damage coming in from the
5 seconds
goofy
remaining.
spirits coming in. They look super funny when they're flying around, but the added damage is just super easy to build up. If you're a pause 5, which you aren't in this case, so it might not be as quick to build up early spirits, but if you're trading your life away, you're pocketing that debt for extra power at your level 6 spike, so it doesn't feel too bad. But yeah, very cool drafts overall here for the side of One Move and Runa. Although the Disruptor does put a hamper in that, especially since you are trying to kite around here hard on Runa. One simple kinetic fence in a choke point kind of ruins that.
But I do love this disruptor
Radiant
pick.
team
He is possibly, I feel, one of the strongest supports. And speaking of strong supports, they also pick out Silencer here too. So that's going to
Dire
be
team
definitely intriguing. And already another pick straight away in with the Tiny 2. So possibly either a safe or a mid with the Tiny. But yes, Disruptor, it's great to lock down those heroes, especially with the kinetic field. But
10 seconds
I
remaining.
think Runa team would be completely fine against the Disruptor here.
5 seconds
Oh, yeah.
remaining.
I mean, maybe just blink lasso plays aren't going to be as simple. So that's
Dire
one
team
thing that
back.
counteracts, and you already have the Shadow Demon to save as well. So maybe that instant initiation's not going to feel as good, but if you have Global Silence covering, like you mentioned, you kind of compensate. I will say for Runa team, and this is something that I don't know if you'll agree with Epi, but Mike was harping on about this yesterday. We were doing the Southeast Asian Grand Finals. We saw Tiny in 4 out of 4
10
games.
seconds
Every single
remaining.
game Tiny was picked. The team with Tiny lost, and statistically,
5
all right,
seconds
across all the
remaining.
Esports World Cup games, Road to Esports World Cup games that we've had,
Radiant
there's
team
been
banned.
58 matches of Tiny, 37 where he's been picked with a 40% win rate. So this hero is not
Oh.
winning. He's not winning from mid. He's not winning from pause 4. He's not winning in pause 1. Statistically, not that much. So this is the one thing that kind of holds it back. Mind you, this is the classic Tiny Airlines with
10
Batrider.
seconds
So there
remaining.
is some play that can come in if your Tiny has a blink, your Batrider doesn't, or you both don't have
5
blinks, but you have
seconds
levels.
remaining.
And you have the vision.
Radiant team
There's some
ban.
early kidnap potential that can come in. I don't think that's emphasized as much. But I know, Epi. I mean, me and Mike, we've seen this. It hasn't panned out well. I understand why teams go for it, but it's just not great.
No, and I mean, especially against Ursa as well, with the fact that he has
10
himself, of
seconds
course,
remaining.
Enrage. I don't feel Tiny is going to do very well
5
against a
seconds
one-on-one
remaining.
with Ursa, because, of course, you know, moving into around
Dire
about 30,
team
40 minute
back.
mark, you get yourself Satanic, and you've got a lot of Fury swipes on someone like Tiny, and then you can just demolish him at the end, because his strong point is him having around about 2,000 HP at around about 10-15 minutes, like not even into the middle game here, or on about early, and the fact that he has himself some
10
high armor
seconds
too. And
remaining.
Ursa in the mid game, he's a kind of hero that can just completely
5
quash that
seconds
aside
remaining.
and rip into you with the Fury swipes.
And he can. And there's not much to kite the Ursa around, like hard control. Lasso is your best bet, but Enrage as long as you get it off, or if you maybe work yourself to an Ags, let's say here, it's not going to be as scary for the Ursa. And again, you have that saving grace anyhow with your Shadow Demon on hand. So I'm not sure if
Yeah.
you're going to be able to kite around the Ursa as much as you'd expect to. Again, all you have are pretty soft pieces of control in slows. Avalanche Toss and Lasso is your best bet to hold that Ursa down. It's actually looking like a relatively free Ursa game with no stuns to worry about. So I do enjoy that for the side of one move, especially once you get your shard up on the Shadow Demon. The amount of cleanse is going to be another factor as well. Do close out with a Void Spirit pickup on the side of one move. So again, we're probably just seeing that offlane Death Prophet with the tanky facet coming in, the delayed damage, which does make it hellish to try to kill off the DP. And I do like the Void Spirit. Mid matchup against Tiny is pretty clean. Melee
Yep.
matchup,
10
it is
seconds
something you can
remaining.
poke back. You've got durability on Void Spirit. It is much more
5
about
seconds
outplaying,
remaining.
to be fair. Like, Void Spirit has to be on point with, say, poking back when he knows the Tiny can't poke back. You have to watch a tree grab charges. You have to watch a Tiny's mana when he can look for the Avalanche Toss, whether or not you can dodge. But relatively speaking, the Void Spirit comes online much quicker. Rune control is going to be an important facet for that. Both sides do have really strong rotations at, say, the 4-minute mark to try to contest the first water rune, try to deny that from the opposing mid, and into the power rune, of course. But again, where's your hard control here on Runa team to stop this Void Spirit? Outside of Global Silence, this Void Spirit does look like it's going to have a free game. Again, you can only hold one of these two heroes down in the Ursa and the Void Spirit, and once Void Spirit gets, say, a Manta timing up, even the Global Silence might not be enough to hold him back here.
Yeah, it feels like once he's able to get that item, he's just going to be able to jump around into nothing that they can do. Maybe perhaps, a cheeky lasso if they can get that in, but then how the hell are you going to control the Ursa? And then you've also got, the disruption here from Shadow Demon here too. So one move's looking pretty nice. And now they have themselves the Beastmaster. So they've got themselves some lockdown now, of course, with the Primal Roar. But how do you think that fares for them, Joe? I still think I'm concerned for Runa team here, even with the Primal Roar.
I am. I'd agree with you on that. I feel like They've gone really all in on the side of Runa for that single target control, relying on really just Avalanche and Global Silence for more of your wider context of a 5v5. But putting all your bets on just Primal Roar and Lasso up against a Shadow Demon, sure, you can only save one, but that one here being saved is enough to kind of turn around most of the circumstances here from one move. I think the issue for Alberca later on is that who do you target, right? Like for him and for Queasy, who do you point down? Is it going to be Difference on the Void Spirit? Is it going to be Eyesight on the Ursa? You know, if you don't touch the Death Prophet either, or even if you try to commit the Death Prophet, she's also relatively tanky, although at the very least you are dealing with a Spirit Collector, not, again, the delayed damage facet, which would probably be more annoying here. Draft-wise, I can see what Rune is going for. They are going for high tempo, they are going for this early sort of aggression to come in, and their heroes do support that, right? Like, Bristle back on to pause 1 doesn't necessarily need too much. His lane should go relatively well as well, especially up against the TP. You can always try to Spirit Siphon, but Spirit Siphon has been nerfed significantly. It doesn't feel as threatening, especially at level 1. So your Bristle working into level 2, level 3 should be able to sustain. That's going to be the key thing here for the side of Runa team. Like, they have to get Shigetsu a strong start, and they have to hit this timing for Alberca into the Dominator and the Overlord quick. If they don't, you lose that push tempo, you lose that map denial threat of taking tier 1s, threatening onto tier 2s, and in a more prolonged game for one move, the scaling of Ursa and Void Spirit just eclipses what you have here from the side of Runa team.
I'm quite excited to see the safe lane of Ursa and see whether Bristleback has... Oh no, it's not Bristleback, is it? It's the Beastmaster.
Yeah. It's going to be... It's a decent lane for Alberca, running that off-lane Beastmaster into the Ursa. That's one place where, laning phase-wise, the Ursa is kind of kiteable. You have the Boars. You can go for the Axe spam as well. You're going to keep yourself at a safe distance, so you should be fine in just playing poke and trying to contest Eyesight. If at worst, you're going to be building up your farm here on Alberca. Again, just try to hit that Dominator timing, which should be lining up. A little bit of a late smoke from both sides. Doesn't look like anyone's looking for too aggressive of a movement across, although the side of Runa team are kind of setting up a little bit closer together for some opportunities. Level 1 fights do feel much stronger for Runa team. Again, there's Goo, there's Quills, there's a Napalm that can fly out. There's a lot of ways to look for those early kills here.
And I thought there was going to be a fight there, maybe perhaps with the bounty rune, but no. Both teams still disengage here. Let's snatch up some bounty runes, but 3 to the side of one move. Cheeky extra 40 gold.
Always feels good, especially for getting that early bottle start on mid, which we are taking a look at. Nikki Cool up against Difference. This matchup for the Void Spirit does feel pretty straightforward. It's not the worst matchup in the world for Tiny. You're tanky enough. You can cop through the pretty chunky right clicks of Difference quite fine. And you can also manage the lane quite nicely as well with your cleave. So you're not going to be left too far behind on the Tiny in most matchups. This is, I'd say, maybe closer to 55-45 in favor of the Void Spirit. Certainly a lot easier to play that lane. Mana management is the one key thing for Difference. But every time Nikki Cool does overstep, your right clicks do eat through. You have to remember Tiny does start with 0 base armor. So that 60 damage swing you have here for Difference does do quite some work. It can be quite pesky for Nikki Cool, especially since his own right click trade without free grab. It's still impressive, but not as mighty as it could be in comparison to how often the Void Spirit can apply that harassment. So, should be stable enough for Difference. Key thing for Nikki Cool is just working into probably level 3s when you start to feel comfy here on the Tiny. With perhaps a value point in toss-up. There is some play if there's an overstep, or just a level 2 Avalanche to poke back a little bit harder. Can be one way to go here for Nikki Cool. Rune control, again, is a big part for the matchup. 2-minute rune, you don't tend to see too much nowadays. 4-minute rune, you do see a little bit more in denial. That's going to be the big one. I'm keen on seeing whether or not either side can get their side lanes free for that. And speaking of those side lanes, you have them up top. You've got the Ursa along with the Disruptor for Eyesight and BB3 picks, and Alberca on that Beastmaster with Queasy on Batrider. Very interesting to see Queasy holding on to his level 1. Hits level 2 now, so could just go for the Flame Break and Sticky Napalm commitment, but he does have Stoke. He did not go for the Arsonist, who he is going for maybe a little bit more of the standard Batrider we're used to seeing instead of the quirkier level 5 sticky napalm with a Witchblade build up on support. This is going to be a little bit more straightforward. This lane for Eyesight is also pretty straightforward. Again, Alberca's not going to get zoned out. He has the Boar Slow to play with. He always has the protection of the Batrider, the threat and implication of a sticky napalm, and a Flame Break to break that Ursa off. But your aggressive potential here as well for one move isn't quite there until you have the value point in the kinetic field. And chances are, no one really tends to overstep here. Maybe Queasy could if he gets a little bit too keen on the Batrider, but even the Batrider can be a little bit annoying to try to commit on. So, gonna be a little bit more passive until perhaps level 4. Even then, I can see this just being about getting some pulse, getting some EXP, especially on the Bat, because it can be a greedy support in that sense. It does need levels to really start to build its laning presence up.
I say Alberca's doing very well with the micro of the boars to keep away the Ursa, stop him from getting some of the net worth here, and has actually put 2 points now into Call the Wild Bull, so not going to be going into Wild Axes here. Start putting more points into the boar, slow down the Ursa, and then as you said about the kinetic field here too, they may not be able to get an opportunity for a kill here if the boar's constantly controlling the Ursa.
There's going to be a constant nuisance for Eyesight. Not even the trading potential with Thunderstrike up yet for BB3 picks, as he did try to get the glimpse for maybe some moves earlier when trying to punish. Last lane we haven't looked at here, down bot. You have a pretty annoying lane to contend with for the side of one move. Grip and Corrupted already bearing the brunt of having to play against a Silencer now, along with that constant annoying presence of Shugetsu spamming out the full sprays. Again, for the Death Prophet, Spirit Siphon, in terms of restoring damage, has not felt great. I mean, you lose the percent base damage a long time ago. You're just being punished for spell spam as well, with the Arcane Curse ready from till the end. And having a free lane like this for the Bristleback is mildly concerning. This hero is not going to be easy to pick off. You kind of have to commit your Ursa to really dig through the Bristle, but it takes farm for the Ursa to get some presence. You know, we're talking about, at the least, the Battle Fury Blink BKB. I don't think you're looking to play before that here, at least onto these tankier targets for Eyesight. So, having this strong foundation for Runa Team does feel good. You are still getting that build-up on Corrupted. You're also not stopping the DP from fully farming up, but it does feel like that threat of tempo is a little bit stronger on Shigetsu. At the least for Corrupted, a fast 6 could lead to a nice easy poke onto the tier 1. But beyond that, again, as long as you're farming on the Bristle, you're happy here.
Alberca getting a bit of beating here on the top lane there too. A little bit of a skirmish. Eyesight here stacking some Fury swipes. Queasy, but has no protection here from the Disruptor. And because of the pick-up there of the Helm of the Iron Will, Alberca being able to heal up, but a kill on the bottom lane with Sansa being taken out and possibly a kill in return onto the Shadow Demon. One more Quill Spray. You will get it. Shigetsu, though, may fall here with a rotation coming out here from Disruptor, bringing him back with the glimpse, and they find the kill. It's a 2-for-1. This does leave Ursa on his own, though, so DB3 picks will have to go through the twin gate.
Will have to, but that movement, very worthwhile for the side of one move. A little bit surprising that till the end is just slightly out of position to get punished like that. Again, normally, with what we were seeing earlier, you're standing back, you're spamming the Arcane Curse, you're getting the waves off, getting contested in pulse, or just running forward into a Shadow Demon can be quite punishing, as we've seen. Do have to be slightly cautious about that, and that kind of start now offsets just that strong laning start for Shigetsu. Corrupted's very comfy in a solo lane. They do at least manage to grab away the amp damage, although it's on till the end. But look at that.
Look at that damage. One more Glaive of Wisdom.
Radiant
He's not in
scanning.
range. He's not going to get it. Grip's out of there.
Oh, even the tree toss coming out, trying to gun it down on Nikki.
Dire are scanning.
The
Very
stacks
nice
they're
stack to
taking at the
steal.
triangle.
This is really important when you're running the Batrider as well, right? Like that timing into your blinks a little bit faster, even just your brown boots, your drums potentially, depending on what kind of build Queasy wants, and you deny that farm away from the side of one move. You're not giving that flash farm for difference to build into that faster Manta. You're not giving that room out for the free gold for Corrupted to hit a faster Spirit Vessel, faster EXP
Radiant
gain.
are scanning.
So you do manage to get a lot, even if you don't find a kill. I think you still get the full value there for the side of Runa for sure.
And I'm wondering whether the difference is going to rotate here, going straight into a Manta style. Meanwhile, Corrupted on the bottom lane being pursued here. We got a disruption from Grit. Will Corrupted be okay? They might dive underneath this tier 1 tower, Shigetsu. There's 5 Quill Sprays on the Death Prophet. Still okay, has 2 more Siphon Drains in case Shigetsu comes close. Will be okay.
You are seeing that aggression from Bristle kick in early, though. Again, level 3 Quilt Spray up. You don't have Snot Rockets. You are getting damage out with the damage you trade back here. And again, DP is a hero that kind of wants to try to play on edge. Bristleback is trying here to punish up top.
Diving eyesight here too, yeah. No escape from this. Slowed down heavily there with the balls and the sticky napalm. Is not having rage. And with Disruptor not on the lane, will fall, and they'll take a top tier 1 tower here too. With that kill, look at that tower melt. And meanwhile on the river, they have found themselves a Shadow Demon who's tossed back and taken out with the tree toss. There's now Corrupted, attempting to push away
Radiant's middle tower
Runa
is
team
under
here and
attack.
try and find something, but unfortunately you will not be able to avenge your Shadow Demon.
It's that tempo kicking in here, Epi. We talked about it, right? Like, the lanes had to go well for the side of Rune Team, and they do. Alberta
no,
has
they
a
go
good
first
timing.
again. Oh, they've got the lasso, and he's just able to get himself enraged there, just as the creeps had died, because there were so many underneath that tier 2 tower. If he did not have that, that would have been a death for sure. Meanwhile, in the mid lane, we've got a Exorcism here, melting down this tier 1 tower, but he got a rotation coming out here from Bristle. They found themselves till the end. Till the end will be found. A toss there from Nicky Cool. It's not going to do much though, but Shigetsu trying to pursue here with the Quill Spray. Will they find the Death Prophet through the Siphon Drains? Yes, they will. And they will defend that middle tier 1 tower. And one move, they will get themselves out of there.
One
Unless
move
they
is
can
just
get
missing out
Disruptor.
on everything. Oh. Maybe.
Maybe. Queasy. Found the Disruptor. Okay, there we go. Yeah, there's no running from this. Oh, a lovely use there of the Flame Break. That is a dead Disruptor.
They're finding everything on the Rune Team. Again, their timings are online fully.
And the mid
Early
lane too.
Dominator up. Still going?
Yep. Almost taken out Silencer, but did not have another Astral Step to commit for that kill. And Tiny rotating here on the mid lane too. And a salve will be popped out for the Silencer, coming back to full HP. Avalanche.
Difference.
And a toss. Still has a Astral Step though. Oh, nice Flame Break. Silence there. They're not going to pursue for that, are they? No, he's okay. Oh, Blood Grenade committed though. No no toss though.
Cheeky. Very cheeky from Queasy. Very fortunate that the power rune was right there as well for difference. Having the shield rune does mean he can hang around here a little bit longer. Does have 17 charges on wand. Again, Runa Team's timings are online. You've got a Beastmaster that can just constantly pressure for push. You're getting some good farm out. Queasy does have the Tranks up, so he's going to move a little bit faster for that kidnapping. You've got the early timings lining up. I love this build as well from Shigetsu going for that very fast Lotus Orb up just to take care of some of that single target threat. So now Demonic Purge might not be as effective, or if you do cast it, you're going to be killing yourself as well on the Shadow Demon. And it's just very smart gameplay right now from Runa Team. Very high tempo as well. Mid already gone. You've got the lineup getting siege again with that early Dominator up. In fact, not too far off now for Alberta. Just lacking about 800 gold as they invade and take over the stacks once more. And for one move, this is devastating. They need so much more time for the farm. Eyesight's just being chased.
Oh, he just got himself off the enrage as the lasso came out there. Lovely stuff. They don't have themselves Avalanche there either. Already been expended. And away Ursa goes. So really nice timing there of the enrage. Meanwhile, though, Alberca being jumped on here by difference with the shield rune. A global silence comes out there. Is it going to be enough to save the Beastmaster? It is not. They will take him down finally there. Get something. They did take down that middle tier 1 tower. This exorcism has just ended, but I still think they can try and take this middle tier 1 tower here too.
Shouldn't be a problem trying to siege. You know Global Silence is down. You know Lasso is down as well.
Oh, they glimpse the Bristle back to the fountain. Possibly going for the Silencer here, but attempt to turn it around now. There's the Avalanche. It will not connect. There's difficulty being able to Astral stepped himself away. Nicky Cool now taking a little bit too much damage, but they still want to go on the aggressive here on the side of Runa team. The disruption's there. In we go here with the Dissimulate, trying to take down the Silencer. Meanwhile, Queasy getting pretty low, and Avalanche there onto 2. He just has himself another Astral Step to get away there, but the toss will not take down the Void Spirit. He's still okay. Death Prophet here with all the Siphon Rings will not be able to live through it and not get the kill on the Tiny.
That's very clean from the side of room. That's them playing without the global silence. That's them without even having the lasso ready and Queasy. Just one move, perhaps overextending just a tad bit. I get why. They want to take some map space back. They know how important being able to invade the opposite side triangle is going to be here, and giving themselves some more room to make the smokes a little bit longer, the route into their own triangle, into their own jungle up top, a little bit longer without the mid. Unfortunately, just maybe not expecting such presses coming out. Rune Team, again, they've just been online early, even with the Bristleback being sent home. They were already relatively low in that last fight, which we're seeing back here again. Just getting pretty split apart as well. That was a pretty deep dive to just try to find Queasy, and that does give that room for the side of Runa to actually get everyone else back in position. Shigetsu still ends up showing up into that fight. Again, despite being glimpsed back home, it just took them way too long on one move. Some early damage issues here without the items being up just yet.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
3,000 damage the Death Prophet in that fight. Lots of Siphon Drains there. Really paying off.
It's the one thing, if you do ignore the DP at this point in game, it is a tanky beast, right? And that was a fight without the full EXO running as well. So if you had the EXO running for that later portion of the fight, might have been a different story. Despite all these wins coming out for Runa Team, they are only about 1k ahead. That is Shigetsu and Alberca in the lead, but they have sacrificed Nicky Cool's progression, as it normally does happen on the Tiny. I do appreciate that he did rush the Blink over, going for the phase boots first, just to ensure that this Tiny can have a game. For one move though, they've gotten a lot of free space out for Eyesight. Battle Fury up. Interestingly enough, going for the Yasha first. Maybe looking for a Mantha just to, again, dispel off the global silence.
Oh, they've caught Bristleback here within a kinetic field. He's going to try and TP away here. They have a cancel. Yes, they do. Yes, they do. They have a glimpse. Stops that TP. Everyone hopping on the Bristleback there, taking him out. And they have committed a Nexusism here. I mean, it's only level 1, but can they push the tier 2?
Tower is under attack. Radiant's
poke it a little bit. You don't have that many spirits collected on Corrupted, so the spirits aren't doing as much damage stuck at level 1 EXO. But you do get some poke. Top is going to push a lot faster for the side of Runa Team. At the sacrifice, of course, if you're Bristle, it's not going to feel all too good. The creep army is set up from Alberca. Has himself that nice little annoying satyr, the ancient Prowler Shaman. So you will have some nuisances later on, and Alberca's micro has been pretty on point in this game. We saw some good Centaur stuns. I'm sure we'll see some good Desecrates and Petrifies later on as well, if you can kind of utilize this creep. For the side of one move, they're still looking at mid, which, again, they've already taken tier 1. They don't have forward vision set. There's a little bit of a damage issue if you are just looking to gun in with a larger group right now with just your DP.
They want to go on Bristleback again. They're setting up ready. Oh, here comes another kinetic field. He's going to die in the same place where he died originally. He's going to try and flee now. The glimpse is there, and that will be a kill on the Bristle once again in the same area. Meanwhile, on the mid lane, trying to attempt for a kill here onto Corrupted. Just got the lasso in range there, bringing back the Death Prophet with the Primal Roar. And that is a Death Prophet. God.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Pretty decent trade coming out. Still in favor of one move, I'd say. Again, you're keeping this Bristle back down. Since the pickup, the Lotus Orb progression's just been a tad bit slower here for our BB. Shigetsu, she's not getting room. But maybe didn't expect them to keep camping bot. No one's showing across the map. They do have vision, pretty decent deep vision here from the side of Rune Team. That should be informing them the general position of the side of one move. One move, again, getting away with murder just a tad bit. Now getting some room out for Eyesight. Has the full Yasha set to go. Going for that blink next. So not committing for a Manta Dispel. A bit of a sneaky smoke as well from the side of one move. Again, not spotted out by the wards. If you can catch Alberca, it's the Beast Smasher that's really been getting the runaway game here. Would be a nice little source of net worth. And the timing might line up. They're going for Roche.
close. Nice little 250 gold, but is there any possible way that they can contest this Roshan? Funnily enough, the Runa team are actually going to disengage here from the Roshan, smoke up, may perhaps try and find something. They don't have any vision on one move, but neither does Runa team. They're going to head straight back into the Roshan here, try and take this. They don't have themselves eyesight here either. He is farming on the bottom lane. So this could just be a free Rosh here, John.
It's not the quickest Rosh in the world. A little bit surprised they don't manage to get the scan out. The scan from Runa is much more on point. Doesn't manage to connect onto them. So they know there's a little bit of position here. Maybe?
Global's ready. Oh, and a lovely avalanche toss there onto 2 with the global signs there too. They got themselves the lasso, bringing back the Void. That is going to be Void dead. They use a primal roar just to make sure he doesn't get away. They find the disruptor there too with an Aegis.
That's just a missed opportunity from one move. I'm surprised again they didn't scan in the Rosh pit. They scan expecting a smoke gank into their position instead, and it does cost them a big turnaround for Runas. More.
Shadow Demon's dead here. Yeah, not escaping that one. Nicky Cool, the avalanche and toss, stopping the TP, killing spree for him. Nice little pick off there on the Shadow Beast.
Yeah, they're finding everything again on Runa. You were seeing some good fights from one move, but it really comes down to them being the initiators. They can't afford to get counter-initiated on. If Global Silence flies out first, it's utilized in a way where you're not able to drop your spells first, you're already not engaging, or you're not engaging yet, and the GS comes in.
No.
Your counterplay isn't there.
Is
Not the
Shigetsu
same
gonna
spot.
die here for the third time? Is he gonna die here for the third time? Oh, they don't commit the combo there correctly, but they will go for the kill here onto Queasy. They'll at least get that. Shigetsu won't die here for a third time. Ursa got a TP away, and one move they will disengage. But thankfully, you know, Runa team, they just lose the Batrider there. They won't lose Bristlebat for a third time. But even though the one move are losing quite a substantial part of their map, Ursa's still farming up, and now they may actually go for Alberca here. If you see it.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
Nice one. They might actually bump into Shadow Demon here. Okay, this is the Shadow Demon maybe. Yep, avalanche and toss. There we go. Dead Shadow Demon. Now they may be perhaps here go for the Death Prophet, but the Siphon Drain. Look at that, keeping her alive. Anything to get to the Death Prophet there. Got one more Siphon Drain remaining. Ursa does find a pick off here. Silencer in the back. And Corrupted really trying to get away, but the avalanche will find the Death Prophet and a lasso there onto Void. He does have himself to dissimulate. Will be able to utilize that. Trying to get away there with the actual step. Has the Manta Style there too for the Flame Break. Pushing him back down on the river. There's the toss there too. Nowhere to escape. And the Void Spirit decimated in the river.
They were very split apart for that one in one move. A fight in two flanks, really. A fight in two fronts. You had one area in that top jungle, closer to the bounty rune. You had a little bit of a skirmish closer to the gate. Your movement was cut across by half. If you were a little bit more connected, if you managed to focus your resources on one move, perhaps that fight goes a little bit better. You start off really nicely. You take care of till the end early before he pops Global Silence. They were just too far apart. And again, you're not quite ready fully. The blink does come out now for Eyesight, so engaging on this Ursa is a lot easier, but he didn't quite have that ready right as that engagement broke up. And they find good punishment. Taking care of Corrupted, taking care of differences, making massive inways, and again, building up to this spike on the side of Runa team. Aegis still up for 2 minutes as well here for Shigetsu. So a little bit more time to pressure, perhaps threaten onto additional tier 2s. Still have to work onto this tier 1 bot.
Forward. Toss there. They will not be able to find the Death Prophet because of that disruption there from Grip. Death Prophet.
Dire's bottom tower has fallen.
It's that one thing we were talking about, that big save for one move. Not even having that additional reach yet on Grip. Doesn't have anything like an Aether Lens up or the Blink. Right? It's going to get a little bit more complicated once that's up. But again, you have really decent backline jump with your Batrider, with your Tiny at the very least, to try to hunt down later on. Got a lot of room to just siege down bot. Doesn't take too long with the Wild Hunt facet on Alberca, of course. And the Helm to Overload on top. They're losing a lot of ground on one move, but still, again, surprisingly only 2k behind. When you're 13 to 8, you're losing a lot of towers like this, you are still finding that really strong form on Eyesight, and he's just rushing into BKB. Not bothering with stat res, not bothering with something like the SMY, just wants that straight up protection, wants to be able to force at least the roar or the lasso that we see here.
Yeah, they've caught Disruptor there with a lasso. That is a dead Disruptor. Nicely done there with Queasy, with the blink and lasso. Pick off, and they going mid straight away. Look at this. Pushing the tier 3. Primal Roar coming out down to Death Prophet. Do they have the damage to take her out? No. Too far in the base. Primal Roar down. Is this maybe perhaps an opportunity now for one move to smoke up and find something here?
They've committed a lot. Issue is, Eyesight was just busy pushing at the top, trying to take some farm where he can, so you don't have that damage on hand, or at least your highest source of damage on hand just yet. They have managed to sit through the Aegis time here on the side of one move. Expires on Shigetsu. You've got room to play. The Ag's timing for difference is still a little ways off. 2 items still left, but I think your launching point has to be that Ag's. Right, we're talking about initiation being easy for the team. Once you do have the Ags up on this Void Spirit, the AoE silence from that Resonant Pulse can set up fights for you a lot cleaner. Again, there's no save options here on the side of Runa Team. They do at least have that one Lotus Orb. That's about it in terms of bailing themselves out here. So you will have a lot of impact, but you need to kind of wait it out for one move. It's time to kind of hand some of that farm over to Difference. Eyesight, BKB is one part away. The full BKB for Nikki Cool now is up after disassembling on the Echo Saber. And that's a launching point now as well for Runa Team. They know how far ahead they are. They know if they find one pickoff, it's all it takes for them to threaten high ground with Alberca. All the lanes are shoved in their favor as well, except for top, but there's a tier 1, who cares? Just need to find out one.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
He wants to go in, he's ready with the Firefly. Trying to find an opportunity here, but they just don't have vision of anyone.
Dire are scanning.
And Runa Team, they are actually going to disengage here and not attempt to go for anything, as you see Nikki Cool here pushing away the top lane. Easy scouting around for the Ursa, but my side is already out of there. Got the BKB now. Big item.
Radiant's top
They can
tower
utilize
is under
this,
attack.
but don't forget we also have a BKB2 here on Nikki Cool, who was able to get himself that by disassembling a Go Saber.
They're trying to play around this timing now, one move, when that smoke. They don't have the best vision, but they do have a good line drawn. But it is from the low ground. Pretty big threat. Counter initiation again from Runa Team is not too bad with the GS here.
Oh, and Queasy's look at his position in here. So if they even go up the stairs, they're gonna break the smoke. So they're doing a large wraparound. Oh, Eyesight revealing himself there through the smoke. Runa Team holding their crowd. They know something's up here. They know all the heroes are missing. They can't see anyone pushing the bottom lane here or the top. Something smells afoot. Taking down Tiny's courier there too. They're actually maybe perhaps just going to push the tier 3 then. It's like, you know what?
Yeah.
If you want to play around like that, one move, play with our game. We'll push your tier 3. What are you going to do? And they're not rotating yet. There's no TPs.
No?
They're just melting this tower, John. They're not doing anything. Okay, finally rotation's starting to come through. But that tier 3 tower, it's already gone. Now who's going to be the front line here to try and stop this siege?
I mean, they just get the Ags up, right? Like, finally difference for the Ags. Perhaps there's some confidence now to try to play just the tier 3 falling, but it falls for free. BB?
Oh. Yeah. No, you're not surviving that one, sir. You will be found. Mega kill for the Tiny. Yeah, that was an interesting place to TP. I'm not gonna lie.
He buys space. That drags everyone back, right? Like, everyone kind of backs off. They see some timings. They see them rotating into for the defense. They don't commit for the fight. They get the easy pick off. And there's only 20 seconds without the Disruptor, so your window here for an opportunity for Runa Team is not that wide. Let's see if they can try to work something out. Roche still a ways off. Let's see how long that timer is soon, or how quick this Roshan will be. Doesn't look like the longest timer in the world. Should have some opportunities there as well. More reach coming out now for the side of Runa Team as well. Having that Aether Lens up on Queasy. Again, simplifies the game for the Batrider. Queasy has had a fantastic game already, 1-1 with 9 assists. Been playing a fantastic game in the Bat, just setting up for his team at every single point. Getting big spikes as well for Alberca going into the Assault Curious. This Beastmaster hits like a machine gun once he has all these attack speed pluses up. This Wild Hunt facet's just ridiculous. And we were seeing that in the push. A bit of a smoke out though, one move with a full team back up. Again, they've got this Ags reveal to work with from Difference.
That smoke just broke there. They're going to hop onto the silencer, instantly take down the silencer there. They're maybe perhaps going to go for more here as it limps back onto the Bristle. Bristle caught in place, but there's no damage output here on the Bristle. He's still alive. He can get finally. Eyesight jumping in there, but the Primal Roar coming out onto Urza during that BKB. So Bristle just able to get back underneath that tier 1 and survive that onslaught with thanks to Alberca there with the Primal Roar.
It's just, again, some of these moves from one move are a little bit scattered. They need to wait for that Ursa to be a bit closer for full commitment. Maybe now, perhaps, but no BKB to protect.
Eyesight always coming in. Instantly taking down Queasy there with a few Fury swipes. The BKB now there from Tiny. And the Global Silence coming out, but it's used there defensively, not aggressively at all. One move, they're still on the offensive here, taking down the Tiny. Lots of gold going to the side of the Void Spirit here, but they do find themselves disrupted in the backlines once again. And now we've got Death Prophet attempting to TP away, but the Bristle, he's just too strong. With this Seeing Red, his damage is absolutely incredible. Look at him go. They do at least find the silencer there, and both cores here from one move going to TP away, so Bristle won't be able to get any more, but it is a 3-for-2 there.
It is, and the side of one move do find a follow-up fight they're looking for. Again, this time around, you get some good positioning out from Eyesight. That's the difference when the Ursa's right next to your team. When he's able to join in, when he's actually able to use your control pieces here on one move quite nicely, in comparison to the initial fight where maybe it was a little bit more of a snap decision, right? They got Shigetsu with a glimpse. They weren't fully set up in that area. They were chasing closer towards the tier 1. Roshan begins now on the side of the team, but they do not have GS for this.
Oh, no. An illusion. And the glimpse back there now too. Queasy, he's still okay though. They have themselves the BKB on Eyesight. He's got himself a Skull Bash on the Ursa, so this is going to be pretty nice. And they are really struggling to try and take down this Roshan on Runity, especially with one move. Just watching it all come about on this high ground, so they will disengage.
Just a little bit of posturing out. That missed lasso from Queasy. He's been on point. It is a high-risk play to make, just jumping on any opportunity. And that does buy one move the leeway now, knowing that Global Silence is down for a little bit longer. Not too much time left, though. But they've got some opportunities as Roche will set to reposition. So, see if the side of the Luna team can finally start to find some of that initiation. Again, Roar is up. Global Silence is back up. They are playing from the low ground. That's a little bit of a challenge.
There. Oh, and the Skull Bash there on the BKB through Alberca. Alberca's going to fall. He's not even going to use that Primal Roar. They've caught themselves to silence there too. The buyback from Beastmaster. He wants to try and come back to the fight there. Tiny now going to activate that BKB, but it's not going to do all hell because look at that damage upon him. He's having to escape here. Shigetsu trying to find something, but he's caught within a kinetic field, so he's not able to output that damage. As they make reps out and find themselves 4 hit the Beastmaster. This is going to be a dieback there. They've lost themselves 4. It's only Bristleback remaining with that BKB. He's going to try and find the Disruptor here, but he's going to TP out now. But the Fury Swipes are just ever so strong on the answer as they take down the whole team here. One move coming out on top, and they're going to get themselves the Ages of Immortality.
It's quite the mistake from the Runa team. This entire time, they've been very good at playing at a positional advantage, holding high ground, looking for smoke breaks. This time around with Roche switching, with him missing that lasso earlier on, maybe some pressure from them to secure that area on that bot Roshan, and they fight into high ground. Like, they didn't have vision, they were clumped up in an area they weren't fully comfy with. And just a snap buyback from Alberca as well. There's no TP point close enough for him. He doesn't have travels. So even with a buyback commitment, it's just too late. You lose your control pieces, you lose some big aspects of how you have to fight here. And it felt like they kind of streamed in one by one in the end from Runa team. We're at the point now where one move, it comes to that point where we were talking about in the draft here, Epi. Runa team needed to play high tempo. They were
Radiant's
finding the
top
early
tower has
objectives.
fallen.
They were dodging out the good smokes. They weren't quite finding the initiation in the past maybe 5 to 10 minutes. And now the scaling of one move kicks in. That Ags on this Void Spirit, the full stat padding you're going to get, perhaps an Octarine out as well down the line can be massive. And the damage from this Ursa is just too much. This is what we were saying. You have Roar, you have Global Silence, you have Lasso, but an Ursa doesn't particularly care about any of that.
Nope.
It just doesn't.
I mean, especially with the fact he's got himself Sanjin Yasha as well. And then, you know, you've got the Applied and Rage when you use Earthshock here too. So what really can you do?
Yeah. It's challenging. I think for Runa team, again, the ideal has to now be a pick-off game. This kind of boils back to a pick-off game. Your presence out here with Shigetsu is pretty strong. Don't get me wrong. This Bristleback is doing a lot of work. It's just he's being isolated away. And if they can't kill him off first, they just ignore him until the end. Kill all of the supporting characters first. And then when the Bristle's there, it's like, what's he going to do? Yes, he can do some full damage. Yeah, if he lives long enough, it stacks up. But he's not able to really clean up by himself. There's no sustain yet on this Bristleback either, which I'm not seeing Shigetsu go for anytime soon. Side of one move now. And they've got the safety net of the Aegis for quite some more time. Still about 3 minutes left. Full Swift Blink coming out for Eyesight now as well. Just more damage on this Ursa. So it just cleans up a nice little annoying Croaker.
Oh, juicy.
Taking away that AoE stun. Very annoying water creeps. I love those water creeps. Epi, they're so funny. You know, we've seen so many ruined team fights because you take it beside the stupid water camp. It's amazing. Oh.
Yeah, it's annoying, those stuns.
Radiant's bottom tower
It makes
has
Doom so
fallen.
much more fun to play. I know that's not the reason why you pick Doom, but man, when you pick up a Doom, you devour that creep, you feel on top of the world. It's just
Dire's
funny.
top barracks
Little
are
Ravage
under
on
attack.
hand. Satisfying. Satisfying as well for one move now to get that siege onto the tier 2 mid. And again, with this Ursa to front line, it's really not much to be scared of. Just a simple retreat as well. Course correcting on top. With no tier 3, you do have to kind of make a move back in, but it doesn't take too much. For Runa team, what are we seeing? It's Nullifier for Shigetsu's getting worked on here. For Nikki, maybe could try to gun for either the
Radiant are
Revenants
scanning.
or the full Daedalus on our Tiny. Either one works for the DPS. There's no pipe to worry about, at the very least, for a Revenant's Rouge pickup. So that can be quite fine. I'd say at this point, you kind of want to give more gold to your sport somehow. Like, if you can get a refresh on till the end. Double Global Silence feels like one of the things that can flip this game back to the favor of Runa team. Just having that leeway to get more control in these team fights. They are going for a bit of a smoke out, but again, this time around, not having the forward vision on Runa team, gonna be a little bit
Dire
optimistic to
are
find
scanning.
someone to kill off. And for the side of one move, I mean, you've got Aegis, you've got control.
Dire are
Take
scanning.
themselves the Shrine of Wisdom on the opposite side as well, and they go through the gate. This could be sneaky here.
Yeah, they're going to meet that. There's Global Silence coming off. Oh, the Primal Roar! Connecting onto 2 there because it bounces back with the Lotus Orb. Alberca now activating that BKB there. But still trying to find difference.
Coming in.
Will try and disengage here. Grip has got the kill there. Onto the Beastmaster in the back. Eyesight finding the kill onto Silencer there too. Is now jumping onto the Bristleback there. The BKB isn't going to help at all here. Being bashed up here constantly by the Ursa. Attempting to flee right now with that movement speed will be enough. It will not. Difference coming in there with the Aether Remnant, locking in place the Bristle. And look at that, they find themselves 4 here, just losing the supports on one move. And in return, winning the team fight.
And again, an awkward way to open for the side of Runa team. I mean, you run into difference, you get the war, but he has the Lincolns. You know, you get that control, he has a way of blocking off one, you're forced to control out the supports instead. And that's them taking a fragmented fight. That's 2 heroes they were trying to kill for so long that the TP point, they're still able to get in on the side of one, you're still able to connect. And you're just seeing the issues. And yeah, you have a Nullifier on this Bristle. The Disruption doesn't get nullified. You're getting piped around pretty badly. And your team's just getting split apart. Your Tiny's not having too much presence, even with some damage coming out now with a full Revenant's Rouge up. And even though Aegis has disappeared, you still have some opportunity to work the map in your favor. Poking onto the tier 3, not fully committing. Could go for an easy tier 2 take instead. And this all gets even worse once you get Eyesight with full Axe Blessing. I mean, he's got the Swift Blink, he's got so much right-click attack speed. with that possibility to just pop Enrage whenever, I don't know if you're ever going to find Eyesight. Like, it's going to take so much. You're going to need really good staggered Roar, really good staggered Lasso somehow, and hope that he's just like a good half screen away from his team, or a full screen away from his team to find that kill on the Cersei. It's not happening anytime soon here.
No, it's looking rough, and if I say so myself, this Aghanim's, I think is going to be the closing end to never taking out this Ursa ever. I don't see them stacking up these disables, John, at all. It just seems so difficult. I mean, you've got Shadow Demon as well, just in case, with the disruption in the backlines too, and then you've got the Demonic Cleanse also. it's one to deal with, that's for sure.
It's nightmarish right now for Runa team. Full Octarine for difference, uptime on the steps, uptime on the Resonant Pulse now even more. More stats to play with, just tankier overall. Like, I don't know. Like, for Runa team, again, this was very high tempo from them, and they played that tempo really nice in the first maybe 15 to 20 minutes. Maybe arguably a little bit less so towards the 20 minutes. But they played so damn well. It's just that they never found Eyesight. He's died only the one time this game. And I've seen this so many times. Like, yeah, you bully out top. It's a slow lane for the Ursa, sure. And then you just kind of ignore him. You're not able to rotate onto him. You're not able to take control of that top jungle. You're not able to watch your own jungle once they switch over after tier 1's fall. And these carries just catch up. And the better scaling carry almost always just has a better time, of course. As we're 38 minutes in, the timing for Runa team has faded away. Again, the key thing now that I can see for Runa team are refreshes. Like, even a refresh or this Ags on Queasy could make some difference. Double Lasso, holding back 2 heroes instead, relieving some of the pressure on your Beastmaster can be one way to go. The refresh on Till the End, double Global Suns can be also another aspect, although this is an awkward spot.
TPing now with the vision. You don't. Just able to get away there. Queasy might run into support here. Where's Queasy going to run into some supports? Glimpsed back. Oh, and
Outwards there.
Not get glimpsed away. And the lasso coming out to play. The global silence is there. BKB now from Death Prophet wanted to turn this back around. They do find themselves the Batrider in the backlines there, and Urza being able to take down both Tiny and Silencer. Look at that, already 3 heroes down on Runa team, and barely anything was committed here. And they're just going to take this and seize the high ground now.
No fear. No Lasso, no Golden Silence. Even with the buybacks, your best bet now is maybe a toss back play. If you can even find the angle somehow in Nicky Cool. It's just going to be a free run for Eyesight. Again, just that Global Silence usage, not ideal.
Back. And that is a dead Gristle. Not coming back from that. They've caught themselves the Beastmaster here too. As the BKB's there with the Skull Basher. It's doing its job. Working through the Beastmaster with the Fury Swipe and the fact that the Demonic Surge just takes the bottom, so he wasn't able to run away. And look at that team wipe there. They take the top set of rats. It's looking rough now for Runa. And a buyback connected from Bristle. Okay, but Shigetsu, he has to be careful here. He is kind of on his own. He only has the backup of Silence here, as meanwhile Difference trying to get the Silencer in the back lines. He will jump back to help his team take the middle set of racks. It's going to be 4 heroes on Runa. They don't have the Beastmaster for 40 seconds, but nonetheless it looks like one move are disengaging here and going to reset.
I appreciate that. Again, you see the Tiny, you see the Batrider respawn. We've seen a few games where a team's severely behind. The only big play they have is the kidnapping strat, Blink, Lasso, Tossback. You do have this really long drawback on side of your team. You could basically racks and all the way to Fountain if you position it right. So you play it safe, you go for Roshan, why not? You're in the advantage here for one move. You don't need to give opportunities away. Rosh with the banner, with a refresh shard and the cheese on hand, much util here for one move to have. The refresh being handed to Difference is it's massive. Even more resonant pulses, more steps up. It's just going to be so disruptive for the side of Runa team. For Runa team, they've got to find a way to play again with a repositional play at this point, because you're not getting double silence, you're not getting double roar. You do have double lasso, so the best you hope for now is just get the lasso back, get the toss back, isolate someone very far away, and hope that it's enough. 2 lives in the Ursa, does become feasible when, again, they're like a full screen away. So it can be possible. It's just, it's such a hard thing to ask for. Like, it's so difficult to look for that opening, especially since, like you mentioned earlier, one move has a lot of saves. Demonic Purge, Disruption, Demonic Cleanse on hand, even finding the Kidnap, trying to set up for it. Just, I don't know if you'll find an opening somehow.
And here we go. The siege begins. Exorcism level 3 is popped with one move smoking behind the Death Prophet. Always meanwhile, they have found themselves Beastmaster, who is not in the base, along with Queasy there too. 2 heroes taken down, only 3 remaining here. Now it's an easy clean on. Now they take down the Silencer. There's 3 gone now. The Skull Bash there onto Bristle. Bristle attempting to flee here, slowing down the global silence is there, but is it going to help Bristle back escape? No, it's not! As they're in the fountain right now, even taking down Tiny in the fountain. Look at the Ursa go, not a care in the world. GG is called. Game 1 out of this best of 3 is going to go to one move here. They were having a rough time in the early stages of the game, and they're able to recover, and the Ursa just got out of control, and it paid off.
And it does. Again, for Runa team, I don't think it was necessarily a drafting issue for sure. I think they had some good ideas. They played to the strengths of their draft very early on. They were getting those initial timings. Again, you look at Alberca and the game he had here on this Beastmaster. You look at the kind of game Queasy had with the pickoffs, with the ganks he was setting up. It was quite strong for Runa team early on. It's just that you left Eyesight alone for too long. You allow one move to actually play the farm game that they wanted to. And once this Ursa was online, which I do appreciate Eyesight understanding his timings, would say, let Quirky or Yasha blink build up instead of what you normally see in like the Battle Fury commitment into straight blink BKB. He did go back for the Yasha. He wanted a little bit more for the chase. It does amount well. And I think for Runa team going to that next game, they're going to have to try to rethink scaling. I think the draft was solid overall, but they have to have some idea as to what they want to do for the win condition if it's a little bit too early for that win condition to take over.
Yeah, because we saw that they had some incredible momentum on the side of Runa team. I mean, they took themselves, what, almost like a tier 2 tower around about before the 20-minute mark. So things were looking good, but they felt like that their presence with the fact that they had a great spike timing around about the early stages of the game, did it feel like they didn't utilize it strong enough to actually capitalize on the gains of their drafts? Or do you feel like that one move did an excellent job in actually pushing them away?
It felt like one move played a lot stronger. I think that's really it. They did what they could with their timing. I think maybe they missed a couple of opportunities. And I think that's something, again, they'll have to try to reset. So we'll see if they can, as we will go on a short break. Right after the break, we'll be back for game number 2 of this series.
3, 2, 1, go. 3, 2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go.
Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand out from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to EWC 25 East European Closed Qualifiers with myself and John, as we just had ourselves game one out of the best of three between Runa team and One Move. It was indeed One Move who will move on with game two now, taking one game with them, and they just need one more to win themselves this best of three and pursue onwards into these closed qualifiers. John, how you feeling with that first game?
That was a great showing out from One Move. I think maybe a bit of a missed opportunity for Rune team. They were playing excellently in the early game. They were playing up to that tempo. Right, that timing from Albeca was quite good on the Dominator. They managed to siege really fast. You were getting some quick timing on Queasy as well, and managing to just play on this Bat Rider support, but they lose that tempo. They allow this Ursa to farm up too much, and they make a couple of mistakes. I know some people in chat were pointing out the lasso and the illusion was a turning point. I mean, you can't really fault Queasy for trying to go for that play, right? Like, sometimes you're just not aware. I've seen a lot of teams make those mistakes on illusions now. It happens, but I think the issues were already there before that play. The fact that you had that much farm on the Ursa on Shigetsu was already in and of itself a problem. The fact that Shigetsu
Yeah.
was within top 2 net worth
10
was a
seconds
problem. The fact that
remaining.
despite all of that early game going the way of Runa team,
5
there were only like
seconds
I think
remaining.
2K, max 2K, maybe 4K in the lead was a problem. They need to be in the lead for longer, or they need to have a wider lead at that point, and they just couldn't find that. So we'll see what
Dire
adjustments
team
are
pick.
taken here for
Radiant
Runa team. I don't
team
think the
pick.
draft was too bad. They ban out the Death Prophet as Respecto, and they do
Dire
manage to
team
get
ban.
access to the hot support of the season, the Shadow Shaman, with one move taking the Terrorblade, which has been flexed onto offlane as well. I want to talk about the Shadow Shaman with you, Epi. Did you know? And I don't know if you've realized this yourself, but this man is a fried chicken fanatic, is he not? Chicken fingers on hand. He turns people into chickens. He
10
has foul
seconds
play as his
remaining.
facet. Like, this guy is basically just a walking KFC advertisement. You know,
5
and
seconds
he's annoying as
remaining.
well. Just like a KFC ad would be annoying. So that's my beef with Shadow Shaman. He has too much. I'm happy that more teams are picking Massive Serpent Ward. We've seen it a couple of times in Southeast Asia. It is funny. It is very hilarious to see that one big ward. But my god, do I hate foul play. I hate the fact that Chicken Fingers
Oh.
is a facet. I hate his innate foul play. This
Yeah.
hero is, by design, probably one of the most annoying heroes to exist. Why does he get 2 spells at level 1 if you go for if you go for Chicken Fingers? Finger looking good man turns you into a chicken,
Dire team
has
ban.
Hex as well if he wants, has a zap, has shackles. He's annoying. So annoying.
I mean, as if he wasn't annoying enough already, and they gave him that too, and then now he's. It's like you don't know which one you're killing every time. And the 25% of the time, he always gets away with foul play as well.
10 seconds remaining.
It's ridiculous. At least you have to get the shard now for
5
the
seconds
additional
remaining.
illusions. And, you know, you can't hex your allies because that was a very smart concept to have as a save. And popping it on yourself before you reach the HP threshold, because apparently it's 2 separate instances.
Radiant team
Man.
ban.
That's so annoying. Still, not too annoying as the bans coming out. One move do ban out the Shadow Demon, as they wouldn't want to give away a save potential
Radiant
out to Runa team this
Dire
time around.
team pick.
And they take care of the puck. Runa team do ban the Oracle, which I love to see. As we were talking about in Game 1, Oracle stocks have been rising here, Epi, and some teams are starting to realize that, and they are aware. It's a very smart ban from Runa team. Get the Dark Willow out for one move. A little bit surprised it's Dark Willow instead of, say, a Silencer. I
10
think when you see
seconds
Shadow
remaining.
Shaman, in your mind, you're instantly thinking, I want to break the shackles. This guy sucks.
5
Let's pick a
seconds
Shadow.
remaining.
Let's pick a Silencer. But they go with Dark Willow first, which is fair enough. I think you think about the lane of Dark Willow Terrorblade, it is pretty good in poke. Like when Metamorphosis is up with Shadow Realm, there's some good damage that can come in if you are running the offlane Terrorblade. Decent enough control. I like this coming out from one move. It's stable enough, doesn't show too much about your draft. You still keep the Terrorblade safe lane potential open,
Dire
although again,
team
chances are you are leaning towards the off lane. Runa team will get the Disruptor for themselves now, so they do get to steal that one away from one move and get themselves all of the fun stuff that comes with that. They have really good reach now in Runa team. You know, once you have Blinker Aether Lens and Shadow Shaman, Shackles Hex, Glimpse back and someone
10
running
seconds
away
remaining.
can be quite strong. AoE control with Kinetic Field and Static Storm, as we've
5
seen in the last game.
seconds remaining.
Can't fault Runa team for going back to this one or
Radiant
stealing it
team
away here.
pick.
They want to get themselves Doxy here too, so a little bit of a change up here in terms of some of the heroes that they played last game on Runa team. But I have to speak about this Darkwill. I find this hero is very underrated. Bramble Maze,
10
one of the
seconds
most
remaining.
annoying spells I feel in the game. Just how you're able to
5 seconds
create
remaining.
an entire area and root someone in place. I mean, especially the Cursed Crown. Also with the shard upgrade
Radiant
is
team
ever
pick.
so annoying.
No, I agree with you. I feel like, actually, the Bramble Maze itself isn't annoying. I do agree the Shard Maze, the 4 ones, they feel closer. They're much more annoying to try to get out of. So I can agree with that. I am fascinating that you're more annoyed by Dark Bullet than Shadow Shaman. I'm a little bit surprised by that,
Dire
Matthew. Maybe you're a
team
Shadow Shaman player in disguise. Who knows?
Oh,
We'll have a word about that later as the Slardar comes out with the Tusk, looking solid for one move. This is where it's really interesting now, Epi. Is this going to be Slardar mid? Is this going to be Slardar safe with Terrorblade offlane? Are you going to last pick a different mid to come out? It's very,
10
very open on
seconds
one move.
remaining.
And I love the potential of actually keeping that Slardar
5 seconds
on mid.
remaining.
Because if Runa team's not careful, and if they don't kind of work it out, a lot of physical course is still there. Again, we mentioned Razor in the last game. could be fine. Dark Seer lane maybe is not amazing with Surge and Vacuum to try to break your static link. Razor also has minus armor on him with Eye of the Storm. Combine that with Slaughter, combine it with his great presence, could be nice. You will lack some team fight on the side of one move, but at this point you are just going to lack team fight if you will put Terrorblade offlane anyhow. So I don't know if it's a massive issue for them. So I like this coming out from one move. It is like on paper 3 melee heroes when Metamorphosis is down into a Darkseer, which could be annoying, and into a Disruptor with Kinetic Field and Static Storm. So there's a couple of maybe kiting, maybe some team fight issues again coming back in, but on paper this is a solid opening from one move.
Yeah, just look for some damage now for Ruiner Team, because it is just all about control here. Vacuum, Kinetic Field, Shackles. Yeah, that's the Hex too. They just need some DPS now. So what is Ruiner Team going to pick up for DPS here? Off lane. Sorry, not off lane. Mid lane or safe. And it's Moata, which is a hero known to be kind of a little bit like a glass cannon. So got to be very careful and make sure you activate that ultimate. Hopefully get yourself a BKB too, so you don't get disrupted within your ultimate. But yes, this hero, once you're able to get yourself something along the lines of like a Daedalus, for example, it is massive damage.
That it is, and the facets feel a lot better now too, right? Like Dancing with the Dead, still strong, but generally support the new facet that replaces the useless Ofrenda that most people tried to make work on core Muerta because of the added attack. Yeah, look, I used to tell Mike, like, the attack speed's cool. Yeah, it's nice. The AoE was so bloody small. Now, this new facet is really sick. The added dead shot, the lower dead shot cooldown, the added gunslinger chance off of dead shot makes this a really, really strong hero. Like, I feel like Muerta carry is somewhat back. Like this, it's much more viable than it was when you didn't have that facet. So, like seeing this from Ruin Team counteracts the physical burst you have in one move, because you're going to be focusing on right click, Terrorblade, Slardar. Chances are you're looking for a physical core. Your two supports don't really have magical burst. Dark Willow does to an extent, but it's not really burst damage. She does need time to ramp up with that Bedlam to get a kill. So I like the Muerta in that sense. I'm just curious now what they'd want to gun for mid. I love the bans from one move. Taking care of a sneaky Timbersaw, and the Storm Spirit as your hard hold here isn't amazing. They are leaving options like, say, Monkey King into a Slardar lane open, so there is still some strong laning presence that can come out from Runa Team. And again, for the side of Runa Team, we were talking about some quirky mids. They've run some quirky stuff. I don't know if you'd gone for it, but they've done Kotl mid before into a Slardar lane. That could be pretty funny. It's not going to feel all too good to just get spammed out as a Slaughter. You could get out-tempoed. Mind you, that would lead to the damage issue still being there, and you're all in on the Muerta, so you might look for a little bit more scaling instead. Lena's available if you wanted some of that burst. There's Zeus as well if you want the damage against Terrorblade, but Zeus hasn't been too popular. Lena's been a little bit more meta. Instead, it's Tiny again.
Okay.
So we just get that here back in. To be fair, oh no, it was Runa Team that ran Tiny last time, right? And they did lose.
It was, yeah. It was Nicky Cool on the Tiny, and he did all right on the early stage, right? I mean, and then they just dropped off.
That's the exact same argument I think make to Mike. It's like the hero is statistically losing, but I don't think it's the hero's fault, and it certainly wasn't Nicky Cool's fault that they lost the last game. He was trying to find those avalanche toss opportunities. He was winning his mid lane matchup quite fine, but statistically, again, every team I've seen pick up this hero across different regions, Epi, they've lost. Runa Team lost game 1 with that. Primal Beast comes out now for one move, so they'll actually run the safe lane Terrorblade, it looks like. Perhaps. And yes, it's an Eyesight Terrorblade. They're running the Corrupted Primal Beast. Nothing crazy. So, I don't know. I like the draft from one move. I think it's very cool to have the quick draw Muerta from Shigetsu, because I haven't seen the carry Muerta yet in a professional match. I have tried it, and I've played against it, and it's a nuisance. So I do appreciate that for Runa Team. I just don't know if it's enough. Because like you mentioned, it's all about control. Your burst damage is just on this Muerta now for late game.
And I am scared for this Muerta too, because, even though you've got your ultimate where you go into like ethereal form, you've got Primal Beast who can pick you up and slam you into the ground and actually disrupt you during that usage of the ultimate. You've got Tusk as well with Shards and Snowball, Blink Dagger, Slardar, potentially Blink Dagger here too. There's lots of catch utilizing Terrorblade to just rip through with Metamorphosis here. So I am quite a bit concerned for Runa team here.
Yeah, it's not going to be an easy game to leverage all of that. And I think the big difference as well is that your kidnapping strat, that potential for, say, pulling back with last one toss back, you only have toss now. It's not as amazing. I guess you could count, say, the vac wall. Could be one way to go. Or just a vac in general. Maybe you get a good cliff spot to trap people up. You don't really have too much high mobility here on the side of one move, so there is some early shenanigans there. But I feel like for Runa team now, if we were talking about them having to play a very strong early game last time, and this game is even more emphasizing early game, and that's where it gets awkward, because we talk a lot about this Muerta scaling. Muerta is still one of the heroes that, in my opinion, has one of the most awkward power spikes in the game. In lane, it feels pretty meh until you get more levels in the Deadshot, then it starts to feel like it has good harass. And then her first ultimate use, when she pumps that Pierce the Veil without any items, it's like complete trash. And then you get a Maelstrom, it's like somewhat okay. When you get like a Mjolnir up, it starts to feel a lot better. But, you know, its spikes are very awkward as a carry. And if you're trying to play a tempo game here on Runa team, with a safe lane that doesn't necessarily explode at 15 minutes, that could cause some issues. So the timing's going to be a little bit awkward for Runa team. I'm keen on seeing how they correct that, because if they don't find that tempo here, I think you can expect the same thing for one move. Very stable scaling across the board, good synergy in their lineup in terms of their damage output, and if they hold on, then you'll just kind of outscale, especially with its Terrorblade here for Eyesight.
I was meaning to ask as well, is it universally known as the Kidnap strat? Or is that, is that something that you've got?
But I don't know. I just like to call it that way. Maybe it is. It feels like the most simple way of describing it. You are kidnapping someone.
Yeah, no.
I don't know how else to call it. No? The ransom lineup? I don't know. Well, I don't know. Ransom lineup feels like, I don't know, Shadow Demon, because you entrap someone OD. Maybe that's, you could call that the ransom lineup. That could also be kidnapping in a way.
A ransom, you'd be demanding gold though, right?
Yeah. And you're demanding it by sapping away at anyone's will to play the game when you're banished for like 5 seconds. So that could be ransom in and of itself. What's not being ransomed here, Epi, is that mid lane. Of course, you've got the Slaughter versus Tiny. This is a fine matchup for Tiny, and as much as Mike loves to harp on about this being garbage, it's okay in lane here. But Slaughter should have fun. Right? Level 2 is up. You can threaten with Bash for the D. You've got the Crush. You don't have the same clear. It's much more mana intensive for Slaughter to clear out massive sets of creeps. So that's something that Tiny has for him. But when it comes to direct trading, the trade potential for difference is a lot better. We'll see if that develops later on. Already seeing some poke action up top for Shigetsu until the end. Grip does start with that level 1 Shadow Realm. And level 1 for this lane top for one move isn't particularly amazing. You've got Trample up on Corrupted. We'll need like level 2 with the Onslaught. More than likely level 3 with either level 2 Trample or the Value Point Uproar to really feel that kill threat to come in. And besides, if you do commit for the charge up, there's always Glimpse, of course, from till the end. So the aggression to come in from one move isn't that great, but the presence out here as well for the side of Rune Team, again, it's not amazing. I mean, it's a Muerta Disruptor. It's a magical poke, but killing someone off fully, probably not happening unless, you know, like Grip overplays his hand or something. So, not too exciting up top. A little bit more exciting bot. I love this. Look at this. This is what you have to do when you're up against a Shadow Shaman. Poke them away. Get them away from trying to pull. Make their life hell, because I hate the chicken, man. At the least, Queasy's pretty based. Massive Serpent Ward instead of Chicken Fingers. So I like that. He doesn't get his free spell, but he will have a very funny ultimate to use. Always fun to see.
I think this top lane will do okay here with Shigetsu until the end also, because with Primal Beast, obviously, of course, you want to use Onslaught and stay with Trample upon your enemies, but till the end on the Disruptor, he can just glimpse them back, right? So I feel like Primal Beast is definitely going to want to try and get himself a BKB as early as possible so that he's not glimpsed away, and then he's not able to do any damage whatsoever, right? Was meanwhile the Tusk taken out at the bottom there. Tried to attempt to get away there with the eye shards, but with Darkseer joining in the fray there to help get that kill, they pick off the Tusk.
It's a nice little kill for Runa team. Something that isn't fully necessary. You're finding some good farm here on Alberca anyway, but you're also just buying space on one move, right? Like, that's taking away the Iron Shell threat on away from Eyesight, who is very low HP. He wants to just sit there and farm. There is a threat back with Metamorphosis, sure. You get your shards out, you get the tag team on, but the Darkseer can be quite tanky. Though they are being aggressive here with EWC picks.
Oh yeah. Oh, TP. Just able to get out. Fine. That had a snowball though. On Tusk, that would have been a different story.
Would have been a nice pick off to find. And that is Metamorphosis committed out. So on the side of Runa team, you can just kind of sit back a little bit, wait for it to fade away, and start playing again. You do have level 2 Iron Shell. Although again, your combination with Shadow Shaman isn't particularly amazing outside of just shackling someone with 2 Iron Shells on them. So we'll see if that comes into play again if you overstep your bounds here on the side of BB3 picks. Now, the mid lane has still stayed relatively even. The difference is still finding a little bit more to play with, but just marginally so. You are keeping your cool quite nicely on Nikki. And you do manage to snag away both runes. Mind you, it's not so important for difference, but because of a bottle, it is a mild nuisance. But again, he has a lot of regen in the river. This was one of the heroes that did feel like it should have been more popular with Wandering Water's initial launch, and I instantly picked the Slardar. Just anecdotally, I picked up the Slardar. I was like, oh, it's going to be cool in the jungle. It doesn't feel that much. I mean, with the Ag, sure, it's going to be amazing, but it's not as impactful as you think. But on the mid lane, those extra points of regen, of course, matters a ton. So the bottle, the water rune at the very least, really not so important for difference. I'm surprised he actually went for bottle over something like maybe a soul ring, just to have that mana spam available for himself.
Yeah, and maybe a kill into Corrupted here. Dead shot in 3 more seconds. Onslaught forward with the trample there. There's no glimpse to take back the Primal Beast, but still able to get the kill nonetheless. Shigetsu on 120 HP. Can he avoid the Shadow Round? Running around in the trees. No, he cannot. Not even with the Iron Branch. But it might be a kill here onto the Dark Willow. It will be. Vengeance kill for Shigetsu. 2 for 1.
Very, very brave move out from the side of one move. Corrupted going all in that. I mean, it does land him the where to kill, sure, but she soaks up the EXP. You're lagging a little bit behind on that.
Snowball there, disrupting the shackles. It's rotation now from Grip, but look at that, the surge away. They have rooted in place Queasy. He's still okay though. He's still alright. Alberca coming back here. He's got level 3 Iron Shell. And even with that rotation, that does leave the Primal Beast on his own now, and he is feeling the pressure from the Disruptor here.
And he is. Timely save coming out from BB3 picks. Maybe a bit optimistic to look for the full kill. There is an opportunity to rotate for power runes. Dice roll now. That's who gets lucky. And you do lose
Nikki.
that dice roll on difference.
There's rune. That might help get a pick off for Nikki.
Should line up to something. He's got the 6, he's got the burn, he's got the additional damage up top.
Corrupted might be dead here. I mean, rotation here from BB3P. Oh, Snowball. Nice job stopping the glimpse, but a lovely dead shot there too. Is Disruptor going to get away here? No, the Shadow Realm will find the kill. Queasy does not have the range there for the Shackles either. So not able to grab the Primal Beast.
And a nice little hit and run. Not the most meaningful kill in the world, but again,
Radiant's
off
middle
that death for
tower is
Corrupted.
under attack.
Does need something to try to compensate. Equalizes him in terms of EXP here at the very least for our Primal Beast. And again, just keeps things even. The Arsenal, a decent enough starting point again on the Rune team. Very similar to how game 1 went, where off lane of Alberca is finding good farm. Shigetsu's finding decent farm up top. We'll go for what looks to be the Maelstrom first, with power threads already set to come in. No shenanigans over the Shrines of Wisdom either, just a direct 1-for-1 trade. So no excitement early on. I think, again, the concern here for Runa team is, are you giving eyesight too much space? This is a Terrorblade. Sure, the illusions were nerfed down a bit, but if you're playing with your illusions instead of sending them across the map, you do still have damage. You do clear out camps fairly quick, and eyesight does have the level 3 conjure image up, so it's a lot more consistent for him to just play in that bot jungle. No forward ward set up here from Rune Team. In fact, you do have some good defensive wards watching the gate, watching if anyone's sneaking into that bottom area in the long route for yourself. And one move is already setting up top as well. Take the Watcher, drop a deeper ward as they apply slow pressure onto the tier 1, not a quick push out from one move, as their siege lineup isn't particularly impressive, to be fair. I think that's one thing that, again, Rune Team has in spades. They've got the Shadow Shaman. They don't have level 6 yet, but once that massive serpent ward is up, there is some opportunities here to just shrink that map, and you will have to do it quick. And it's still early days for that now, but I'm expecting by, say, 10 to 12 minutes, you should be able to at least siege down bot and on mid, because otherwise you're just handing too much space out.
That's a dead Dark Willow. The Ion Shell. Oh. And Grip. Is Grip able to get away? Vacuum there too.
Oh, wow.
They will commit the Wall of Replica for that kill. Okay, fair enough. Meanwhile, on the top lane, they actually find the kill onto Muerta. Muerta dead, though Corrupted is going to be pulled back here with the glimpse. Underneath this tier 1 tower, Nikki has Avalanche in 3 more seconds, but the Shackle's there from Queasy, and that is a kill with the Tree Toss.
And again, it does look like a big sacrifice from one move. It's basically 2 euros traded out for that safe lane Muerta, but throwing off this Muerta's timings, as we've talked about, is super important. Right, this hero just has some really awkward spikes. Just a stalled out Maelstrom, stalled out farm timing can really heavily impact the hero. Still some opportunities though.
Difference being thrown back here. He's still okay though. They have themselves... No, they don't have any mana for a glimpse here actually. Any more spells are used. Oh, okay, there we go. One charge. Difference is still okay. Oh, never mind. Avalanche and the big physical attack there from Nikki. Finding the kill. Alberca getting very low there. Only 200 HP. Just surviving through it all. A toss forward from Queasy with the shackles. Avalanche there again. Corrupted. He's trying to get away, but Nikki able to find the kill there. Double kill for him. They're going to attempt to go for more. The dead shot. It will connect there onto the Dark Willow. Attempting to flee. Grip. Will he get back? No, he's pulled back there by the glimpse till the end. Helping so much here with his team to lock down one move and also pull them back and just tally on the kills. And now they're going to get themselves a middle tier 1 tower here too. So very good here right now for Rune Team.
Yeah, very smart out from Rune Team. I will say, I like that the little set of moves coming out from one move. You saw a difference. He was playing with that Thunder Strike, standing on that ramp, trying to ensure that if he does get glimpse back, there's going to be a little bit of Fog of War he could play with the high ground, not quite far enough for him to stand in that ramp though. They still had vision when he came back in. But there was some really cute stuff going on there from one move. They do end up streaming in 1 by 1 a tad bit. And you are seeing, again, that hold potential for the side of Rune Team start to kick in. Their single target hold is phenomenal. That reach is phenomenal with a glimpse, with the shackles, and the follow-up hex. There's a lot you can play with for the side of Rune Team. And those kills do bounce back the game. 2k lead coming out for them, 3 to 8. Mid-tier 1 tower sieges we were talking about to have to come in is there. Just need... And the bot's already gone anyhow. So you are opening up that map. This is around the same things that were happening in Game 1. The key thing now for Rune Team is, the big difference we have to see, is they need to apply that map pressure. You have to see some deep wards if possible. You have to try to invade that bot jungle. Let's see if they can. They haven't been able to really cross that far deep down south. A little bit of a smoke out from the side of one move. Not really grouped up with the rest of the forest. Maybe just a bit of a warding run here. But Rune Team are starting to get aggressive. They've got the massive serpent ward here ready.
Do they see him? Do they see? They don't see the tusk. In behind the trees. There we go. The smoke broke there. BB3. He is out of there. But I gotta say, this seems a little bit like what happened in Game 1, you know? A 4v5 situation here from one move, and Eyesight just farming up here, not being heavily harassed, and then all of a sudden it's 30-minute mark and he comes out, starts decimating the team here. So as long as they can survive here on one move, it might be the same story that we see within Game 1 being replicated in Game 2. I mean, yes, they get themselves a kill there on Dark Willow, but what will it help them achieve?
Not much. I mean, you don't have an objective to play for on mid. You still have the massive Serpent Ward ready on Queasy. Just need to kind of find an angle, and perhaps the smoke starts to provide some answers. You are playing relatively far forward here for Eyesight. Tier 2 is there to cut off the smoke just a little bit more, but there are some flank angles here for the side of Runa team. Don't fully have the blink on Nikki Cool, though.
Under attack.
Be able to get a lovely wrap around here. Oh, smoke is going to break. Oh, Eyesight. He's still underneath that tier 2 there. The rotations are going to come in. The glimpse there is actually going to push back the Slardar. And they're going to turn it forward. That Metamorphosis actually finding the kill there onto the Tiny. Look at that. As now they've got themselves the shackles there, but the big Serpent Ward, it will be taken down. The Tusk is still alive. The Snowball coming forward. The Walrus Punch there too. How the hell is this Tusk still alive? Is there able to find Queasy there with the Metamorphosis? No, Queasy's still alive. They do find themselves the Dark Seer as Disruptor going to be found there too, and they lose themselves 4 here on Runa. What a turn of events there. It could have been a lovely pick off there on Terrorblade, but just able to get underneath that tier 2. Move around the tree line, and the rotations there from one move to help their carry. Perfect.
Big yes wrong on Runa team. Right, the smoke pop. They were thinking that he'd run forward a little bit further top, but he just hugs the tree line smartly here on Eyesight, getting a glimpse of that vision early on. And again, this is an issue with the rotation for Runa team right now. They didn't have the Blink Dagger ready on Nikki Cool, so when the smoke broke, they had no way of instantly gap closing. The glimpse back on the Slaughter was nice. I'm not sure if that fully helps you, because it looked like they could have at least focused on the Slaughter, but Eyesight's positioning was just perfect. Across the tree line, getting vision from his team. At least one blessing is that Queasy dies to the neutral creeps, as you see there. There's little boglets getting some work done. Don't want to disturb the boglets in the bog. But 6-9, very nice scoreline. 1k lead for one move. And that advantage you had on Runa team just gone, which is the concerning part. Your Muerta isn't matching up to the Terrorblade, especially after Eyesight finds those kills. Manta style now for Eyesight, not too far off. The massive Serpent Ward, while it is intimidating, up against Illusion heroes and high natural Agi heroes as well, is not particularly impressive. Eyesight just focuses down, very easy to pick up, and it's just more gold to bleed away. So for Runa team, the idea in the smoke was correct. You probably should have waited the additional 1 more minute for the blink to be up, but they are doing things better than game 1, right? We were talking about what they needed to do, apply pressure on Eyesight. They did. It didn't pan out, but you know, they're doing the right thing, just not maybe in the right way.
Some smoke here from Grit and Difference. They do find Corrupted here. Put himself in a kinetic field. That will be the Primal Beast dead. Meanwhile, now Difference trying to retreat. He has been glimpsed back. The dead shot there, lovely usage from the Muerta. But look at that movement speed. He is just out of there with that haste rune. There's Nikki on the other hand. Or there with an avalanche and Toss grabbing the dog below. So they will find 2 here on Runa. Something. Meanwhile, though, big kill onto the Disruptor. Taken out there, easy peasy by Difference. Corrosive Haze.
Nice and simple pickup. And the Slaughter is just S to deal with. Just timely rune coming out there for Difference for sure. Even then, just having Guardian Sprint on, being able to turn with the Slytherin Crush without any BKBs. Of course, still early days for some BKBs here on Runa team. Does make that a challenge. You're still happy enough. You find that nice kill on Corrupted. It's been a very slow game for our Primal Beast here. Gonna need that quick timing on BKB like you called for earlier on, just because of all the interrupts available on that Pulverize. Until then, it's not gonna be a massive threat. For one move though, all of that action again happens very far away from Eyesight. In comparison to Runa team having to bring Shigetsu in, have this Muerta part of the activity, is nice to kind of soak some kills up herself, but that is taking away from key jungle farm, key lane farm, that you really need to start to find here on Shigetsu. Working onto that full Mjolnir, at the very least, start building up. But Roche fully open now for one move. Runa team are smoked up. They're running right across the river. It is going fairly quick, though.
I don't know if they can get it in time. They're getting here pretty quick. The blink ready for Nikki. He might be able to get a double avalanche. Never mind. They're actually going to go for the Dark Blow here instead. Just a dead shot coming out there. They've got the glimpse too. That is going to be a dead Dark Willow. This Queasy
for now. He's able to activate that mass serpent board there and try and get away from the Metamorphosis, but he will be found there by the Tusk. Tusk hiding in the trees now. He's pretty low, but they do find the kill onto the Slardar. As Disruptor getting pretty low here too from these illusions. Still okay. He's going to be pulled back there. The dead shot there coming out. Avalanche to pierce the veil. It will find the kill onto the Primal Beast.
Find everything they could possibly ask for Runa Team. And for one move, that could have been a lot worse. The fact that the fight opens up onto Grip first, just a solo avalanche, a little bit of an awkward blink angle does provide some openings. Grip still contesting.
Yes, not going to do much there. There is a amplified damage rune on the river if they want to try and take that. Yeah, Aegis going to the hands of Nikki. And funnily enough, we saw BB3 there get himself the amplified damage rune, just obliterate the Disruptor there with a Forest bonus. Just out of nowhere.
You take what you can get here on the side of one move for Runa Team. This is them reeling back that tempo, right? Again, it's not a massive lead by any means, as you also lose Queasy now, because your support's being eaten up by Corrupted. But this is your opportunity to try to get some business done. And again, you have some power here on Shigetsu. Has enough for the Hyperstone to come in at the very least. Not quite the full Mjolnir yet. Only 500 gold away at that point. You've got to get things going before the BKB start to fly up. Because we're seeing Difference farm one. We're seeing Corrupted farm one a little bit further away again for the Primal Beast. You're getting even eyesight now onto BKB. And once those BKBs are up, you don't have that debuffing T-Pierce here for Runa Team in comparison to Game 1. You are reliant on a lot of magical burst here as well. Counting the Tiny, the Muerta, the Ion Shells. Like you are, the BKBs will ruin that for you with that magic res. So, Runa Team can't afford to just fully farm during this Aegis. We'll see if they can find some opportunities. You miss out on trying to catch out, as Difference does manage to TP away. But they can start to secure safe map. Still half a minute away until Tormentor could be one they go for. Looks like maybe they're looking down bot as well. Just a tad bit here.
Oh. Shadow Realm just activated in time there. Trying to flee now away from Queasy. There's Difference found here. Doesn't have himself anyway. He's stuck within this kinetic field. This should be a kill onto the Slardar unless he has insane movement speed. Yeah, he will be found by the Ion Shell.
It's a bigger pick-off, much more important. Again, stalling out some of these BKBs. Right now, one move has kind of put all of their eggs into the eyesight basket. Just all in on the Terrorblade so far. And the BKBs are still ways off. Transition from that pick-off into the Tormentor quite nicely here. And Free Shard is going to make a massive difference. It does go out till the end, so you do have that little bit of vision coming out with the Thunderstrike being dropped on the ground. Can give some information, maybe break a smoke or two. Quite handy. It has been nerfed quite a fair bit, but still does the job. Even though you don't get as much in terms of like the vision AoE any longer, you still appreciate that as a freebie. Widening that lead up to 4K for Runa Team. So things have been swinging back. Again, this is still within the realm of what happened in Game 1 though, Epi. We saw around a 4K lead, 2 to 4K lead last time for Runa Team at most. And again, if they misuse this Aegis timing, I don't think the game changes. So, have to see a little bit more. Mjolnir up for Shigetsu, but it's not enough for the Muerta to be a beast. It is the beginnings, though, of that damage output really ramping up. Hurricane Pike next. Maybe a decent game to consider perhaps the BKB. Like, the AoE hold has been annoying. I think getting caught and terrorized has been a pretty big part as well of one move success. Although you will still be crying if Corrupted can get onto you with his own BKB. So maybe you just don't want to have to get it if you know there's one debuffing T-Pierce here for the side of one move. They are getting some movement across the map for Runa Team. Again, they have some understanding that aggression has to kick in. Just needs to find the target. But they're slippery. One move are fairly slippery. I mean, if the only thing you see is a Slardar who has Guardian Sprint running, then you can't really hope to catch, especially if you're that far away here on Nikki Pool.
Some big items now, though, for one move. 2 BKB on the Primal Beast, and now BKB on the Terrorblade, and they're actually going to smoke up here and try and find something. I mean, Eyesight, he still hasn't been taken out here. 2-0-3.
Radiant's bottom
Moment.
tower
They are going
is
to
under
try and
attack.
siege for this tier 2 tower, but one move are going to respond straight away onto this Darkseer. He is gone! Deleted from the
Radiant's
realm.
middle tower is under
And
attack.
so will the ginormous Serpent Ward. It'll be departed.
Yeah, just like that. That's a lot of gold to bleed out. Like from 4K lead down to just 2. Serpent Board being worth, what, around 400 gold for that one pick-off as well. 250 to around 400. I can't remember my numbers right. In that range. It's a lot of money to fly back, and that's you playing with the Aegis. I'm surprised you're not fully committing for these moves on Rena team. Right, like they're playing with this, but they're not dragging the Muerta. They're preferring to get that farm. Shigetsu is going back for the BKB, like we were talking about here. So he does realize that even though the threat of Pulverize is there, you can't risk it with all the other spells till the end.
Still okay for the time being, and one move they are going to disengage it. They don't have themselves Metamorphosis, so fighting this wouldn't be the greatest choice right now, and indeed they will disengage.
Dire are scanning.
Still hanging around the area. This Invis rune on difference, maybe giving them some confidence to try to get a jump in, but does go out of it as well. So not too much lost, just wasting some time. And again, you are stalling for space. Shigetsu now just about 500 gold away from his own BKB. Will be a difference maker to an extent. Have to see if Corrupted can hang on to the Pulverize and nail that one important target later on. And damaging the Blaster as well, though. Queasy picking it up isn't really terrifying, so at the least it's not in the Muerta, as the Aegis has expired. So you've waited out that time on one move well. And look at the net worth again, Epi. Down to just 1k once more.
Yeah.
4k peak. They couldn't get much done with that Aegis at all.
I think this is a little bit different though with game 1. I mean, even though we've got Eyesight just farming up exactly what he did in game 1 and then going to come out and be a monster, Shigetsu
Radiant
is on
are scanning.
a kind of different hero this time, because with Bristleback it kind of died down in the early stage, right? And Muerta, the only way is up on this hero. I mean, they take down Queasy on the bottom lane here. Very easy pick-off.
Dire's bottom tower
Yeah, I do
is under
agree.
attack.
Like, it's not as doom and gloom into that scaling. Again, the Muerta, as the game goes on, does get pretty
Dire's
damn
bottom tower
intimidating.
has fallen.
But I don't know, it gets difficult into the BKBs. It gets
Dire's
difficult
bottom
as
tower
magic res
is under
comes
attack.
online. Your burst damage does kind of taper away. Whereas for Eyesight, they get fighting into that. Oh,
They have found just able to get off Snowball in time, but I think we'll be still dead here. Yeah, Shigetsu able to get the kill. They've got the Wall of Replica as well. They want to go on the aggressive here onto Rumor. The BKB there from Eyesight is going to attempt to TP away. Will be able to get out successfully. So they're still on the hunt here, Queasy. Finding grip there with the Hex. Trying to get the shackles now. There we go. Stopping the fear. As they'll find 2 there, taking out both the supports here from one move. Thankfully, the cause will get away.
they will.
Ooh,
2
one
supports
less.
plus a BKB charge. Not too bad. Poking on difference. It's too speedy, though. Oh. Corrupted.
Oh, okay.
That's pretty brave.
It is, isn't it? And a toss back into the kinetic field. He does have himself a BKB, though. And that might be disrupted dead. Yes, it is, along with Darkseer there, too. Look at that. Taking down 2. One move. Able to turn it back around there and say, get the hell off me.
That's a lot better for one move again. Like a while ago you traded 2 supports, this time you got a 4 for your trouble. Again, it's costing you BKB charges. So that might make you think twice, but in this kind of game, it doesn't feel like the shorter BKBs are that much of an issue. I mean, yes, you get more window
Dire's
for
middle tower
you
is
get
under
at
attack.
the lowest BKB charge, you'll have 2 free seconds of Pierce the Veil. They pop it during or earlier before Pierce the Veil. You'll have that allowance here for Shigetsu, but I think just dodging out the initial controls is the part through now. You are again seeing that early spray, that brave move from Corrupted paying off in a massive way. The AoE damage, like we were talking about, that just kicks into this draft is intense. And that's
Radiant's middle
without
tower
more
is
of the
under
upgrades, right?
attack.
There's still this
Scanning.
potential for difference to go for the Ags, which he is.
Dire's top
You've got the
tower is
potential
under
for
attack.
even the Ags on Corrupted as well. He is prioritizing the Shivas first. So that jump in from just 2 cores just rips them apart. If you had that little bit of the uproar upgrade, or the little lines across the ground, it's just so much more damage as well. It's something to worry about on the side of Renna Team. Roche is up. That could be the good one for Renna Team. If they can secure that objective once more, they're going to have to force the fight out from one move. They at least, again, know that the BKBs are there and know that they've whittled down a charge.
Radiant's top tower
It might
is
give
under
them
attack.
some angles to find. You see, though,
Radiant's top
as
tower has
it's
fallen.
been a bit of struggle for the side of Ren Team. Again, they've only found really support kills.
Dire's
These
bottom
cores have just
tower
been
is
given
under attack.
a very relaxing game so far.
Able to fly very soon as
Radiant's
well
top
for
tower
eyesight.
is under attack.
Nice on the Terror Blade.
Dire's
Just
bottom tower
increase
is
the
under
amount of
attack.
damage that you can do in the Metamorphosis, and especially with the Corrosive Haze coming out of the difference, it is menacing how much damage you
Dire's
can do on
middle
this Terror
tower
Blade.
is under attack.
Yeah, it is. And the timings lining up for one move
Radiant's
just,
top tower
again,
is
feel
under attack.
a lot stronger. They are trying to get that split push for the massive Serpent Ward.
Dire's
There's a little bit of that
structures
at the
are
very
fortified.
least. A long smoke from one move. Look at the line drawn all the way on that top
Dire's
flank.
middle tower
See
is
if they can
under
find
attack.
the angle.
Top
Tier
tower
2's
has
fallen. They should know something's up with no one responding.
Oh, they make a smoke of
as
their
well for
own.
any team.
Yeah. Who's going to be the first one to engage here? They're on the low ground in the river here. Nicky, he's got the surge upon him. Oh, Corrupted coming forward
my
here. and a
God.
Massive roll! The fear! Oh my god! Rumor team have just been decimated within mere seconds. We need to see a replay of what the hell happened in that with Corrupted. Oh my gosh, Paul with a pulverize there, affecting 4, then the fear from Grip. That was Chef's kiss.
And it feels like we've seen this situation before. It's almost like game 1, where it was around a triangle. Right? They were smoked up. Both sides were smoked up. They were fighting from the low ground again on Renna Team. And you had the flank angle out for one move. They have the high ground, as is so, as you attribute to Star Wars. Very strong position to hold. Never want to fight into the high ground, and Renna Team pays the price. Again, we're talking about how menacing this jump in from the Primal Beast and the Slaughter is. You see it in full effect.
Dire's
Everyone
middle
clumped
tower
up in
has
such a
fallen.
tight spot. All the BKB is up. Static Storm does nothing. And now you're 6k behind. You still have 2 outer towers left, but
Dire's
Age is
middle
up
tower
on this
is under
Terrorblade.
attack.
Shiva's up on the Primal Beast. Your options are growing a little bit short here on Renna Team. It's becoming hard to play these fights. They still have the back wall if they want to try here.
Another line from Toss there, connecting onto 2. They do find the Tusk, which is very nice. Sunder coming back onto Nicky. And they've got a wall of replicate onto 3. They've got the illusions. Terrorblade getting lower and lower. He does have himself the Aegis, but the BKB hasn't been expended. Gonna try and TP away now. Nicky not able to get the kill. So we've got Corrupted here coming in with the BKB there. They're able to take down the Disruptor. Is now trying to find Moeta there, who's getting lower and lower. Has the BKB, the Shackles there, onto Corrupted. Able to turn it around there and get the kill. As Grip coming here with the buyback. TPing there on the outpost as Shadow Shaman able to survive through it with that foul play. Not able to be found, and Nicky coming back in, taking the kill there onto Grip, and Grip will fall.
That's a pretty nice trade coming out for Renna Team. They get the die back on Grip. They managed to force out, maybe a little bit of a mistake from Eyesight. Forced the TP away instead of trying to utilize the Aegis. Did not have Metamorphosis coming out anytime soon. I think that was his concern. If he died, he'd have like 20 seconds to wait for the next meta. So it doesn't want to have to commit that way. And in the end, just do manage to back off. Still a really nice opening for Renna Team. They're starting to get some damage back in. As the Crystallis on Shigetsu is starting to speed things up. The full Revenant's reach out for Nicky Pool doesn't mean the right click is a threat from Tiny. Will get themselves the free Tormentor though. The nice fun rock throw up now for Corrupted, which is, it can be useful for some long range reach, although chances, I mean, okay, if you can set up for it into a blink attack, could be quite nice actually, thinking about it, might be actually very impactful here. Some key timings as well for one move off of that fight. Hurricane quite fully done for Eyesight. I believe the Axe is coming in as well for difference, and it is. So this is when the Slaughter gets silly at me. They did buff up the regen values on that Slaughter Ags. They have a lot of water to play with.
Yeah.
As they're maybe running top.
Yeah, Laura's punch and the snowball
Jeez.
with the tag team. Oh, Shigetsu gets decimated there. Looks like Disruptor's going to be 2. Oh my god, just the timing of that Warriors punch. How long? Like, airtime 1 second and 1 second, 0.75. It feels a lot longer there.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And it does. You're just stuck up and you can't do anything. And that's without Metamorphosis being committed.
Dire's
Just the
top
Demon
tower has
Zeal
fallen.
on Eyesight. And this Terrorblade has felt so annoying to play into with Demon Zeal up. Like, this hero is actually obnoxiously
Dire's
strong,
top
even in
tower is
melee
under
form
attack.
nowadays. Tanks to that shard. Get the free siege onto the high ground as well with a meta commitment. And again, you still have a minute and a half on the Aegis. They will have respawns. They do have the buyback if really needed on our Muerta, but they're just going to have to surrender away. Just a quick siege for one move. And that's just the Terrorblade up front. Look at the rest of one move. So far back. They know they can afford to play this safe as well.
Yeah. Oh, look at a nice Manta dodge. Glimpse there. Now going for the second tier 3. They do have themselves another glyph. Glimpse ready in around about 5 seconds. They will disengage as Muerta is spawning back. So nice job there from one move. He's just going to expire soon too. 50 seconds on that.
Yeah, but you're getting more damage out in exchange for Eyesight. Going into the Daedalus soon. Rena team, this could be the time you're looking for. If they can sit through the Aegis right before it expires, get that kill. Open up this game for them. Again, pretty blind on the map, no vision set down, are running the long way. And if you catch Corrupted, it's not the biggest kill. That is not what you're exactly gunning for. You wanted a little bit more than that. Even finding Corrupted, I mean, he has the gate. He's going to connect with his team. They dodged that smoke beautifully. And that wasn't under any sort of ward as well. Just a very clear move as no one's fixing top lane. No one's correcting for that lost Rax. And now one move can go with their own counter smoke. They have had such a good read as to what Rena team's been doing this entire time, in this entire series. Just so smart with how they smoke and how they position on the map so far.
Yeah.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen. Dire are scanning.
Funnily enough, the scan there comes out for the illusions. Did I see that right? That Runa actually committed a... Oh no, it wasn't Runa who committed the scan. Never mind.
It's alright.
I got it mixed up. I was wondering, because the scan was so far away from the rest of the heroes, so I was a bit confused as to, bloody hell, the scan range must be
Dire
big then.
are scanning.
Yeah, it's a bit funky. And there goes the Rena scan, not finding anything. So again, very far from the heroes, but at least tells them information. Although they're playing right into that information right now in Rena team. Not the best spot, but this is the high ground. Could be easier for them to disengage and re-engage if you force this issue on the side of one move. There's that Ags we were mentioning. More AoE damage to contend with. Some breaks on hand as well.
Dire's bottom tower
That
is
can
under
really
attack.
ruin your day here, especially if you lose access to your gunslinger. And that break just takes away so much of your DPS.
Nicky's being given the surge, but he doesn't want to commit yet. One mover not showing here, and that tier 2 tower is gone now, so that protection. They're free to move around one move. And with that, Runa will disengage from this area. Try and get away. Uh-oh. Queasy has been found. That's a dead Queasy.
A little bit unfortunate. He had to hang back. No buyback, but respawn is short. I believe the courier did manage to spot him a little bit earlier on before they started to move in here for one move.
Dire's bottom tower
Nice little
is under
freebie.
attack.
That's it. They go straight in here on this bottom tier 3. Don't know if 30 seconds is enough time for this Shadow Shaman to come back in. They're just 4 right now. Oh, and Corrupted coming forward there and instantly taking down Shigetsu and has no buyback here, and that is a disaster for the side of Runa team, as it definitely looks to be game here now. They're going to go for the tier 4s. The buybacks are committed here for both Tiny and Dogs here, but already one tier 4 is gone. They've got the wall, but it's going to do absolutely nothing. I mean, snowball return here with the Lotus Orb. But Alberca stuck within the Bramble Maze is found. Mickey trying to at least get something here in the back lines, but absolutely finds nothing. It is a rampage for Eyesight. And GG is called. Game 2 will go to One Move.
Very clean series coming out from One Move. Again, having a good understanding of especially how Renna team's been moving around. I think it's the way One Move have been finding these wins by reading the smoke positions, knowing how to work the map, knowing where and what angle to take for their own smoke plays has been really, really sick to see. And I think they also just have had themselves some really strong coordination across the course, right? Like the jump ins we're seeing there from Corrupted and from Difference, the connections these two made in this game, in game number 2, were amazing. That led to a lot of free kills, heck, even just full team fights coming out from the Pulverize, from the Crush, and, you know, the support spells coming through was just fantastic. So One Move certainly coming out as the better team here. Unfortunate for Renna Team Epi having to drop into the lower bracket, but they're not out. They are still on the road to the Esports World Cup. It's just a longer road now through that lower bracket, and hoping for the best. They'll have to hope for the best now, with every single match there being for elimination. But One Move keeping that hope alive. And it's like we were talking about to start off the series, Epi. With all the big dogs gone, it is a very big opportunity for some of our other teams that have been nipping at their heels this entire year to finally get a slot in. And for One Move, that's a strong statement to make with his first series.
Yeah, they did really well. I mean, communicated fantastically. I was a very big fan of what happened on the river with that lovely synergy of Corrupted coming in, and then you've got the Sliverine Crush there too to set up for a fear. It was absolutely mesmerizing to watch. But yeah, we can have a look at the bracket and see what has been progressing so far. As you can see, One Move, they move up here within the quarterfinals, and the first series on the A stream is still going down. Na'Vi versus Espoiled is still ongoing there, so we'll wait to see who comes up against One Move. We don't know that for sure, but our next series is going to be Cybergoose versus Liga Team. Now, we've got a long wait, considering that we've just finished this first series very quickly, and I believe it is going to be a 3-hour wait. No, 2-hour wait, sorry, 2-hour wait.
I was like, oh my goodness, I didn't notice that. 2 hours, still fine, enough time to set up, to relax, to chill out for the next series. We'll see, of course. Should be an exciting one, but we'll both have to take a little bit of a long one here. It's been John Xfar along with Epi Danos. We'll take a long break, and we'll be back for that series of Cybergoose and Liga Team in a few hours.
honest living, but hey.
3, 2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go.
Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and know will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I know one of life antithesis of you. The fire in my heart will only grow. If you shut the gates, I'll burn you down. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. If you shoot, I'll take it. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. If you shoot, I'll take it. I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da.
2, 1, go. 3, 2, 1, go. Three, two, 1, go.
Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand up from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Don't let it shake me, no. die. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Let it break me till it's over. Let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and nor will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. The fire in my heart will only grow. If you shut the gates, I'll burn them down. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted.
go. 3, 2, 1, go. Three, two, 1, go.
Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of light, the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and know will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of life, antithesis of you. The fire in my heart will only grow. If you shut the gates, I'll burn them down. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how
Hello everybody, welcome back to the Esports World Cup with myself, Epidamnos, and joining me is John Xfire. We're coming in for Series 2 of the day. Of course, it is going to be Liga Team versus Cybergoose. How are you feeling for this one, John?
This is going to be an exciting one. Of course, we've already had our first use. We have the bracket developing already slowly throughout this day, as it is day one of our road to the Esports World Cup for Eastern Europe, and you can take a look at those results. Again, we had Na'Vi taking that 2-1 to Esports, going all the way for 3 games, and one move taking out Runa Team, and a very clean 2-0 for them, moving up to the quarterfinals, up against each other now. And of course, for this round, we've got Team Next Level up against Qualifiers on our main stream, and for our stream, we've got Cybergoose up against Liga Team. Again, it is double elimination as well, so there is a lower bracket, and the teams that have lost in the first round of 8 here are still going to play in the lower brackets as well. So there's still opportunities to move on for the teams that have taken the initial loss, but the road does become a lot longer to the Esports World Cup for them. And for us in this matchup, it's going to be really interesting to see here, Epi, because Cybergoose, again, they've had a lot, well, not a lot of qualifiers, but there are recent qualifiers that did happen or road to another tournament. And that one, Cybergoose dropped down early into the lower bracket and then had this insane run in the lower bracket. They beat out literally every team. They made it all the way back to the grand finals, only to get dropped 3-0 by Aurora. Guess what? This tournament for Cybergoose, no Aurora. They never managed to face against Liga Team, though, in that other qualifier, so this should be a fun one to watch. Coming into it, though, with that performance out from Cybergoose, I'd expect Solo and Boys to be the favorites coming in, but you can never count a team out, especially not in Eastern Europe here, Epi.
Yeah, and they also made their way through all of the open qualifiers for this in order to get themselves into the closed qualifiers too, so they did lose one game down in the semi-finals, but they were able to qualify. But it's been a smooth run for Cybergoose here at the moment with, of course, Liga Team. They were invited into the closed qualifiers. But yeah, if both these teams haven't gone ahead against each other, we'll both be very excited to see how this series pans out.
Yeah, and I'm keen on seeing, again, what kind of different changes we see in the drafts here. It does feel like there's been a lot of experimentation coming out from some of the teams. We're seeing, again, a little bit more of some of that secret sauce that a few regions have already started to prioritize. We've been seeing some Oracle bans, we've been seeing some Bat Rider pickups, we've been seeing Tiny lose as well. That's one thing here as well, Epi. It's on track to keep its rate. Good old Michael Phoenix is going to be clapping his hands if he's even awake at this point, at the fact that Tiny's just not winning any games. And I'm keen on seeing if any of these teams have adjusted to that. Again, I'd like to see that Oracle come in, or at least if it doesn't come in, I'd like to see the Oracle banned out. I'd like to see more Bat Rider, because he is hilarious. Stoked and Arsonist are really cool facets. I'd like to see... the Muerta's fine. The Muerta's cool. More on core, if you're going to run Muerta, I think that's really cool. If it's just plain old support, it's kind of boring. It's old hat, so to speak. It's just something you've seen before. Maybe you start to dig in a little bit more onto people coming back to the Nagasaran support. That's also something that's kind of made its way back in the pool. So there's a lot of stuff. There's a lot of adjustments that I'd expect, especially since, again, Cybergoose had a very deep run in that road to another tournament, the road to the TI, of course, just happening recently here for Eastern Europe. So they have that experience to back it up. Liga did go decently far, not the furthest you could possibly hope to go. They did place 5th to 6th, so not too far in, not too far down either, kind of middle of the road for them. And I'd like to see if they've managed to do some research from those matches as well. Still taking a little bit of time for us to get into that draft, having a couple of classic connection issues that we tend to face here, Epi, but it should be a fun one once it does get on.
So what is the common heroes that we've been seeing at the moment throughout the open qualifying? I'm trying to try and see if I can get
Shadow
some
Shaman,
statistics.
Tiny, that's been losing. Shadow Shaman. We've been seeing a lot of Kunkka. Gyrocopter carry, Terrorblade off lane has been one, or safe lane. Again, that flex has been there. I don't think it's shifted too hard in comparison to the last meta, to be fair. I think it's still relatively in line, but certainly just some touches here and there. Monkey King being banned out. TA being a top tier ban as well, Bristleback still being very common between 1 and off lane, Beastmaster being highly popular, Enigma being a cheeky last pick if you're allowed to slide away if it's not banned out, has been pretty popular as well. I think those are the big ones, which feels like almost the same heroes from the last patch. Storm Spirit on mid, it's still really solid as well. So overall, like the most common things that pop out are still common from last patch. It's the new additions that are really cool, right? Like again, like Bat Riders, pretty fantastic. Shadow Shaman getting priority is relatively new. Handing that over to it. Undying has been a little bit cool as well, Epi, if that is something that comes out here.
Is it core or is it support?
It is. We've seen it offlane, actually. We've seen offlane Undying, and it's been a little bit funny to see that because it kind of crushes. It's ridiculous how much presence Undying has, and the funny thing is the hero didn't get changed too much in this patch, right? Like his decay didn't get changed. I believe he did get changes on Soul Rip, which it's something, but I didn't think that would push the hero to the edge, and it certainly is somewhat showing up. So I want to see if that tech carries in. I don't think either of these teams have played the offlane Undying. Actually, I take that back. They have. Malik has run it on Liga at least one time. So some of that tech's lined up. We'll see, as we should have the draft coming up shortly, and we should be able to take a gander as to what these teams have in store for us. And we'll see some of those adjustments coming in short order, as we do, again, have that draft on hand. Naga Siren being banned by Cyber Goose. And there you go, Undying being banned by Liga team. So, no, we're not going to see that slip out. I'm wondering if Bristleback, Beastmaster, Shadow Shaman are going to be taken out here. And the TA. I think the TA goes without mentioning because it's been so strong for so long. There you go, Shadow Shaman gone. We'll get a TA Beastmaster. AA is a funnier one that I think is being prioritized, which is, it's a little bit stranger to see AA banned because I haven't really seen teams pick healing heroes into it. And I guess there's value in its laning. People have recognized how strong Ice Vortex can be in certain lane matchups. It's just, I always thought that a lot of people love to talk about how AA's weakest point's the lane. So if you're not worried about the healing reduction aspect, and you certainly aren't worried about AA's lane because apparently it's the weakest thing, it kind of always makes me wonder why AA gets banned out, unless, you know, people's sentiment about AA's weak laning is wrong. There's the Bristleback and the TA ban. So maybe a little bit of a wild ban here on Cyber Goose. Again, Beastmaster seems like the safest bet, as that hero has just given a lot of tempo early, and they'll take care of the Doom instead. So, yeah, I mean, you still get the typical stuff. The Doom has been sliding out a little bit more. They'll start with the Death Prophet, so there's your sustain already for Cyber Goose. Some flex. Some of their last series go for, I believe, the off lane that time around, and we get the priority puck ASAP for Liga team. Very early for that hero. There is time to now look for some hard control here on Cyber Goose. The one thing with the puck, though, here is that it never loses a mid lane matchup, doesn't it? Like, the puck almost always, at worst, draws a 50-50.
Yeah, Puck's absolutely fantastic. I mean, I'm particularly a fan of the hero here, especially with how elusive it is. But of course, you've always got to watch out for any instant silences, especially like something of the likes of Silencer. One of the things that Puck doesn't really like to build is anything like a Yule Scepter, which can kind of take away the gold that you would distribute into kind of damage items. Say, for example, your Witchblade and other offensive items like a Blink Dagger, you know, kind of stuff like this. So they're all positives and negatives of the hero, but mainly being positive. I like this hero quite a lot, but we'll see how this goes between Liga and Cyber. I mean, Death Prophet, it could be possibly a position 3. It could be on the mid lane here too. So kind of unknown to say about the core here at the moment. Could be flexed up a little bit here for Cyber Goose. But this ancient apparition, I think the reason why they ban it out quite a lot as well is just a lot. I don't know if you've noticed or not, John, but a lot of these teams tend to pick up like a lot of strength heroes that are always quite tanky. And AA,
that is true.
He's always dishing them apart with his ultimate all the time. Like it's very, very impactful, especially, you know, even if it's not against like a Morphling or an Alpha or something like that. It just feels so impactful when you're able to land those ice blasts.
That is true. That's a good way of putting it, actually. It's funny, though, because the AA gets banned out, but you get the same strength hero lineup I've seen only like one game where a team identifies Timbersaw as a pick, and it did look
10
really good when the
seconds
Timbersaw
remaining.
came out. So it maybe it's just one of those things again. As the
5
patch
seconds
develops, as the
remaining.
game develops in the current meta, you kind of forget some heroes in the background while banning another hero for the same reason. But I think it would be interesting if a team recognizes,
Dire
like, you
team
see
pick.
triplet strength, melee heroes, you can go Timbersaw, it could be great. Let's see if that's
Dire
something
team
that
pick.
works its way
Radiant
here so far. There you go,
Oh,
Dark Will comes out for Liga, and finally the Oracle makes its showing with the
Tusk.
Tusks. So now you have this devastating
Wow.
lane from Cybergoose Epi. Death Prophet Oracle, if that is the way you want to work, likely just Death Prophet Tusk, which is also devastating. But down the line, False Promising DP, she's almost always
10
certainly going to be able
seconds
to
remaining.
sustain herself back. You'll get max use of Exorcism every single time.
5
This is very
seconds
oppressive to
remaining.
play against later on. The lane matchup, the lane partnership, of course, of DP Tusk is a lot of pressure in lane. So there's a lot of output to play with once you hit level 2 with Shard and Tag Team. Good rundown potential to almost every single safe lane matchup here. And I like this from Cybergoose. You have a lot of save already on hand. The backline jump for Liga team is somewhat there.
Radiant
And to be
team
fair, holding down the puck with Oracle Tusk is tough, as they will get access to the Beastmaster now as well, not being banned out by Cybergoose. Rather curious they opted to ban out the Shadow Demon here as well, preventing the side of Liga to pick that up. Violent has played a game of Shadow Demon Core before, again,
10
in another
seconds
parallel
remaining.
qualifier. So it does make sense as a respect ban, but leaving the strong
5
Beastmaster is rather
seconds
curious.
remaining.
Mind you, you're also picking Beastmaster into Oracle and Tusk. You already have some saves here from Cybergoose.
Yeah.
It's not going to be the easiest game to hunt down and burst down these targets unless you use the Beastmaster to jump to the Oracle, which could simplify your game here.
Yeah, I was going to say, I absolutely hate it with Cybergoose picking out both Oracle and Tusk. Like, these supports can be aggressive all they want on the lane. I mean, have you ever played against an Oracle before, John, where he's just
Oh, yeah.
spamming, like, Fortune's End and Purifying Flames? It's absolutely horrible at, like, level 3, level 5, that kind of stuff. It's nasty. And then especially when you get into, like, the mid-stage, late stage of the game, you've got the beautiful saves, as you said, you know, like the Snowball, and then you've got the strong Dispel of the Oracle Ultimate as well, which they might be able to use on Beastmaster's Primal Roar. So that is going to be intriguing to see whether they use it in that way.
Yeah, it's not going to be an easy Beastmaster game from that perspective for the Roar control. It does feel like Liga team is going to be leaning into this more of
Dire
just
team pick.
this tower pressure kind of build, and
Ooh.
they're doubling down on that now with the Chen. So a rather interesting proposition here. And this is something that I've seen discussions on online with the changes to healing amplification,
team
right?
back.
Being all encompassing and being a additive value, not multiplicative. So it adds much better nowadays. Chen and
Okay.
Oracle are probably the two big winners in that change with Holy Lock. I think Oracle in particular is a little bit easier to get online with that, because when he doesn't necessarily build a Holy Locket,
10
but he gets a
seconds
shard.
remaining.
Reign of Destiny adds a good amount of flat healing increase, and it's going to
5
do a lot of work in the middle.
seconds
Chen as well can opt for that regen build, as we have seen a rush on Mech, a rush on the Holy Locket, and then suddenly this healing is also quite insane. And the push potential now from Liga team is monstrous. Dominator Overlord build for the Beastmaster, Wild Hunt facet for him, and you're just running down these towers with a Chen army on top. Cybergoose, it does feel like this Kunkka pick is in response to all of this push. So you now
Yeah.
have wave clear on
Radiant
hand.
team back.
You've got some sustain to kick in. Again, doubling down on the tankiness you have with a DP as well. So this could be a nice way to go about it. It does feel like it's only really the Kunkka kit that can deal with creep army. So that
Yeah.
could be a concern. It might not be enough. And I'm also curious to see which way Cybergoose does decide
10
to run
seconds
this
remaining.
Kunkka. I don't think we've seen TA2000 play this. You might be leaning for
5
Chira
seconds
Jr. to play this
remaining.
now on the mid lane. And you're going to be running maybe something like the off lane, that Prophet at this point for the side of Goose. But
Radiant team
I'm not sure.
back.
I do believe, thinking back to it, I do remember some TA2000 Kunkka games. I know it's not
Oh,
his
really?
strongest comfort here. I think that short stint he had in Southeast Asia when they were in Aurora, I think I remember. Like, that was like a month or two. Just a 1 or
10
2 month period,
seconds
maybe 3
remaining.
month period when he was in Southeast Asia. But I do remember some Kunkka games.
5
I'm not sure
seconds
entirely.
remaining.
I do remember something. So, could be, but I'd want something that Chira Jr. is more comfy with. I think the Kunkka matchup against Puck is, again, pretty 50-50. Puck's not going to have too rough of a time. Kunkka can always Tidebringer. The phase shift is going to be annoying, but it's annoying for everyone anyway. So maybe look for a harder wind condition to come out. Funnily enough, something like Terrorblade still in the pool. Could be something nice to slot in for TA2000. Great scaling. Maybe a little bit annoyed by the magic damage, but should be able to brute force his way through the healing, especially once you work onto the Scotty versus TA2000 if it's not banned out. There you go. They banned the Terrorblade. The most sensible choice here. Then that leaves pretty much meta carries. Razor is the big one if you wanted to go that route. I think it's the safest bet. There's some off picks here that Cybergoose has picked before. Medusa safe lane, Lena safe lane. There are a couple of the heroes that they have tossed onto TA2000. Wouldn't be too bad. Like there's nothing to directly counteract, especially something like the Dusa. It is another way to clear out the creep army as her damage goes up. So I wouldn't mind that. It could be annoying if the Beastmaster and Chen do find a mana drain creeps. So maybe that's one reason you wouldn't want to go into the Dusa early on at least, but I highly doubt you're thinking about that while you're playing. The issue with the Dusa pick here is that Oracle doesn't work well with it.
What about Gyrocopter here?
It's been banned out, sadly. It's just gone. Liga team took care of it. I mean, you have a creep army. You got to defend it. Can't get them flacked down.
Dire team pick.
Oh, they banned Sven.
So certainly not something like Medusa. You'd have to ban an AM to protect that. Maybe you go for something like... Yeah, Drow kind of comes into mind. You know, so you're annoyed by Warcry plus armor.
10 seconds
remaining. Now you don't need to worry about it as a Drow. You can sit back. You somewhat deal with the army. Again, not amazingly so, but multi-shot is there at least. So
yeah,
could be one way to go about it. You use the Oracle better in False Promise compared to something like the Dusa of TA2000. I wouldn't mind a Drow. The backline jump is, again, somewhat there from Liga Team, but it's mainly on the puck. There's not a lot coming out. Beastmaster can get a blink, but the tendencies nowadays, especially from the last series we saw here, Epi, was not too much blink Beastmaster. It's been a rush for Overlord, Drums, AC, and maybe a BKB, but blink tends to be within, what, the 5th or 6th item pickup you tend to go for now on that Wild Hunt Beastmaster, so I don't think the Drow will have to worry about a jump there.
I was going to say Dragon Knight. I was about to say, do you think Dragon Knight maybe perhaps with AoE Splash, and then, you know, that would work really well for a stun against Puck? Because right now they have, like, no stuns, do they, on Cybergoose? And I thought, you know, that would be really beneficial if they got Dragon Tail plus the AoE to handle the creep wave, and then plus he has, like, a lot of armor too, so able to tank up a lot of the physical damage that comes his way from the creeps.
Yeah, it's a great call. Shard's going to feel good as well if you can get it. The Drought still comes out, except it's for Liga Team. So they have a way of piercing through the DK's natural armor at the very least. And it's going to be interesting to see if you can actually get that good game, because same kind of issue for the side of Cybergoose. Their backline jump, not really there until maybe a Tusk Blimp here for problems. So
it's TA2000 on the Conquer.
Yeah, they shifted around. They keep Chira Jr. in mid DK, which, again, the Kunkka lanes really nicely into the Beastmaster. You can just clear out all of the creeps early on, so the boar is not going to be too much of an issue. You're tanky enough. You don't worry about it too much. It's free harassment for you as well. So I don't mind that too much here for Cybergoose. It's just that, certainly when you think of TA2000, you think of maybe more farm-heavy heroes. Kunkka scaling isn't too bad, though. We've seen it before. I think this hero, as long as its timings are met, as long as, say, if you're going for a Radiance Rush, it's met at the right time, then the hero does maintain damage output. It stays relevant quite nicely now. So the issue is if you fall behind. But again, I don't anticipate the lane into Beastmaster being that hellish here for the side of Cybergoose. Draft-wise, though, I'm not sure which way I'd lean. I like the tempo from Liga Team, Epi. I think when you're going up against this high aggression, lots of objective taking on the side of Liga Team, there's the risk for Cybergoose where if their lanes are slow, then Liga Team plays it at tempo. Let's say a fast Dominator at the very least for Malik. You got a couple of good creeps out from your Chen, and you just play the tower objectives well. You can really shrink this map down to where you have maybe two cores sharing some farm that you'd really rather not share. So I think Ligas might be a little bit easier to execute, but if the game drags long or longer past that power spike for a Chen draft, then you're going to have some issues here for Liga to try to find your late game, because Drow is amazing and all. It's nice and great, but you're playing against 3 really tanky heroes in the DP, DK, and Punka. And it can be hellish to try to dish all of that damage out.
Yeah, that's exactly what I was going to say as well. I mean, particularly if Drow's going to be moved into the jungle for like maybe perhaps like 10 or 20 minutes as well, I don't think Puck on his own is going to be able to dish out damage, as you said, against, you know, these tanky heroes. You got Conquer, you got Dragon Knight, and you've got Tusk and Death Prophet, which all like scale really well HP wise during the early stage. So I am wondering how it's going to be for Liga team with, as you said, the Conquer versus Beastmaster lineup. It's going to be pretty 50-50, right? So it's not going to be like Beastmasters dominating the lane, which usually is the best approach to go for when you're picking this hero.
Yeah, it should be. Also, I never found a way to mention this to you, Epi. I was looking at stats, right, from, again, the parallel qualifier. For whatever reason, Problem's name registers on the stats website as Oscar Piastri. Found it a little bit funny, not relevant to the game, but I found it really hilarious. It's like, oh, it's Oscar Pastry. I guess we're doing
Oscar.
F1 now.
Oh.
Where's Max?
Oh, you have the memes as well. You call him Oscar Pastry as well.
Yeah, I swear to goodness. And I told Mike this. I care about the races a little bit, sure. I've watched them. It's a little bit boring. It's really the memes that carry me. It's the memes. You know, it's George Russell Woody. It's Max Verstappen the slot. You know, it's fun. That's what Dota memes used to be. We used to have that, Epi. Back in my day, we used to meme strong.
Oh, there's a Dota boomer.
Oh, you know it. I remember back in TI3. I actually don't remember too much now from TI.
That was the golden age of gaming, though, right? You know, everyone used to be very communicative, and then now, you know, we were speaking about it before we even began. Like now, in this year, everyone's so focused on efficiency and being good, and not everyone's very chatty anymore.
No. Oh, this might be inefficient of TA 2000, but at the least, the smoke breaks in the tree line, so it's not going to get picked up. It would be very unfortunate for him. I will say this as a side comment before we go. Southeast Asia was never chatty. We never used voice comm. And the only time you type is the trash talk. So that aspect hasn't changed. Just in my region, at the very least. A 2-for-2 start. Nothing too exciting there. No first blood movement across. Although some very nice early wards here from Liga. And an early Trillian set up top. This can be nice. You do have the Satyr Convert as well for respect. He's going to have a little extra oomph if he does decide to run in. T2000's pretty damn far forward here as well by himself. But he is a Kunkka.
Doing the double braces.
Just
yeah, I remember you saying about I know we don't have it in this game, but I really wanted to say that I used to play like Undying offlane.
Oh yeah.
And the oh, what was it called? The how have I forgot this item? I'm literally having a possible brain fart right now. The what is it? The what you can upgrade the magic wand into healing. What the hell is it called?
Holy Locket? Holy Locket?
Yes, Holy Locket. How the hell did I forget that? Yeah, the Holy Locket. And when you have like max like Soul Rip and then all the creeps nearby, you can actually heal someone for I think it's around about 720 HP.
Oh yeah,
and you can deal absolute hectic amounts of damage like on the lane, which is insane.
Oh yeah, I thought you were gonna go all Boomer Dota, and it's like back in my day. I remember playing Undying in the tri lane. Doesn't happen in this day and age. Now, that was my experience. I loved Undying offlane. So not relevant here. We do have our lanes, of course. We're taking gander, looking up at the top again. TA2000 very tanky here to try to poke away. We've even got the saves of Solo on the back, so trying to zone out. The Kunkka not going to shape up too well. You are finding some space to at least farm up. For Malik, going to be that Dominator rush. He did go for Wild Hunt. That is just going to be the creep army we were expecting with the Chen on hand as well. And for TA2000, there's no reason to play this aggressive. You clear out the boars, you clear out the wave, you farm up, you're happy. The pressure has to come in from Liga, and I don't see them fully finding that pressure. Maybe if Solo oversteps his bounds, the softer target to go for sure. There are combinations down the line for easy torrents like this from the Fate's Edict, but kill opportunities is it's gonna take a lot of poke. Like, you will have to whittle through a lot of HP, and Kunkka's laning damage is good, steady, but not a threat until maybe level 3 or 4 here.
What about his item build as well for Kunkka? Because it's usually pretty static, right? When I mean static, I mean, has it changed since all those years ago? Like, he still builds like what, like Daedalus all the time.
Oh, as carry, not quite. It has shifted into more of what you used to see from offlane. So it's still like Radiance or Blade Mail, offlane mid kind of build. Do catch him out just a tad bit. Again, it's a Kunkka. The damage just isn't impressive. At least denying off the air. I'm curious to see which it'll be for TA2000, whether or not it's the Radiance or the Blade Mail. If the game does go fast, you would prefer the Radiance, of course. It just does wonders against a creep army as well. We'll see you later on. Looking at a little bit of a long chase from Problems, taking that creep wave lead. Great blocks from Respect. Just to apply even more output. You gotta love having this, the converts now for Chen as his innate. Just a free creep. He has the mana burn creep. A really painful one to have to contend with, because you just can't play the game. You just won't have fun if you can't cast spells, and they're getting a ton of space out for you. This Drow Ranger is going to have its freest time here.
I was going to say, didn't the mana burn on the Satyr used to be like such a lower cooldown as well, and then they like amped it to like 18 seconds because it was like, okay, people are starting to abuse this now, and it's actually horrible on lane.
Yeah, it used to be even worse. It's still annoying. You know, it's
yeah,
like,
no,
yeah,
it's
sure,
annoying.
it's 18, but you're going to hate yourself every 18 seconds, and you're like, oh god. Can't regen that naturally. It's early game. You don't have a lot of mana regen. You're not going to get much back. You're just going to lose every single time. So it's just a constant nuisance, you know. It's like why AM, despite being a trash hero, is just annoying. You know,
oh, AM's a
Silencer's
trash
annoying
hero.
as well. Oh yeah, 100% trash unless you're playing against Dusa. Even then, it's not a great hero. It can be very mixed into a Dusa anyhow. The teams just ban it as a safety net, of course. But AM is garbage. I will stand by that point. He's been garbage for a few years. There's just... The hero's just dead. It's like Tiny, if you really want to talk stats, except he doesn't even have 40 games under his belt. So, you know, it's up there. Somewhere.
Oh, those are harsh words.
Are you an AM player, Epi?
From time to time, only when it's good. I know what you mean with the fact that it's trash, you know, because... sometimes it can be horrible, but then sometimes it can be really annoying because in my bracket people don't know how to deal with split push. So
yeah,
it's quite good.
That's fair. At least you get some enjoyable gameplay for yourself, and that's fine. All the lanes as well, enjoyable enough for both sides. You are maybe edging out a little bit here on Liga. You certainly are working the lanes a little bit more efficiently overall. But you're not lagging too far behind on the other cores of the side of Cybercruise. The TA2000 noticed aren't too far behind enough to really feel the hurt, although the lead being built up by you is quite impressive in comparison to his direct core matchup in TA2000, lagging a little bit there. So, a little bit more.
I'm looking at bottom lane, and he has the Harpy Storm crafting out, along with this Satyr that gives mana regen to everything. So he's zapping him, he's melting the mana, and now they're diving the tier 1 and almost getting the kill on notice there too. So two of these creeps together, this is pretty disgusting from Respect, to be honest.
Yeah, it's very obnoxious for Cybergoose to have to contend with. At the least, they do manage to get themselves the haste rune on mid with all that commitment coming out, but not on Chira Jr. Still, Chira Jr. has been the one guy on the side of Cybergoose that has had himself a really good lane. 38 to 11, keeping up with the puck, getting a lot of nice, and that early level 6 with that early poke on the Corrosive Dragon does allow him to have a lot of threat early on. Like, there's no clean response that can come in. Heck, they even just TP out Amoralis now, not opting to help on the defense, and they'll just surrender it tier 1. That's 6.5 minutes in, already falling low. At least the creep wave does go away, but you're down to just 200 HP. One little poke later on should lead to that opening. And that map control is going to be key for Liga. You can't afford to lose direct control of your triangle. You can't afford to have those stacks contested. Deep dive.
Oh, actually, we got Tusk. Now, oh, they have themselves the high ground. Oh, notice, did not expect this for 3 heroes to sit above here. And first blood going to the Drow Ranger. But will they lose the Satyr? Yes, they will. But I think Respect can just spawn another one, right? Because, of course, he is a Satyr convert.
Yeah.
Radiant's
a
top
satyr
tower
converter.
is under attack.
No, he just has one in his pocket. He can always bring one up. One from nice things about Chen nowadays. Why this here is certainly something to prioritize. While that happens at the least, and they still wait a Shrine of Wisdom.
Radiant's middle
They do
tower
lose the
has
tower
fallen.
on mid. So Chiro Jr. still finds what he wants, and he is pressuring out the race to a high degree. Nice level advantage already up top, though.
RTA 2000 attempting to flee. Oh, is he okay? He's got the phase boots there. Oh, but the bird stunning him well. Pterodactyl. You know.
Yeah. Nice combination coming out. A little bit of micro out from Malik. Going and getting the shockwave out as well. The little Hadouken out to clean up from that.
Tail and tag team on the river, instantly taking down a race on the puck.
Dire are scanning.
The snowball.
That's
Dire's middle tower
That is
under
concerning.
attack.
Because again, you already lost your mid-tier 1. That's leading into a little bit of the triangle clear here from Chiro Jr. just on the large camp. And they're still applying that pressure top. The A2000 still heads back into the lane, but this is the key spike for Liga. Full Dominator out. Malik's feeling good about himself. Going into the Overlord, as we'll see, into the drums as well. Just how this hero naturally progresses. And the concern now for the side of Cyber Goose is when this connection with the Beastmaster and the Chen starts to happen. Because that's when things get really dicey. In fact, you're getting your own drums out here for respect. So you might not even need the drums on Malik. You can just focus in on the Overlord first, which he will. But the creep army coming in, getting counter push back. That is where the pressure should be coming in from Liga. But look at Cyber Goose. Because of how well Chiro Jr.'s lane has gone, he is just free to hit and run now on the DK. Level 8, double bracers up, very tanky. Has the dragon form ready and has a sneaky smoke here.
Oh, just able to use the shadow round there, and it's actually just going to TP away. Meanwhile, though, they're going to rotate to Beastmaster here on the top lane, who's attempting to flee underneath the tower. Dragon Tail in a few more seconds. Got that extra movement speed there from the Primal Roar. Is actually able to get away, and Oracle
Dire's middle
also
tower is
dying
under attack.
on the top lane here to that Beastmaster.
Radiant's
So able to
top
get a
tower
kill
is
and
under attack.
disengage from a two-man rotation top.
And that's a very smart roar coming out there from Malik, and a really sick micro. While he's running away on the main hero, he's getting his arm to just chase down the Oracle. Solo has no sustain, still stuck at level 4. They can find that freebie for themselves. Don't manage to find enough from the side of Cybergoose, but they know where the runes spawn up, and they're going to be able to camp it. A nice amp damage rune coming out there for Chiro Jr. Unfortunate for Erase, but you are playing against an Oracle. You're playing up against that Prognosticate. They will have rune control in their hands here for the side of Cybergoose, and they are trying to maximize. But all things considered, it doesn't feel like you're too far behind in Liga team anyway. You've maintained a slight lead. Your Drow is starting to rotate. A little bit of gate movement coming out from you. And they are starting to line up for that top clump up. And you've got the best creep for pushing right now. Dark Troll Summoner set to go. Tier 1 top going to be given away for free, it looks like. Next step for the side of Liga after this objective, maintain deep wards to stop farm, and you got to find a way to swing towards mid. Your bot lane's under pressure now as well. There is the Exorcism ready on Noticed if you will want to pop it. And the question now is, does Liga team botter? It doesn't look like they will. They'll just be happy enough to take that space elsewhere. So direct trading in space. Again, for the side of Liga, ideally you're just taking space without giving it away. So this is still giving room out for the side of Cybergoose to get that build-up they'd want, but they do swing there. This is the big one you'd want anyhow.
Yeah, they're going to find that tier 1 tower too. I mean, they're going to commit the glyph. And they are actually going to smoke off here on Cybergoose too and try and rotate to this middle tower before it falls. Take down the Troll Summoner. They'll deny the tower instead, but can they catch something here? Going to go for the Dark Willow. They've got the Fortune's End, locking in place the Dark Willow. Blood Grenade will be committed to. Dragon Tail is there, and that will be a secured kill on the Dark Willow.
Not the biggest kill you'd want here for the side of Cybergoose. For Liga, you're happy enough to just get this space to farm. Dragonlance now up on you. The Overlord not too far off for Malik, and that's going to be the key spike for you anyhow. Drums for Respect, not too far off either, just lacking the recipe here. And that is, again, when you really want to see the plump-ups kick in. Cybergoose has been super disciplined, though, in playing ground spacing, and I like seeing this from Chiro Jr. Straight blink to catch the puck, not relenting on that aggression. Right, might be a little bit low on mana to keep that aggression up, but he is making all of the plays right now for the side of Cyber Goose while giving space to TA2000 to get that Radiance time, which, considering his slower laning start, all that pressure coming out on him, still having a decent time here in the Kunkka. Not as fast as you'd want, certainly not out of the timing window for Kunkka on this Radiance anyhow, so things are still going according to plan for Cyber Goose. And for Liga team, I kind of want to say this takes us back to almost like our first series. You want a little bit more. We'll find Solo, but that is just creeps tearing him apart. Look at that damage.
Oh, you better run. Oh, he might actually be found here. Oh, he's gonna have to
yes,
commit the
false
ultimate. Oh dear. False promise. He will survive.
That's rough. And you don't die at least, but False Promise level 1 is 110 seconds. Granted, you're not really looking for all the aggression here. Respectable.
Oh yeah, they might find the Chen. Force punches there. There we go. Chen gone. Spree for Chero Jr.
Nice and simple kill. That is a drums reveal out from Respect, so maybe you would have wanted to make a connection instead. Freebies being found for Cyber Goose. For Liga team, again, it feels like they need more at this point. You want to apply more pressure. You want to be able to start to sneak into these tiers 2s. Dominator, or the full overload from Malik should allow that, and they are even going around with the smoke with Erase. Doesn't quite have the full Witchblade for more damage though. But there should be enough with his hard commitment out, and yeah, they're just gonna go stick it onto the tier 2 top. Cyber Goose can afford to lose one tier 2. I think top is the most common one to lose early anyhow, but they have to be a little bit cautious about losing any more. They have to be a bit careful as well on the defensive fight. As again, there's so much hold on the side of Liga to punish.
Cyber Goose are rotating though. They found a Dark Willow. Dragon Tail's going to be there. Snowball doesn't come there in time, and just a TP out for the Dark Willow.
I won't lie. That was unexpected.
Slippery hero. Unfortunate that you couldn't get in the range for the Torrent and TA2000 to preempt that one. So you don't manage to get the stop, but it also stops the top 2 usage. So you do hold off on that map pressure. The side of Liga group up elsewhere. Noticed is in a world of his own, but he still has the tier 1 as a TP point for his allies, though. Maybe not feeling as exposed as he normally would. I will say again for Liga, until these towers start dropping, you're not feeling ultra comfy. And the side of Cyber Goose are constantly just on the run. Again, it's Chero Jr. just charging in all the way. Still?
Solo. He might be dead here as well. Notice getting decimated there along with Solo. Getting ganked. Heroes there. Just a massive army that they've summoned on Liga. They're going to rip straight into this tier 1 tower. And are they going to go for more? I wonder. We've got quite a zoo here, John.
Oh, yeah. It is massive. And again, that's what you get when you have Chen and Beastmaster on hand. We'll go for the smoke play first. They still have the roar ready on Malik. Mid would be an amazing place to start these fights if they could. Just need a jump angle.
Just bro. They don't have vision there of the Dragon Knight. Solo's back on tier 2, and Liga are going to dish engage here.
Unfortunate, the smoke breaks right under the courier. I believe that does spot them with a small vision it does have, so miss out on the opportunity. And now, some power spikes for Cyber Goose. Radiance fully up in TA2000. Damage is starting to ramp up. So this Kunkka is not the tankiest yet, and he's sitting with 2 bracers. There's a good chunk of HP, but the damage and the evasion coming in now should provide some relief here for Cyber Goose if they do decide to start to play as 5. Liga could try to gun for the Roshan. They got the damage for it. It might not be the quickest in the world, but Yu is hanging around the area. They should be able to get it. The question now is, can Cyber Goose read that? Because they didn't see that under any vision. It is starting to go quite fast. A free Roshan at this point should lead into that map pressure we were talking about. The tier 2s have to go off with this. It can't be like the last series we saw where Aegis just needs the farming. You do have to take initiative with this one, and you do have to pick up the Aegis. You have to pick up the Aegis.
Hello?
Okay.
What?
You
Liga?
have to pick up the Aegis. What? I think they wanted to hand it to you, and you was just more interested in farming, which is kind of interesting. Surely someone in Cybergoose recognizes that there is no sign who picked up the Aegis. How? This isn't... Wait, no, this is not Southeast Asia. You're not Boom Esports Liga. Please, pick up the Aegis. You can't be doing this to me.
This must not even be a tournament for them. They must be, you know, just enjoying taking out the creeps and taking out the Roshan. It's like, done my job. Okay, back to fun.
Oh my god, how is that possible? It's just there!
There was a giant zoo on top of that Roshan pit, but obviously, of course, like...
Radiant are
You know, you kill
scanning.
Roche for the Aegis, guys, don't you? Don't you do that for the Aegis? I mean, look, someone's gonna have a nice free Aegis later as they get Roar out.
Oh,
Okay. Junior, what was that?
False promise?
He TP'd after the Roar, but the Hawk was there, so why? It's strange. Strange. There's small mistakes happening here and there. So, we are at least 2 minutes since the Aegis has dropped.
Oh, chat. Respect. Respect. Go into the pit. Respect. Go into the pit.
Oh!
Go into
No,
the pit.
stop.
Go into the pit. No! He won't do it.
Come on, you're just farming triangle. Why don't you pick it up? Why does
Okay, there is...
That's it there. What is this? What is this?
How do you not even know? Like, when you communicate
so
this,
shocked.
like, if you had Aegis, it's like, okay, guys, we have Aegis, let's go push, but then no one actually checks anyone's inventory. How is this possible? Are Liga even speaking to each other? They just play their own game.
I don't know. If there was a team that I expected to, you know, if you're doing this somehow, I don't know how you can go in and win Roshan and, you know, take all of these objectives and be on tilt. But if there was a team in Eastern Europe I'd expect to be on tilt, it would be Cybergoose. To be fair, I don't think the players in Cybergoose are actually tilty, it's just Solo. But, you know, Solo is kind of mature to make that some unfair assessment. Okay, you does go back to the East. Thank God. What's that?
Okay, so...
I guess they maximize that Aegis time? I mean, look, the timer starts now, so hey, it's a fresh 5 minutes of it.
Well, there we go.
Kind of funny if you think about it.
Oh, boy.
And that's one way to get it done. You know you're going to be farming, right? You know they're not going to walk into the pit. Why not leave the Aegis down, go farm, pick it up before a fight, so it lasts longer. And that is gaming the system. Bravo. Well done, Liga team. They've done it. They've gamed the system. I can't believe that worked. I can't believe they were allowed to do that.
Let's see if it pays off now. I mean, but I'm thinking in terms of like enemy. Like if you hear like someone's got like the Aegis, you're just gonna hear, you know, when the noise of when Roshan dies. You're not gonna wait for the hero to go immortality, right?
Yeah, that's fair. At the same time, there are prompts that shows you who picks it up. So
yeah,
I know it's kind of funny. I mean, I guess they just assume someone picked it up. I forget this is our God's view. We're the ones who can see it, so maybe they just figured out, all right, Aegis, time to sit it out. And again, this is very big-brained inside of Liga team. Have access to the Tormentor now as well. Get it nice and fast and free for themselves here. Free shard coming out for respect. So that Holy Persuasion and Ancients now can be quite funny. Quite funny when you've already got the Overlord up. Just again, massive potential for the creep army stacking here on the side of Liga. And for Liga, 4K lead coming out now. Off of that Tormentor. A lot to play with, but they can't afford to slow down. Again, we need to see some of these objectives melt. We need to see that commitment onto the tier 2s because they are growing. I mean, SNY for TA2000 getting finished up here. BKB's all set on tier juniors we've seen. You've got the full Ags up for notice, so there's a lot of damage coming in from this DP now on top of it. And the Blink save is there from problems. You're going to have some problems here for sure if that save starts to make its way here with, like, say, Blink Snowball, save from Roar. Can cause quite a few issues. See how much they get away with on the Siege. So, one more tier 2 on mid as well. But again, you have 2.5 minutes on Aegis. So maybe you just gun for it.
Oh, okay, the zoo is starting to form up again. Respect being, he's leading Noah's Ark.
Radiant are scanning.
And do they have themselves any vision? Not really on Liga. Cybergoose able to see that Liga are actually hanging around here, so they are actually disengaged here. Yep, still playing this around, not wanting to engage when they have this Aegis. It's got another 2 minutes on it remaining, and they're just going to see this tier 2.
Yeah, very smart. Again, Liga gaming the system well. Just find all the outer towers, nice and free. Getting an expanded set of time control, right? Like, they get so much bonus time because of that. Even the chance at TP, your junior quick enough to bail out, at the least. Not an easy one to take down, but they still hold on to their tier 1 top. And now the question stands for the side of Cybergoose. When are you really comfy to play? Because if you're TA 2000 right now, SNY Radiance is a pretty good launching point. You're matching the Drow's farm. But chances are, now you're just thinking about getting your own BKB as well. Which means you sit back, you're going to wait 2, 3, 4 more minutes here for that full item to be up. And it's just more time for Liga to use this map space. So shove in all the lanes, choke you out slowly. Maybe someone makes a mistake like this.
Dragon Tail, yeah. That's a mistake. Easy kill there into the Dark Willow. Blink Dagger for Death Prophet? That's odd.
I think that's cool. Now that's pretty sick, right? Like, you've got the Ghost Scepter, you can try to bail out. You jump in, be aggressive, Spirit Siphon up, and if things get dodgy, pop that Ghost Scepter. And again, you have an Oracle to back up that kind of move. You have False Promise to kind of sustain you through. You've got the Ags, so you do want to be in the middle and try to do as much possible damage as you can with the Spirit Siphons and the Exo up. So I kind of don't mind this for Noctis. It allows him to also get in position for some good silences, which we were talking about, this lack of control on the side of Cybergoose. And this Blink Silence can kind of rectify that, especially since you don't have anything defensive here on the side of Liga. You have the 1 BKB on Malik. That is it. There's nothing else to dispel. There's nothing else to protect on the other cores. So a Blink DP can catch you off guard in a big way. We'll get grouped up for a smoke now as well. They know the Aegis has expired, because they've been at least smart enough to watch that timer as well. See if they can get the jump. This is pretty tough.
Yeah, nice Dragon Tail, and they've got the silence there too. That is Erase, who has been erased. As now they go for the tier 2 with the Exorcism. Push that.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Shouldn't
attack.
take too long. And you've got the Ags, you're getting extra spirits out every attack.
Primal Roar. To Notice. Notice is actually still doing fine with, thanks to that Ghost Scepter. And a lovely Snowball. Is that enough to save the Death Prophet, though? Oh, and the False Promise coming out there. Do you have the heals to heal up the Death Prophet? Oh, you just about do. Wow.
Okay, this Blink is sick. This Blink coming out in the DP is just so sick. You saw the effect instantly with that Blink Silence. And it's massive blinking out during False Promise.
Yeah.
The Ghost Scepter is just so smart as well up against this Ags Rush Drow. So you're getting extra value because they are all in on just relying on that healing reduction now in you. And the Ghost Scepter nullifies that. You're going to need a nullifier down the line, which is not something you want to rush here necessarily on Liga. So you do manage to find a few openings here. You're not swinging this game back fully your way, for sure. On Cybergoose, they found a couple of kills, that's it. They don't manage to get as much pressure onto the tier 2s, although down to half HP is some progress for sure. But you are seeing some of that power spike kick in. And again, you're allowed to play the slow game on Cybergoose, which Liga scales, sure, but again, it's like we were saying in draft. It's down to a damage issue in late game. Will your Drow be enough to carry you through when you have like 3 tanky heroes that can be right on top of you, with an Oracle to back them up, with a Tusk to snowball them to safety? It's not, it doesn't simplify for Liga as time goes on. The game doesn't get any easier, so it stays challenging, and you lose that early advantage of map control. You lose that early gold spike you have. Like 4K at 25 minutes in is still pretty good. 4K at, say, 35 minutes, 10 minutes later is not going to feel as great, for sure.
So Roshan is just about to spawn up. Looking at the time, it's going to be in around about, what is that, 10 seconds?
Should be. This could be a very awkward fight now for League if they lose out.
There it is. It's up.
I wonder if Cyber Goose does the same thing. Leave the Aegis behind after clearing, try to take map space. It's a very big gambit.
Surely
since
not.
Liga did it themselves, right? Like Liga would know.
No,
So I
don't
don't think you
speak
attempted.
of that. You're just waiting for it
But
to
it's so
happen. It's like
smart.
a curse. You're spreading the curse, don't.
Dire are scanning.
But it's just so smart, Effie. You're not going to do anything with the Aegis anyway. You might as well leave it until you actually do something.
No, fair enough. I mean, that's what they did in the first Aegis, so it's like why even use it?
Do it again.
I just needed it for the gold. That's all I needed.
Yeah, and then you pick up Aegis before a fight, and you're like, all right, we're golden. We used 3 minutes on real time, but no time on the Aegis. Just nice and fine. Liga, smoke up. Want that Aegis. Want the Roche fight to line up their way. And they are in position again. I mean, they're right up top. They're going to go for it, but Cyber Goose do get the smoke out as well.
And they're gonna
Question
go
is,
Roche
can they
again.
get to the high ground somehow? This is a rough angle if they fight from low, but they don't really hold the high ground hard here from a race.
Oh, and Cyber Goose rotating in very quickly here. Prepped and ready, both teams kind of smoked up. 3 on the side of Liga, 3 on the side of Cyber Goose. Smoke break on Chira Jr. with Malik hiding in the trees. But who's going to be the braver soul to move their way into the river? I don't think neither of them are wanting to go into the river. They're just wanting to try and find an opportunity for a jump. Another smoke coming out for Liga team. Bottled up a haste rune there for Erase.
This could be... It's all about angles. If you fight low into high ground, we've seen that be devastating for every single team forcing a fight into the high ground from low ground smoke. You've got to find an even position here. So you taking point is risky.
If Nurtis can break this smoke, it'll be great, because then they can do exactly what they did in order to keep the Death Prophet alive. And yeah, so they've got a Dragon Tail down to Drow. Can they output any damage, though? Drow still completely fine and alive. The BKB will be activated. Actually going to TP out here instead. Will not have the X marks to bring back the Drow. Aura's punch there onto Beastmaster. Still fine. Snowball coming in, avoiding the fear with that Snowball. Lovely stuff. As Death Prophet getting lower and lower, Erase will get back with the jolt of the Illusory Orb. And now Drow Ranger on the other side of the river, laying in the Frost Arrows onto the DK. Is going to get jumped there with the Snowball there, trying to force that away. Gets to the high ground. They found the Pug, and the Conqueror will fall in return. And an Ethereal Ghost Scepter and a TT will allow the Death Prophet to get out. And meanwhile, Malik getting himself another kill there onto the Tusk. And that is 3 down on Cyber Goose for just the Pug.
That was a little bit too spread out from Cyber Goose. They had a good position on the high ground. They end up spreading themselves on that top jungle a little bit too far apart. And the moment they get that patch on you, no one's there to follow in. If they managed to get the damage in it, they didn't get instant controlled up on TA2000, could have been a little bit of a different story. This time around as well, Liga does instantly pick up the Aegis, not wanting to run that risk because Cyber Goose did notice the long Aegis time there. You are seeing that fight break out. Again, you are seeing that overwhelming healing as well from the side of Liga. And the big issue for Cyber Goose is how early Solo died. He got a target painted on his back. He was focused down fully by Erase. Just getting jumped on by the puck. Nothing defensive for Solo. No Yules, no Glimmer Cape to try to back off. So he is a major sitting duck in the back lines once he is isolated away. And the side of Cyber Goose has to be very cautious about that. Solo did feel like he had a good position, but again, you have this backline jump. It's only the puck, but the puck alone at this point is more than enough. As Erase even has that full Linken's up to protect from any instant hold you might be able to get out now. So the Blink Dragon Tail stun might not be as effective. You're actually way more reliant on Notice with a Blink Silence now to try to get things going your way. And all of a sudden, a 9k, 10k lead coming out for Liga as Chirju.
I won't lie.
Yule's out of there, though. Kind of falling off a little bit. I mean, a Dragon, a Hurricane Pike, and a Blink on the DK at 31 minutes with a BKB feels kind of a bit underwhelming, right?
That it is. I mean, you look at this farm relative to everyone else. Bottom network 4, barely above Respect. Respect is within 2k gold of him, which is not good.
And a kill onto
You do
Puck.
manage to eat right through a race. And the silence playing key there. I mean, you only have the Lincolns to protect, right? So you block off Dragon Tail, it does nothing against the silence. And they do still manage to pierce through. Really nice for the side of Cyber Goose to stall. They still have to deal with his Aegis for 3 more minutes, though. Things are still awkward, but you're stalling out. Issue now is, again, you're losing a lot of gold. 9k now at 31 minutes. Still significant. You're lagging behind again in Shiryu Jr. by quite the amount. You and Malik are taking control of this game. Full AC up for Malik. The physical durability is getting a little bit overwhelming, as your burst damage really isn't there for Cyber Goose. Again, Kunkka has some timings. He can feel good, especially after the AC. If you go Nullifier, that's just more added right-click that Kunkka enjoys. Maybe the Daedalus you were asking about could be a possibility as well, although I feel like, again, that's kind of lower on the free chain nowadays, but certainly can still fit in the build with that one last free slot. But it is getting harder to leverage all of that right-click. And for Cyber Goose, again, they have to play in a very specific way. It has to be counter fights, it has to be trying to maximize False Promise on one clear tanky chorus, and hoping that Liga team don't instantly burst your saves in the background.
Radiant are scattered.
You missed the torrent storm on Conquer?
No. No.
All right, no.
No. That was a load of expletives right there. It was very bad. Very, very annoying. Look, I played it a lot too, because it was funny. It was funny the first few times, and then pros started to do it, then everyone started to do it, and you're like, no, this can't be allowed. It's too much. Do I think the ghost ship, the double ghost ship with the cannons, is a meme? Yes, it's kind of stupid. I think the cannons don't do enough. You're really just getting it. You're really just getting it for the double ghost ship crash, but I don't know. Maybe if the cannons hit harder, it would be funnier. It really doesn't feel that way. Maybe if they fired more often. Like, say, 1 to 4 shots per ghost ship, per second of ghost ship, you know? It's like, maybe it's more interesting. What's interesting is the high ground siege coming out now from Liga. Again, they've got the creep army again here. It doesn't take too long with the Drow at the front as well.
There we go, tier 3 tower gone. So that's cool. Drow there with a torrent, but that's got completely okay here with 1 minute left on the Aegis. Deciding to disengage, funnily enough, even still with 45 seconds left on the Aegis. I thought they could have still pressured the set of racks, but they just choose to go back instead.
I can appreciate that. Like, you have so much to lose here on Liga team, you don't want to give any opportunities out. So you play it safe, rinse, repeat. You know you can just siege easily onto the high ground next time around anyhow. You have an 11k lead. I'm surprised we're still sub 10 kills. Not yet in the double digits whatsoever here. But it has been very calculated plays. Very, very much about map control in this game, which is to be expected when you do have this kind of draft from Liga. So I'm sure anyone out there looking for F10k is having a very fun time. This is just like Southeast Asia. You know, me and Mike once had a Southeast Asian match go into 42 minutes until we started to see double-digit kills. That was a fun time.
Oh my god. No,
it was
that
great.
does not sound like a fun time. We're going to have to hype up these kills then more often, right?
Yeah, it should be hype. Unless it's just a Dark Willow dying again. Or a Tusk. And then it's like, alright, cool. Just another day in the office. No problem. Smoke out. Maybe we get some excitement now. This could be big. Good scan as well.
Oh, it's going to break on Dark Willow. Shadow Realms there. Oh, they're actually going to go for the Chen instead. Still not able to get the Dragon Tail off onto Chen. Okay, finally they get it. But Chen is completely fine, and now they're turning the pressure back onto the Dragon Knight. Dragon Knight's still fine. They're going to move their way back up to the high ground, and that's the end of the team fight.
I mean, it's smart,
Absolutely miraculous gameplay.
Yeah, just smart gameplay. You pull back, you see that Drow when you're jumping Chen, you're like, I can't deal with Drow now because I didn't go into the Drow. I'm like, alright, just back off. Take it easy. Try to farm up. At this point, our one saving grace is problems getting a Walrus kit, but that's still a ways off. That's risky.
Aggressive blink in the Shivers. And that's Dark Willow still away. Maybe we'll turn it around. Oh, okay, here we go. Ethereal Flame with the Ghost Scepter. Primal Roars there. And the 4-staff Pat noticed is fine. Primal Roar down. Pretty good.
It's amazing. They just don't want to give 10 kills away to either side. They want to say single digits.
Dire's bottom tower
That would be
is
the
under
only
attack.
game in Dota 2 where it's like 9-7 and you end at like 45 minutes. That would be
Oh,
amazing.
it might be like that. Oh, it might be like that. This is I mean, the Go Scepter, very big value, very pog. On notice, I do have to say this has been the most valuable Go Scepter I think I've seen in a long while.
That it is.
Step lively now.
It's doing a
Your
lot of work
admiral is
here
on board.
for Notice. Love that he's going for a Lincoln's refresh now as well. Even more defense coming in. Perhaps Jira Jr. oversteps.
Oh, maybe. Oh, I'm gonna TP away, and it's fine.
Woo. All right.
The Nightfall.
He's done that a few times now. Yes, he's had to nightfall it up. I think, actually, looking at his BKB, I'm pretty sure 3 out of the 4 uses at the 6-second mark were purely just to TP or post TP cancellation. So it's not been smooth. Look, I mean, it's a game that's 9-7. There's really no fights. You can't fault the guy for just TPing when nothing's happening. Maybe something happens now. Another smoke. Let's not get our hopes too high here. Maybe they find an angle. Or maybe we just ring around a Rosie again. Good position
You
for
might
it,
be
though.
the first one here to break the smoke. And they're going to disengage here as Liga come forward. Oh, they try and commit everything there. Oh, they've caught themselves Oracle, though, in the back line. Have been able to get off the false promise, though. And is pursuing the Drow Ranger. Noticed is still okay here for the time being. Right now he's getting pursued up heavily. Still okay. They're bursting through him. Finally, we'll get the kill. As Solo has brought back here too, being slowed down there by the Frost Arrows. Dragon Tail there onto the Dark Willow, and the rest of Cybergoose thinking of maybe perhaps going back. TA2000 still okay here, wanted to bring back the Drow, not be able to. And I think that was because of the Outworld staff that was utilized there with the Self-Exile.
Yeah.
Pretty cool.
Look a little bit funky, but somehow I guess
did.
that's how it interacts. Yeah, I thought it would just stop him where he was standing, but that's not exactly where he was standing. He still got pulled back a tiny bit. I don't know. Very strange stuff. Still, what's not strange is the high ground push coming in. 17k lead, 11-7 as we've hit double digits. And that safety siege can begin. And where's your damage supposed to come in? How are you supposed to
Oh,
fight
wow.
in Cybergoose?
Let them go. This might be a dieback here onto the Oracle. It will be indeed. Oracle down for 70 seconds, pushing TA2000 all the way back into the base, and there's nothing that Cybergoose can do about this. They're just watching Drow hit the Conquer. No
Yeah,
Dragon
I mean-
Form for
Dire's
20
top barracks
seconds.
has fallen.
I don't know what you do. Again, you don't have the Ags up and running yet on problems. If you could get 800 gold for that right now, it's your best play. It's got to be it. You don't even have Tidal Wave as well on TA2000, so they can't try to drag someone back. They will just stick with 1 Rax. They played safe on the side of Liga, but they have Roche control again. Banner, Aegis, Refresh Shard, Cheese, everything on hand if they want to go for that safe play, which they should after clearing out some camps. And for Cybergoose, again, they've got tanky heroes. They try and get these saves. Solo is having to use False Promise earlier than he'd like now. I think he dropped it a while ago on Notice, even before any damage was flying out on Notice, just knowing that he'll get jumped first. So
Yeah.
he's getting some value, but not much. I think, again, for the side of Cybergoose at this point, you want that kick. You want Problems to have that
I'll
kick.
take that.
It has to be it. You do have the Nullifier on
Dire
Chira
are
Jr.
scanning.
Eventually, that's Daedalus for TA2000 as well. Only about 44 gold away. Has a courier just hanging around in the shop. So there is going to be some nice burst damage. You can get lucky on TA2000. The issue is finding the angles, because the smokes of Cybergoose is not panned out.
Oh, Primal Roar. Onto the DK. He's still okay, though. No follow-up damage. Joe Jr. is fine. And a Daedalus for TA2000. And the Silver Edge will be nice on you now to pierce through the DK.
Would be
The
Radiant
Dragon's
are
Blood.
scanning.
quite strong. Smoke out from Cybergoose. Again, it's about positioning. It's about who you find first. This could be a nice flank into the rear, though. Doesn't quite look like League is ready, but they're also smoked up. Again, good reads. from both sides,
Dire's
understanding
bottom tower is under
kind of
attack.
Oh,
needs
smoke
to
broke
go
on the
around.
dragon. Smoke broke on the dragon. Smoke broke. Oh, wait, they've caught themselves the Drow. Can they kill the Drow? Drow is completely fine. They're going to try and attempt to turn it around now.
As the gush is there, Drow still staying completely fine here on that cliff. They've been able to take down both the Oracle and the Tusk. Both of those are gone. Drow getting lower and lower, but still able to hold the ground there and turn it around and take down the DK. As Tusk trying to buy back, but come back to the fight with being able to take out TA2000 as well. As we've got ourselves a double kill there on the Drow Ranger. The cores are having trouble on Cybergoose, and they're going to call GG with Liga team
Radiant
winning
victory.
that one team fight there. That pretty much called it. They weren't going to win from there. And the game one, of course, going to Liga team.
That it is, and it was pretty dominant fashion here from the side of Liga team. It didn't feel like Cybergoose could play at all. Again, they came up with a strap. It was all about tankiness. Theoretically, a good way of clearing out the creeps here, with a Kunkka safe lane, having a decent enough lane matchup for Chira Jr. on mid. But they never really found a launching point here on Cybergoose, did they? Like, they never found a moment where they felt ultra strong. They had a couple of fights that felt good, sure, just not enough of them to really take over, and Liga team just played so smart. Again, that little move in Roshan, leaving the Aegis in, letting themselves eat farm up first, like, it was so smart of them. And I don't know, like, I came in here thinking Cybergoose would be the favorites because they had that deep run. Liga just kind of whipped them here in game one, so they've got to show up for that game two.
Yeah, that was the problem. They didn't take Roshan and leave the Aegis on the floor for about 3 minutes, and that's why Liga were able to pick up game one as best of 3. So well done to them. Absolute superb job, and funnily enough, take out all the jokes here that they are able to farm up fantastically, and it was Cybergoose that just started to drop off on their heroes. I mean, especially like DK, wasn't expecting to see that hero drop off as significant as we saw. But folks, we will go for a short break now, so stick with us because we'll be back in just a couple of minutes with game 2 out of this best of 3. See you in a bit. Hello everybody, welcome back to the Esports World Cup with myself, Epidamnos, and John X Fire. We're coming in for Game 2 out of the best of 3 between Liga Team and Cybergoose. It was indeed Cybergoose that tapped out within Game 1, where the game was absolutely invigorating with less than 20 kills happening within a 40-minute game. Hopefully we won't get the same within Game 2. Hopefully it'll be a lot more action-packed. Do you feel the same, John?
Yeah, I feel the same. I think it certainly was giving me some flashbacks to Southeast Asian games, especially like a good old Talon Polaris series from 2 years ago that went 40 minutes before either side got more than 10 kills. So yeah, I'm hoping this is going to be faster. Of course, to be fair, I think Liga Team played it really smart. Again, it takes a very nefarious team to sit back, leave the Aegis alone, farm, as you tend to do with the Aegis for the first few minutes, come back for it when you're pushing the objective, and then go from there. That is pretty evil from Liga. So I will tip my hat for that kind of play. I think that was very worthwhile, and we'll see if we get some more action-packed game. But again, they had such a cool idea with the draft. All about summons, all about that build-up with Beastmaster and Chen, not something you see too often. It was very cool for the side of Cybergoose to go into the Oracle, but again, we'll have to see how they adjust here in Game 2.
Hell yeah, we sure do, as we're going to get into the draft with Game 2 coming up on your screens now, and we'll see what the draft's looking like. We're just in time. We haven't even got a ban yet. But it was Undying and
Radiant
the other
team
hero
ban.
that was banned first. Well, Undying's going to be banned first again by Cybergoose.
AA as well,
Dire
right? Like
team
AA was
ban.
up there. It's the Naga
Oh,
Siren.
Naga
which I
Siren,
remember is- yeah.
right, yes.
So is it going to be AA band here? Shadow Shaman?
10
Bristleback
seconds remaining.
perhaps?
Radiant
Those tend to
team
be...
ban.
I'm seeing the first phase. Shadow Demon is what Liga takes care of. I believe Cybergoose also took care of Shadow Fiend, very specific
10
up against
seconds
you.
remaining.
Might be something they consider here as well. Just remove some
5
specialties.
seconds
We
remaining.
shall see. A little bit surprised Beastmaster again isn't getting first phase. It feels like that hero is still one of the pinnacles of the offlane right now. So I wouldn't be too surprised if it starts getting priority back into a first phase ban. But not quite yet. You don't have as
Radiant
much reserve
team
time as well
ban.
for Cybergoose
Dire
here. So it
team
does look
ban.
like something went on as they take care of the TA and Terrorblade. So again, pretty bog standard in bans, leaving stuff like
10
Shadow
seconds
Shaman,
remaining.
like Silencer, like AA this time, and like the Beastmaster, maybe
5
Doom.
seconds
I
remaining.
think last time around, Liga closed out with a Doom ban, so have to take a look at what they'd want this game, but they have a lot of time to think relative to Cybergoose. They could
Dire team pick.
kind of take it easy. DP is the one to take its ban,
Radiant team
showing a
pick.
lot of respect for what we're seeing in the last game, and there you go. Shadow Shaman, Mr.
Oh.
KFC himself shows up once more. Chicken fingers, massive chicken ward, because you have the chicken cosmetic for that damn thing, even though it's a
Dire
serpent ward
team ban.
for whatever reason. Good old chickens all around. There goes the Bristleback as well that we were mentioning as a ban. So Cybergoose
Yeah.
do get to pick it up. Nice and easy, nice and comfy with Snot Rocket or Pause 1 with Warpath or Seeing Red. And I don't mind. It's very safe openers for both sides. Nothing too special just yet, Epi.
10 seconds remaining.
Yeah, we've seen how this pans out before. I'm wondering if this is going to be the same
5
draft as we got
seconds remaining.
last series.
Yeah.
But he did go Seeing Red on the Bristleback, and we haven't seen the Snot Rocket yet.
Not yet. Mind you, again, with how very specifically these teams play, I mean, again, we were talking about SF being banned against you. If TA2000 wanted to dip back to safe lane SF, Bristleback offlane does tend to play really nicely with that. You soften them up for a lot more of the minus armor. Yeah, you have the Dark Lord's Presence to give you even more minus armor, so you're all softened up for that SF to eat through. Because you don't have a
Dire
TA,
team
that's your
ban.
next best bet, maybe a Razor. But we just haven't seen any teams today even consider something like the Razor, so probably not even in the lineup there to tie into potentially an offlane Bristle if that's the way Cybergoose goes. Do you see the rest of the bans though? Dark Willow taking the boot. What else would you want to remove?
10
I'm surprised
seconds
Silencer
remaining.
hasn't been picked counter to Shadow Shaman, like anything with a channel.
5 seconds
Does feel like that's
remaining.
what we've been seeing as a solution in Southeast Asia. And it's also been really aggressive, this Silencer pickup, because you fight for the first bounty rune, you get to brain drain stacks already, you feel good to head into lane. Once you hit level 2, you just trade away with good old Glaives of Wisdom working as they are again. So it can be really annoying. I'm wondering if that's something Liga team considers now, just to simplify the game for the Shadow Shaman. You know, and one less thing to worry about. You know, you can just shackle away, nice and happy. Force feed someone some fried chicken. Good old Colonel Sanders.
Radiant team ban.
And Tusk is gone.
You know, Epi, Mike had a great idea for Shadow Shaman cosmetics. He said because this guy's so chicken teamed, he might as well be holding 2 chicken drumsticks as his wands. Nice deep fried chicken legs
remaining.
or turkey legs, I guess, if they're that big.
He's got sheep sticks.
5 seconds.
Yeah,
sheep
but they
sticks.
should just be drumsticks at this point. Just all the chicken, foul play, chicken fingers. It's like, come on,
Radiant
just dress him as the Colonel. Someone out there is really enjoying a zinger right now. So you do see that Beastmaster eventually get banned. So not the full Zoo meta coming out for Liga team at the very least, but like you mentioned, you know, with the Shadow Shaman alone, there is already good push. Massive Serpent Horde could come out here. And the Ringmaster does make its appearance. This hero has somewhat faded back as the saving support. For whatever reason, I don't know why people felt like the nerf to Escape Axe mana cost was enough to kill it. But it's really not relevant because you save what? Escape Axe for level 5. You go for like a 2-1-2 build or a 1-1-3 build anyway. So you kind of leave that level 1. It's only relevant by your 5 or 4. So I like this from Ringmaster. And again, his impact damage was lessened from 75 to 50. It's like, so what? It's still percent-based HP damage. There's the Silencer. They take it on Liga team. So they get to pick that up. It feels good up against Ringmaster. You remove the save. And now you got that Storm Spirit coming out here as well. There's no hold from the Ringmaster. You're going to have to look for hard hold here from Cybergoose to try to deal with it. I'm a bit surprised they picked the Storm while Puck is available, too. I'm sure Cybergoose now are just thinking about maybe a very simple Puck pickup for themselves, for Chira Jr. now to play, because that matchup into Storm always feels good. Again, at worst, Puck draws 50-50, but you'll have the Dream Coil to hold him down. You could get annoyed by Silencer, to be fair. I think anything does get annoyed by Silencer, but you're also very good backline jump for that Silencer anyhow. So Puck kind of lines in. Just don't pick Tiny. Cybergoose, don't be tilted enough to pick the Tiny, please. That's a death sentence. We'll just tap out right there if you do take the Tiny. Statistically,
You've really
just
got a vendetta
40%
against
win rate.
Tiny.
I mean, Mike does, but I'm kind of convinced because I feel like the hero, again, fundamentally isn't bad, but teams just, outside of very few teams, they haven't been maximized. Instead, they go for something different. Very different. Chaos Knight. That's a way of playing with some minus armor from the Bristleback. This hero has felt pretty menacing with his irrationality facet, if I do recall right. The RNG on the Rift would break. It's pretty insane what you can do. And again, you have so much minus armor with the Bristleback on hand. I like this from Cybergoose. It's something different. It's something we don't see too often. We don't have a lot of good AoE.
Oh.
Call it. Just go. Just go. Go away. It's done. I love this Chaos Knight, and they tempted themselves. They couldn't help themselves. They just had to take the Tiny. Okay.
Maybe it's a 4. Maybe
it's a 4. If it's a 4, this is acceptable. Because no way in hell do you pick Tiny thinking it's a great lane against her. Oh, it's a Storm Spirit lane. I'll play Tiny. It's good. You had Puck. Puck's right there. Go for the Puck. Run the Bristleback off. Run the Tiny 4. Double melee. Sure, it's not amazing, but it's all right. Liga team get access to Abaddon, so they could run that offlaner safe. I believe it has been a little bit more common in the safe lane, which is a really good answer to Bristleback. You can dispel off the goo. You don't give a damn about that. You can block off some of the damage from the Quilt Spray as well. And you can run down the Bristle quite nice. So I like this answer here for Liga team. Now you even end up with potentially an Abaddon Silencer into a Bristleback lane. I mean, just the Silencer alone, man. If this Bristleback has to go off lane, he's going to be hating himself this entire game. You are just not going to have fun with that Arcane Curse whatsoever.
I think the Abaddon maybe carry, right? But what do you feel about Agnins on the hero? Because you've got Chaos and Bristleback who do considerable amounts of physical damage very, very quickly. So I'm thinking, you know, an Agnim's pickup on Abaddon during borrowed time, Dream Coil's going to do a lot.
I do love Abaddon Ags. I think it's been nerfed so badly. Like, the AoE's gone down. As carry, it doesn't feel great to farm that up either. So, because you're running pause 1 Abba, potentially, it's hard to fit that into your item build right? You're looking for Radiance, you're looking for maybe the Echo Saber,
Dire
Harpoon,
team pick.
and it just makes it
Radiant
awkward to
team
kind of
pick.
line that up. We'll close out with the Pangolier. So, should just be the offlane Pango, safe lane Abba, kind of locked in. Another way to deal with illusions now on Liga team. Pango can make short work of that, especially once the diffusal is up. Cyber Goose, for their sake, I hope they pick a different mid.
10
'Cause
seconds remaining.
I don't know. Tiny does not win Storm. Tiny does
5
not win
seconds
games.
remaining.
Statistically, does not win games right now.
He wins some, 40%.
He wins some. And I feel like those teams, it's just like teams that win with Lina. It's like some teams win with Lina, yes.
Choose your hero.
And we go with the Drow. So, offlane CK as... No, it's a support CK for problems. All right. No, offlane.
Oh, no.
No, it's a pause for. It's a pause for CK. And he has
It's
the
a tiny
bouncing...
mid.
Yeah, it's the tiny mid. And the Drow Ranger safe for TA2000. Look, I don't know how to feel about this. I actually don't know how to feel about this. I mean, again, I've rambled on about the matchup. I don't think there's nothing Tiny does special up against Storm. He plays with Static Slide. He's going to not double overload, but he's going to hit you with a Static Slide. He's going to hit you with Overload. He's going to step away from your right click. You're not catching him out in a toss. You might catch him in an Avalanche, sure. Maybe if you control the runes that well here on Cyber Goose, you bully out the Storm. That's your best bet. You do have support rotations are great. The key thing for Cyber Goose that maybe drags this game back for them is the fact that you have the CK support. Again, he's not going for irrationality, but he's going for the stronger support facet in Cloven Chaos, which is basically like a free Venge Shard, right? Like you have the bouncing stun. And that is strong. It's one of the strongest stuns in the game if you do get that longer RNG roll. So this can be quite good. Combine that with the Bristleback, you do still get some early laning presence with Reality Rift, with minus armor, with some goo out. So there's some synergy here for Cyber Goose. The issue is they have to play with a tiny mid, but you know what? Maybe they can make it work. But for Liga team, I mean, you look at this lineup, how are you stopping the Storm? Right? Silence from Drow, if you get jumped in. That feels like your best bet. You can maybe catch the Storm with Chaos Bolt, but it's a slow projectile. It's so dodgeable for Storm at 6. So, I don't know. It's either a really strong blink timing out from Chiro Jr., you start to bully out a race, or... I'm not sure. I think it complicates the game later on. I will say, I do appreciate this venture into unknown territory with the CK Sport. We have not seen this in a very long time. But... I don't know if it's going to be enough. Again, statistically, when you see the Tiny, you just remove all hope and just go next, is what the numbers say.
We did go...
Oh.
He didn't go the irrationality facet on Chaos.
Yeah.
Knight.
He went for the support Cloven Chaos. So it's the split. It's like the Venge Shard. It's like a bouncing magic missile, although it does split the damage and the stun. So it is a little bit funny. But...
Oh, okay.
It does allow you to, you know, poke back on a support. Just, it gets a lot of value. It's kind of funny. And with the RNG nature of Chaos Bolt, it could be a lot of nuke for very little mana. So it is quite funny. It's just, I don't know if it's enough. I don't know if it's enough to outweigh the weight of Tiny right now. Yeah, it's a heavy weight.
The battle begins.
And we'll see. That's the Chaos Bolt getting ready. Let's see how this works. Casted it, yeah, actually turning it back around onto Solo. Solo's going to be the first one that dies here. Oh dear. And they're not going to go for TA 2000 on the river, are they? Or they're chasing. Chasing. No, not in range. We'll just get away the Drow. Maybe perhaps I'll go for Chaos Knight. Yep, first blood nonetheless on the Ringmaster.
And this is also something we've seen a lot in other qualifiers. When there's a silencer, like we were talking about earlier, you tend to find a route, fight around the bounty runes. You tend to get some early stacks. One stack of Brain Rage feels good. The lane here for Notice is not going to be great. We are seeing a little bit of that split coming out top of the Cloven Chaos, but it is kind of funny that it's double value for such a high mana cost spell. Mind you, issue for CK is you don't have the highest mana pool to spam that out. You start with 300 mana, so only 3 uses, not something you care for too much. And you're playing into a Silencer who, with Glaives of Wisdom, is going to be very happy to just drain that further. So Problems is just going to have to go for the pulse. soak up EXP, get farm that way, get levels that way. As again, the threat comes in once you do have Reality Rift with a couple of goose stacks on. That's where things can get really spicy. We'll see if they can ride through the first 2-3 levels of this lane, as that should be where the side of Liga team do feel a bit better. Can take a gander at the other lanes as well, what that's going on. The mid lane is the lane that, well, Chira Jr. kind of signed up himself for. They saw the Storm Spirit early. They figured Tiny would still be a hero, and Erase should have a good time. Like, there's no two ways about this. This is a Storm lane, 100%. Chira Jr. shouldn't die, at least. And again, you can still find farm, but you're not stopping Erase. Especially if he gets rune control. That's going to be a key aspect. Up against a Storm specifically, it almost feels like you have to come in for that 4-minute water rune. You have to try to deny it away as much as possible from the Storm to give yourselves that edge. And if you can do that, perhaps that's the way you can kind of drag this back, get some tempo on your Tiny, go Brown Boots Blink Rush, and go from there. We'll see if you have enough room on these supports in the side lanes to try to make that move. Last lane down bot, of course. We've got the Drow and Ringmaster lane, and this one is actually a pretty painful ranged lane. Right, think about the synergy. Frost Arrow onto a Pango, you land that Impalement Art. Percent-based damage still there. High HP hero on the Pangolier. The slow does make it easier to land the Impalement Art as well. Even without that, like, there's no way for Malik to safely gap close. There's no way to try to pressure with Amorales, to come in with a Hex, to come in with a Shackle. Right, so it's just a free farm lane for Drow. There's no stopping that until maybe level 6. Level 6 is a threat. Rolling Thunder can be quite annoying for the Drow. Your biggest tool against that hero, but it's going to take some time. Just the laning alone is not going to feel great there. Maybe with level 3 shield crash it starts to feel good, but even then again, Drow might not care too much. Have to wait and see. But so far for Liga team, again, very similar to game 1 here, Epi. Laning start is good. They're finding farm, maybe a little bit slower for top lane for you, but he is on an Abaddon. That doesn't tend to farm that quick anyhow, even on the creeps.
Oh, going on to the CK now. Well, that's quite considerable amounts of damage. The Aphotic Shield there. It is level 1. I don't think that'll be enough to take down the CK yet. The CK will be fine. And notice there, slowing down with Silencer out of a bad vicious knees. The Snot Rocket. Oh, he might be in trouble now, being slowed down here. Aphotic Shield is there. The stun comes out. And the last word will not be enough to take down the Bristle, surviving off 55 HP. Has a healing cell, so we'll be able to heal back up.
Yeah. Does manage to recover at the very least and can start to try to reel some creeps back. We'll get at least the blockage of the camp off. But again, the laning start for the side of Liga is looking sharp. They're finding everything they'd want. Look at a race in this matchup. 6 creeps ahead now of Chira Jr. And because of all this action in the side lanes, you don't have room to try to deny the water runes away. You still get the top if you need on a race. A level ahead, going to be hitting that 6 spike really soon. And that's the concerning thing. Once the Storm is 6, you don't have the greatest early lockdown to pick off a race. He's going to try to get rotations in or just get a steady build up into the Power Treads, Soul Ring, maybe the Kaya. And things can start to really open up at that point. The Liga team, again, having the start you'd want. It's just hellish to play Bristleback top. What do you do up against that Arcane Curse? You don't even have the Glaives of Wisdom here. Like, Respect is just trying to annoy the hell out of them on Cyber Goose, and it's working. Like, they haven't been able to try to play with the Nasal Goo, with the Snot Rocket, into Reality Rift for all of that minus armor. There's just nothing to do. Just pull, soak EXP, and try not to die. Oh, TA2000.
Well, they are attempting to go for the Drow underneath this tier 1 tower. The magic wand is there, but the last word claiming the life. In return, they will get a return kill, maybe perhaps onto the Shadow Shaman. Blood Grenade committed. Physical attack there from Ringmaster. It will be a trade for a trade, and maybe perhaps they'll go for the Pango as well, unless Pango is actually going to turn it around here and take out the CK. Does have the Swashbuckle, but will not commit that. And indeed, it'll just be a 1-for-1 here on the bottom. But a lovely kill for Liga, taking down the Drow Ranger.
That's what they need. You can put a dent on TA2000, get the rotation, you open up the top lane. Solo lane for you feels easy, although Notice should have some room to farm, but he's already out of mana. So you get everything out with that mover. Maybe even some room to play mid.
Oh, and meanwhile, CK on the river might find a kill onto Silencer. Will do indeed. I don't know if they
Some-
were contesting the power runes there, I think, and
They were trying.
CK's come in.
It's a lot better for a race. I mean, you don't find that counter kill. You are applying pressure on Cheer Jr. and you get the haste up on the Storm. So first power rune secured. Going to be feeling happy here on the side of Liga. They're still clumping 3 heroes mid though. That's a long stun.
And they get the Storm Spirit. Very nicely done.
They got the good dice roll there. And Sheng to get the longer Chaos Bolt. Oh, and a nice simple pickup. That is a pretty painful kill. Every time Storm dies at 6, you never feel good. You lose those early galvanized stacks. You're not going to have that extra bit to play with. At least you didn't waste your haste rune here for a race, so he still has that option if he wants to play. And he's actually looking at bot. TP's into that lane directly. Are already in a very safe spot for TA2000 though, so not the easiest one to find here.
Going for solo hit and going to miss him actually. The static remnant, and will just proceed to get away with a rotation from Chira Jr. and TA2000 coming back to this bottom tier 1 tower, and he's just going to move his way all the way back to farming this big triple stack underneath the triangle. Though they are wanting to go for the Pangolier here, does not have himself level 6, only level 5. The Gush is there too, and they will indeed get a lovely pick off there onto the Pangolier.
Nice little kill. Some poor action coming out forward side of Cyber Goose. This is really important for Chira Jr. to find, and the Tiny wants to get off to a rolling start. Finding these core kills can kind of set that up. Even the rune control kicking in as well on top, hoping for the dice roll to work their way. It doesn't amp damage rune now for a race. That's just unfortunate. That is not what you want to be seeing here if you are on Cyber Goose after such good movement across the map. Nothing to play with now for Chira Jr. And again, opportunities opening up for a race. It does look like he'll just stick to the farm game, wait for the Kaya. But that does cut into, again, potential aggression for Chira Jr. Only has Soul Ring mana left to play with, but still might have enough in tank to blow up a softer support. And they do manage to get some good aggressive ward setup. Like a nice ward watching triangle, watching that ramp area, watching right beside that tier 1 on the ramp area as well, will allow them to start to play aggressive relatively soon, maybe start to pressure onto the tier 1 if they clump more bodies. This is, again, still a worrying amount of space you're handing out. Like, yes, TA2000's farming. Yu has been farming spectacularly well, though. And his Radiance isn't going to be too far off. Like, he's getting some good pacing early on for this build-up. So,
yeah,
Radiance Abaddon's just going to ruin you, especially that TA. Roll out from Malik.
Yeah, Rolling Thunder coming in. Coming with the Drow. The Drow in some trouble. Especially with this double amplified damage. But they find the Storm first before they even find the Drow. Maybe perhaps they can get the Pangolier here too. Seem to tend to flee down the river, but they're leaving it for Sheeran Jr. gets it.
It's just
The reality.
Such a slow attack. 2.75 seconds for each right click for Cheer Jr. Of course, as a Tiny. They're just trying to hand it away. Just took some time. Notice though, all alone up top.
TP.
Yeah, no stuns. That is a concern for Liga team, of course. We were talking about team fights. It's kind of even across the board in terms of control. I suppose you are maybe slightly happier on Liga with the potential for Global Silence plus the Rolling Thunder. But again, when it comes to solo pickoffs, you might be better off on the side of Cyber Goose, just with having Avalanche Toss and all of that good stuff. Smoke out now at Race. Wants to find something. Again, his Galvanize has just been sitting empty. Wants some easy pickoffs. I do not think Notice is that easy to kill off, though. With a full Vanguard up. Very durable on that Bristle. That's the way they're running up, though.
Maybe if they can... They've got Shackles level 3, so possibly if they get him from the front, right? Okay, here we go. Now they're going to attempt to pick him out. And is that enough? Oh my god. Oh, there we go. Okay, now he falls. So now the rotation from both the supports coming in. And Shadow Shaman has been kept alive. Never mind. In comes TA2000 with the multi-shot. Finding the kill there. Borrow time's now down on Abaddon, though. And it looks like the rest of Cybergoose here, they want to try and push away anyone that comes near this tier 1 tower. But it looks like Liga are preparing to maybe perhaps turn it around. Erase is in the trees, ready to pounce with the Vortex. And we have a TP from Shadow Shaman here too. Coming back to the tier 1. Now we're going to move on, as we've got ourselves some shackles there. They will be cancelled. And Tiny will be okay. So no initiation there. And Notice just moves himself bottom.
And back to getting that farm. Get that build up. A lot of time wasted. It does feel maybe a little bit less worthwhile for Liga. The only person working the map while all of that happens is Respect, soaking his level 6 on mid. So you do at least have that global silence up now to take a wider engagement, but it is a little bit awkward. Because for Cyber Goose, they do feel strong. They've got the Blink Dagger up in Chiro Jr. This is your early Tiny timing kicking in with that threat for the Avalanche Toss. That threat to instantly burst down any hero that does step out of line. Again, you're still getting that scaling up effect on the rest of your cores. They're already hard to take down Notice with a full Vanguard, going for a very early Lotus Orb as well, just to prevent some hard single target hold. It can work wonders once it's up and running. And for Liga, I mean, it's still just about the Abaddon and the Storm. Right? The Kaya has to be there, the Radiance has to be there. Without that, your cores just don't have presence. Diffusal for Malik as well, not quite up yet. Although in a relatively short time, about 1,200 gold more, you will have that. But again, it's time where Cyber Goose can just take control of this map, and that they are. They get the forward wards, flying runes, they're setting your eyes up top again, steady siege. They can start to plant those deep wards in that top jungle that has caught a lot of carries off guard. See if that's something they opt for, but it doesn't look like they will. Instead, just gun for that mid. I think the side of League have responded well. I mean, and they've got the wards up. They'll just siege down bot. They'll trade even. Nothing lost. As long as you avoid that direct confrontation, you're good. I will say, though, for Cyber Goose, problems on the CK has been a problem. That Cloven Chaos, that extra stun and just getting a good dice roll on the stun duration is insane. Like this, it feels very oppressive to play into so much control here that even a race doesn't feel safe whatsoever.
Speaking of a race, he's going to zip zap away. Won't be the target anymore for Cyber Goose. How's you doing? You've got something on the courier. Is this a sacred relic or something? Yeah, it's a sacred relic. Oh, and they spotted out a race there too. Nice usage of the global silence. That is going to save Storm. And a rotation in from you on the Abaddon. He's got borrowed time. It's all that HP back. And we've got Malik on the other hand with that Rolling Thunder doing lots of work. That is a lot of Phantasm illusions. The Chaos Knight. My oh my. Now Drow Ranger rotating in here with a multi-shot, and the Shadow Shaman is going to fall. Bristle trying to find something more. Perhaps going to dive underneath this tier 2 tower. The Chaos Bolt's there. It's going to last for some time. The Avalanche there too, along with the Toss also, and that is Malik down. 2 will be lost on Liga team, with Cyber Goose coming out on top, not losing a single hero.
It's just oppressive. They're so durable on the side of Cyber Goose, you just don't have damage yet. On Liga team, again, the Sacred Relic's nice, but the full Radiance really has to come in, and that Diffusal Blade for our Pango just isn't there yet for Malik. Like, they need time on Liga, and this time Cyber Goose are the ones not giving them the time. Playing aggressive early, knowing how tanky their double core plus their support is, like this CK is insane. Like the illusions coming out, you get the lucky dice roll, you get the extra. It's just, it feels like it's unmanageable. And again, this Chaos Bolt, how long it's holding down. You get that full 2.75 seconds, you're just dead. And that's enough of a burst window to just find that kill every single time. I didn't realize just how crazy his stun can feel nowadays. This is dumb. This is actually dumb. The fact that he has a level 20 talent to increase that stun duration as well, kinda insane. Think about it, 2.6 to 3.85 seconds of stun? On something that's just 10-second cooldown with 110 mana cost, that's kind of sickening.
Phantasm committed. Oh, do they want to try and take this stack? Right. Okay.
Deny that away as well. Take it away from the Liga for their catch-up. They're not going to have that pot of gold for themselves. They do hit some timings. Again, one up for Malik. The Fusel Blade up and running. The Kaya for Erase looking like it's already flying out now, and it is. All finished up in the storm, so a little bit more to play with. Not quite enough to feel comfy. Radiance now as well for you, just 300 gold off. But this timing's overwhelming. Right? TA2000 is so well protected. Trying to catch out the Drow just isn't going to be an easy task. We'll try to move out with a smoke now. No long cooldowns to wait for. Phantasm not too important for ganks. See if they find a juicier target than just Amoralis, as he does manage to TP off, and it doesn't look like they will. Would have loved to get a jump on, say, Erase or Malik at this point. Or you, but they again, they're the ones with initiative on the side of Cybergoose. Liga team just don't have much to play with. It does feel like you're going to need more damage. Like, the Sanj coming out for Erase is nice. The BKB does feel necessary. I would argue that this could be a good game as well. Just straight up get Lincolns as well. Like, if not the BKBs, then an additional Lincolns could be nice, because there's a lot of ways of just getting pinned down, although at the least there's nothing to pierce through debuff immunity, at least until level 20 for CK, then Reality Rift might catch you off guard, but we're still a long ways off from that. Your timings here on Cybergoose, into the Roche they go, Plate Mail already up and running unnoticed, very tanky on that Bristle, and with all of this Minor's armor coming in, it's not going to take too long to kill off Roche. Minus 26 armor with your Reality Rift up. That is nuts.
There we go. They get that Aegis now on TA2000. So they won't do the same strat that Liga did in game 1. That was a fantastic strat. FYI.
That was. Surprised they don't dip back into it, but I'm sure they know Liga knows how to do that too. They'd check the pit if they don't see it in any inventory, so play it safe. Still the 6k lead. Really don't want to catch just a Shadow Shaman at this point, but might be the only thing you get. Yu is in firing line, but does at least have a watcher. Can kind of spot out just a tad bit if someone does walk into his general area.
Oh, meanwhile, Avalanche. Toss on the Shadow Shaman. That's the foul play, but not enough to save his life, so an easy kill. TA2000. There's still this tier 1 standing, so it looks like they're going to siege and pressure it and take it down. Pretty healthy at the moment.
Yeah, not for too long.
Though.
You got the output in TA2000. This Drow has had a very free game. Dies twice, but doesn't matter given all the jungle space in the world. TA2000 is translating that really nicely. Another clump up into the triangle. I know. They've got to somehow get this control out for the side of Liga team. I just don't know how you rip through all these tanky targets. Like, the CK is hard to kill, the Bristle's hard to kill, Tiny's hard to kill.
Well, they might get a kill on Shadow Shaman again. Yep, there is the Reality Rift. An easy kill. So Amoralis once again.
I mean, Malik committed roll for that. It's not the longest cooldown, mind you, but I figured they'd try to clump up a little bit more. They're just working the map. They don't want to take this head-on fight with the Aegis, which is fair enough on the team. Sit out that timing, get what form you can, get that build-up, try to get the Manta up on your Abaddon. Start to split some of this focus out, take away the threat of the silence, take away some of the goose stacks that do come in here from Notice. The side of Cybergoose, though, even as this Aegis ticks down, it doesn't matter too much. Like, we tend to see first Aegis B for farming anyhow. This draft from Cybergoose isn't as tempo constrained as
Global silence. Oh,
okay.
I guess that was to save Panga, right? But he was on the cliff, so they couldn't see him.
Yeah. You know, you're not looking for the fight anyhow. You know how long Aegis is. That's more than enough time to get Global Silence back up after Aegis disappears. So it doesn't matter too much. You're dodging everything anyhow. Free Shard for solo is pretty pesky though. Spotlight up. You're gonna be able to spot. Not like you have any Glimmer Capes on hand, but just more vision, more slows, more annoyances that you have to deal with now on the side of Liga team. Look at the confidence out from Cybergoose. Just deep dives from Chira Jr. on that siege. Just knowing that there's really nothing to be done here.
Ouch.
Gonna have to commit the Rolling Thunder, just able to get it off in time.
Radiant structures.
He is on his own.
Dire's
Just be
structures
careful.
are
No
fortified.
TP on the Pangolier either.
Dire's top tower is under attack. Radiant's middle tower is under
They will
attack.
eventually find this tier 2 tower top, and they will indeed. There we go.
Very
Check that
smart
out.
from Cyber Goose as well.
Dire's
They
top
fortified
tower.
during the roll, so Malik can even clear out the creep wave to stall out the push. And now they just have
Radiant's middle
access to high
tower
ground.
is under
Like,
attack.
again, they are just playing very
Dire's top
clean now on the side of
tower is under
Cyber Goose.
attack.
The side of Liga,
Dire's
almost
structures
kind
are
of showing
fortified.
what happened to
Radiant's
Cyber
bottom
Goose last
tower
game, where
is under
there
attack.
isn't play like whatsoever right now. Drop the wards in the tier 2 bot, trying to get some responses out, not biting bait. Malik's still stuck here.
Oh, and did we just miss that? Malik?
Yeah,
I got
stuck.
taken out on the top here near the Lotus Pool.
It's all a consequence of that roll. He was stuck, didn't have enough to TP earlier, wanted to play a little bit greedy, taking some resources on the map. Gets punished for it. Cyber Goose, again, very nice clean game, 12 to 4.
Respect? Oh no, he's being gushed out the trees.
Radiant's
Yeah,
middle tower
that's
is
a
under
kill.
attack.
That's a killing spree for him.
Feast on your bones.
Yeah, simple game. There's just no threat right now in Liga, and I'm not sure when that threat comes in. Manta on Abaddon's nice. It's not really a major power spike. Just allows him to maybe even play the game, if at
Dire's
that.
middle tower is under
Ags
attack.
for Malik could be a little bit bigger. Honestly, it feels like the best thing you could hope for now is probably just the full BKB to be finished up in a race, and you're not queuing it up. It's probably not going to come out this game unless it stalls out for that long, but they catch the 2000.
And Rolling Thunder. Global Silence. There's not much affecting the Drow though. Drow still completely fine. Where's the follow-up here from Liga?
Damage.
Liga are just going to get decimated. I mean, they just find the support here, but what does it cost? Possibly all of their team is now they're slowing down Abaddon. Abaddon's already used borrowed time. And this is going to be a kill there onto the carry. There we go.
Dire's middle
2
tower
lost
is
on
under
Liga.
attack.
Now they can focus move perhaps the middle lane, unless I think a race actually cut the creep wave for this. T8000 waiting for the Storm Spirit. Is this going to be enough? Where's the apple? There it is. Cancel the TP and just able to zip away and avoid the toss. That thing really saving his life, but he has no TP. That's a problem. And TA2000 hot on his butt. Oh my HP. Oh my gosh. Zips away from that blink as well. There's no way. Hiding in the trees. Oh, the
Oh no!
okay.
They had to work double time for that one, but you know it's a brave little play. Erase just doing what he can. Stall this game, and you're really just not finding enough. Another freebie, perhaps. Morales.
Yep.
Freebie. That's all it is right now. Because there's nothing you're doing as a team on Liga. There really
Dire's
isn't.
middle tower is
Maybe a
under
bit of a
attack.
mistake to commit in that tier 2 fight, right? Like, they had the position in, but it
Dire's
took so
middle
long
tower
for you to
has
TP in
fallen.
because like 2 of them TP'd in before him. He should have gone maybe to the tier 3 instead, a little bit quicker. Just run in, try to hope for the best. They didn't quite have enough time to wait for the Abaddon to join as well. So the timing was just a little bit off there for you. 14k lead now for the side of Cyber Goose as Liga team. I don't know, like, even the BKB of a race isn't giving me that much hope. This Ag's timing on Malik's nice.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's enough damage. They're just so tanky. They really are just too tanky. I mean, you're dealing with Tiny, Bristleback, and with a CK, plus a Ringmaster to save with the Escape Act. Like, it's a lot that you have to work through. There's nothing really to threaten if you runs in with a Radiance plus Borrowed Time. There's no threat. There's no damage.
Dire
Because
are
your
scanning.
offlane is a little bit slow here for Malik, so I know how you have to play. Perhaps pick off, like you don't even hope to catch out the course. Look for the softer targets. The CK isn't that tanky. The illusions can be annoying, but he does only have like 1.5k HP you have to eat through. Easiest target to go for along with the Ringmaster. So either or right now for a problems or solo, but They're just not splitting away enough. You know, there's no opportunities there for Liga whatsoever.
They're just going to wait the Roshan on a goose, and then maybe perhaps good round, as we've seen in these last few. They are pretty strong, and
Radiant
it's not really
are scanning.
anything that Lee really do about that. I mean, especially Abaddon really hasn't paid off with this Radiance. Feels underwhelming on this hero.
That it does. It might be down to how forced he was to join in some
Radiant's
engagements way
bottom
earlier than
tower
he'd
is
want to
under
be.
attack.
Like, he wasn't allowed to just free farm into the Radiance. He kind of had to go save the Relic and join a couple of fights, die, not do much,
Radiant's
so
bottom
just
tower
get another
is under
freebie.
attack.
Yeah. And maybe a... Oh, never mind.
Radiant's
That's a
middle
gosh on a raid. Okay, though. We'll zip away. Just gets out. Nice usage there, attempted on the Wheel of Wonder, and then trying to whip so that he could Luke at the Wheel of Wonder, but unfortunately does not get it. EKB now obtained for
There's a safety net for the Swarm, but I don't know if it pays off. Roshan, again, nice and quick here for the side of Cyber Goose, as they have so much minus arms to play with. That's not rocket, that extra viscous laser tool. Don't even have problems there with the Reality Rift. Just take that Rosh nice and clean, banner down as well. And I'm guessing for a Liga team, this might be the similar scenario that Cyber Goose had in the last game, where you take one more fight, if it fails, you kind of call it. Because this game doesn't get any easier to your line.
maybe perhaps
There is no
they
damage.
can maybe perhaps they can take TA and Stages
And they could.
on his own. Respect is in some they're gonna go for the support in the backlines there instead. Solo's gone, Dave the silencer. Nope. Silence just coming off, and now the rest of Cyber Goose come in to protect the draft, and they will find the Shadow Shaman there too. So 2 supports down on Liga. It looks like now they'll proceed to pressure the tier 2 bottom lane, and maybe perhaps even start to see
Dire's
tier
bottom
3
tower is
layer
under attack.
the base.
Radiant's
They're
top
free to
tower
do so.
is
They've
under
still got the
attack.
Roche banner. Can just drop it as a safety net. They still have all their spells as well. Phantasm still ready. Respawn on your Ringmaster isn't too long at this point in the game.
Dire's bottom
They have
tower
outpost
is
control
under
on their
Dire's
side, so
bottom tower
easy
has
enough to get
fallen.
back into the fight. Still so much time in the ages. A little bit awkward of the Kalichi for 2000, but you eventually just get his position back. And for Liga, now you don't have Global Silence. You do still have this BKB on a race.
Dire's bottom tower
Doesn't quite
is
have
under
the
attack.
full Witchblade yet for some more damage. So options are limited. A Blink Dagger up. You. That's an odd.
Okay, Avalanche, toss back on Abaddon, and already this borrow time has to be activated. Drow is completely fine. I mean, Erase is trying to do work here and has to just zip right back out here with that 9-second BKB. It's done absolutely nothing other than saved him. That's it. Not able to output any damage whatsoever here on Liga. It is looking rough as Cyber Goose starts to clean up this bottom set of racks. They'll get that successfully.
Dire's bottom
No
tower.
perhaps they'll look for more. No touches forward. Avalanche there from Chira Jr. Connect onto anyone. In into tier 3 now. What can Liga do here? I mean, BKB already expended now on a race. So if he's in, he's dead.
Dire's middle tower
But he's
is under
zipping too.
attack.
Oh, he's getting an arcane room.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Trying to stall.
Dire's
Doesn't manage to cut through the
structures
creep
are
wave.
fortified.
Last fort used up.
Dire's
This is your
middle
last
tower
shot
is
on
under
the side of
attack.
Liga. Aegis, still 2 minutes left. Like, it's such a big window for TA2000. Have to see here.
Okay, rolling thunder. Again, they're going to disengage here, tipping forward now. They're trying to find the support here. Global Silence comes out there. Storm, he may be in some trouble. He's just able to zip away. He's trained Master there, and the Chaos Knight there too. They'll take down both the supports. Liga, however, TA2000 still completely hit. Has been hexed up, shackled up,
Avalon to 2. Buyback here from the Chaos Knight wants to come back to the fight. And look at that multi-shot there, helping to take down the Storm. Storm's dead. Drow will fall, but Aegis coming back. Triple kill here from the Bristleback. They may be able to actually find the Tiny there. Tiny is gone. As Drow coming back alive. Chaos Knight back to the fight, helping to support the rest of his team as the multi-shot coming out, taking down the Pangolier. 2 remain now on Liga. And it's Cybergoose that pretty much, I think, still come out on top of that with the Aegis.
And to do a valiant effort out from Liga, though. They find a little bit more than I was expecting to be able to do. To take care of that first life in TA 2000, but you don't have the tools any longer. You have to wait a little bit more for the respawn to be in, for the cooldowns to be reset. And that's time that... it's time Cybergoose won't give you. Run right next to your fountain, go for the last set of racks. And this is it for Liga team. Do or die on the respawns. Can they repeat that success? I'm not sure. That was a very specific set of circumstances. Cybergoose was on the back foot, not in a good position in that fight. This time they're much more clumped together. They're back commitment.
BKB usage. Come out, and there's no damage on this Bristle. Bristle's just not taking any damage whatsoever here from Erase. And there we go. The last set of racks has fallen. Mega creeps now. Cybergoose. And they can just clean up the base now. They've got themselves an avalanche and toss there. And already, look at that, Abandon. Already straight to 0 HP, but he does have the reality of the Storm Spirit instantly taken out with thanks to that Chaos Bolt. Shadow Shaman gone there too. Pangolier actually doing incredible amounts of damage, but the avalanche and toss is just too much for him to handle. He will fall there also. Buyback from the Shadow Shaman, but it looks inevitable here for Liga to lose, but they're still going to attempt to try and do something here, maybe perhaps. Buyback is there. And they got themselves the Shackle on the Bristle. Bristle slowly falling, has himself the BKB. Still okay. 1 tier 4 tower remaining. Sabanin coming forward. Not able to dish out any physical attacks there on the Drow, with thanks to the Hurricane Pike, and that tier 4 tower has gone. Ancient exposed. Liga are still going to play here. They haven't called GG. They're going to try for something. They're trying to go for the Drow Ranger here. Drow, is she okay? She's got the high ground there, just shooting down from that big cliff, and she's not dead. There we go. 3 cores down. Silence are gone. Triple kill there. Godlike 3. GG called. And game 2 will go to Cybergoose. That will equalize this series, and we'll be going for a game 3 to see who will move themselves onwards and upwards through this upward bracket.
Yeah, they do a fantastic job. This time they're the ones playing with the tempo. They're the ones taking initiative here. I will say maybe Cybergoose had a little bit too much fun here, Epi. Noticed went for double Sanj and Yasha at the end of the game. Just went for stat padding. Didn't care if none of the percent stuff stacked. Just wanted stats. So fair enough for him. They were snowballing hard enough. You could kind of get away with some silly stuff like that here for Cybergoose. For Liga team, they've got to go back to the drawing board, reconsider what happened in this draft, because it was slow, right? Like, I don't think the issue was with, say, your mid. Maybe your safe lane was just not the kind of hero you'd want here for you. Abaddon Core does feel like it needs some up-tempo heroes elsewhere, some harder scaling. Storm isn't really that hard scaling on mid. It could work with maybe Alina, maybe a Quap, which starts off a little bit faster, but it was just slow going for Liga team. There was nothing that could connect. Malik's lane was a little bit too rough as well, so there's really no launching point. It felt like every lane was lost out except for a race, which you'd expect up against a Tiny. And for once, we do get a Tiny win here, Epi. Not something I've seen in the past 3 days here.
Well, fantastic. And we'll see whether they can get another victory on Tiny again, if they do pick it, because we're going to go for a break and we're going to wait for game 3. So stay tuned, folks, because we'll be back in a couple of minutes. Don't go anywhere, and we'll see you for that next game.
This is how we're gonna end it. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and know
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup with myself, Epidamnos, and John X5. We're coming in for Game 3 out of the best of 3 between Liga Team and Cybergoose. And it was indeed Cybergoose who took themselves a comfortable victory within this Game 2. So now it's between these two teams to see who will go onwards and upwards into this upper bracket, as a ban's already coming out to play. We've got Bristleback, who's been banned after Game 2, completely understandable, and Naga Siren. Undying is in the pool, John. Can we get an Undying?
Team ban.
Yes, there we go. We get the Undying ban. It still shows up, at least in spirit, in a ban, which is fair enough. I do like that Liga team just take care of that pesky Bristleback. It did do a lot of work in the last game. You have to appreciate just how much minus armor that was, along with the CK. The CK support really was the surprise from Cybergoose that I think really caused some problems here. Yeah, that hero was just doing too much with the Bristleback combination. Love to see it. I'm wondering if we'll see more of it, as I do feel like outside of the very specific minus armor strats, it might not be as valuable overall. So maybe not a consideration here as the drafts go on. Shadow Demon being banned out by Liga team. Cybergoose, I'm wondering if they have to take care of stuff like TA Beastmaster at this point. can't be allowed through either one. You don't have first pick. You can't try to gun for either one either. So you should just look to take care of at least the TA. Because that here is just, it's just winning too much.
Radiant
And
team ban.
we were talking about it a while ago, as they banned the TA. We were talking about it a while ago, but props to Cybergoose for finding a win with Tiny. I have not seen that in
10
3 days.
seconds remaining.
They make it work. And Chira Jr. made it look decent.
5
So
seconds remaining.
hats off to him. But I really do feel like for Cybergoose, it was mainly down to the fact that your side lanes were just completely crushing it. There was no gameplay there for Malik. The Pangolier into the Drow lane's just atrocious. Really nothing you can do. And even though you had the silencer into the Bristleback, it just didn't do enough either. There's the Terrorblade ban, so nothing changing for Cybergoose whatsoever. Liga, they do have
10
first pick. They
seconds
could
remaining.
afford to keep Beastmaster in the pool if they'd want that. But we tend to
5
see from a
seconds
lot of teams
remaining.
just when you're left with the option for it, Shadow Shaman first pick does seem really reliable. So I wouldn't fault the Liga team for maybe banning Beastmaster or Doom, picking up the good old Shadow Shaman themselves, and kind of waiting and seeing where Cybergoose goes with the draft. If Beastmaster's left in the pool, though, again, you pick Shadow Shaman. If it's ignored by Cybergoose for whatever reason, the Liga team can go back into it. Again, with that
Dire
lovely
team
Chen,
pick.
you can
Radiant
go all
team
in
pick.
on that early push. There you go again. Shadow Shaman comes in. Surprised DP gets banned over Doom or Beastmaster, but the Death Prophet has shown itself to be quite formidable in how well it sustains itself. So I appreciate the respect. But again, Liga don't show much. Shadow Shaman comes in.
10 seconds
Little
remaining.
chicken man. Nothing to really say. It's just very
5
solid. Good
seconds
push.
remaining.
Good hold. Annoying in lane.
Dire team ban.
Designed to be the most annoying hero, obnoxious hero to play against. At least you have a save here from Cybergoose. So you have the escape tag for the shackles. That's very nice. Cybergoose are covering their bases. And again, we saw Ringmaster last game. It felt great. Felt fantastic to catch every single time. The hero really hasn't been nerfed enough to
10
be
seconds
irrelevant. So I'm
remaining.
glad to see Cybergoose going back into it.
5
Solo
seconds
was doing
remaining.
pretty all right there on Ring, so feels like you can go again. And ban-wise, just 3 remaining here. Eat up the reserve time here on Liga. What other problems did they have? So already Terrorblade has been banned on side of Cybergoose. Drow Ranger. We've seen quite a bit of Drow Ranger recently. I don't know if that would be
Team ban.
eligible. Tiny's gone. No more Tiny, John. Your worries are
Good.
safe. No more.
Very nice. Now now we can just not call it from the draft, which is very good. Although, again, Shira Jr. did prove me wrong. So there is that, but statistically still one of the lowest performing heroes
10
overall.
seconds
But that's
remaining.
fine. Will you ban out Beastmaster or Doom
5
at this point?
seconds
Does
remaining.
feel like the next 2 concerns that tend to get banned out before we get our next major pick phase. Those heroes have felt a little bit obnoxious to deal with. So they'll take their time. I do feel like out of all of those options, probably Beastmaster is the more consistent option to ban out. Again, that hero is just a little bit too much with
Radiant
the Wild
team
Hunt facet
ban.
being all the rage. Instead, they'll go for the puck. So they prevent high mobility hero coming in mid matchup that just tends to win every single time, or at least draw even. I appreciate that from Liga team. But again, Beastmaster's there for Cybergoose to pick up if they want that. There's a Doom available as
seconds
well.
remaining.
Very low committal picks. On top of that, Konka is still in the pool
5
as well if
seconds
you want to go
remaining.
back to it, as that hero does do a lot of work, even though maybe it didn't feel like the best last time we saw it, but its tempo is there. The Radiance build is quite nice. You have that flexibility with Konka to run it safe, to run it mid, to run it off, depending on the matchup. So I wouldn't mind that if Cybergoose wanted to leave the draft a little bit more open here.
Mm-hmm.
Radiant team pick.
There you go. Beastmaster banned out. Fair enough.
Oh.
Too pesky. I remember when...
It's not like it's been winning all the time, though, right?
No, it hasn't
only
been winning all the
50-50.
time, but it's been very effective. I think from the games
10
I've watched,
seconds
maybe
remaining.
I've seen... I want to say I've seen 4 or 5 Beastmaster games,
seconds
and in
remaining.
Southeast Asia, it did feel like it only lost 1 time. So its win rate in C specifically was pretty good. It is a pest. And it's all also almost always just been Wild Hunt now. Like, no one's going back for Beast Mode. Everyone's understood how much attack speed you are getting from Wild Hunt. And it is fairly funny to see that creep army stack up with how fast the Beastmaster and the creeps can hit, so it's very much appreciated.
Dire team pick.
What are we getting? We do get the Silencer out, so very early committal on the double supports, but you do have the Silencer into Shadow Shaman action. Not that you needed it when you have the Escape Act already online, but you do have a way of interrupting. This can cut off some picks as well on the mid lane for Liga team, like say Storm. Not going to be as comfy into a Silencer, but they'll pick it up anyway. As I think it's fine. Honestly, Silencer's a counter to Storm is like middling at best, because you are very susceptible to being jumped by the Storm. So I'm curious to see what Cyber Goose can take for a mid matchup, because you don't have Tiny. You have to come up with something else here on Cyber Goose instead of picking Tiny into Storm. For Liga team, I'm surprised we haven't seen that much more of the Coddle. It was nerfed to hell, just a little bit more. So I guess it's not as good as it once was, or not as ridiculous with Chakra Recall, but I still feel like there's room for it if you so wish. Although we just haven't seen it much at all. I do believe both of these teams have run Coddle in the Road to TI, so probably not out of the picture. And I'm just double checking to make sure. No, they haven't. All right, so fair enough. I think it was the last series actually where there was some Coddle, so not a consideration. Chen is the go-to instead, maintaining that creep army on hand without the Beastmaster Dome. Maybe not as great, but your supports in Cyber Goose don't really deal with a Chen army that well. Tame the Beast perhaps is your best option for clearing out a large amount of creeps.
10 seconds
Even then,
remaining.
charging it up against a Chen who could have a stun creep on hand, probably not too effective. I like this from Liga team. It does signify a lot of early aggression. There's good push with Shadow Shaman Chen on hand. Your two supports can clear out towers by themselves. And the sustain is overwhelming. There's no direct answer for all of that healing here on Cyber Goose, just with Silencer and Ringmaster. So we have some good solutions on Liga team. Cyber Goose just straight into double tankiness. This is an early commitment for the DK Pango. And if you're a Liga team right now, just pick a Malik Timbersaw. No, they go for the Sven. So durability instead. I swear to goodness, it's two strength heroes. Oh, well, universal for Pango, if I recall right. But you can rip them to shreds. Timbersaw looks really good here. Maybe the Silencer's annoying, sure. But it's not something anyone ever bans either.
10 seconds
I wonder if Liga can get away with that one. You might lack in some team fight. Cyber Goose could look a little bit better in terms of team fight control. With the roll, with the DK and the Blink Stun, that is a solution for the Storm as well. I know, I just like Timbersaw to just rip these things apart. Like the one Timbersaw game we saw in Southeast Asia looked pretty fantastic, and I do believe it was against a DK Pango as well. So I wouldn't mind it.
Do you feel like the Storm could be pretty underwhelming though? Because I feel like any time that he's kind of shunted in the game and he's not able to snowball, he's just a very underwhelming hero. I mean, last game being a perfect example of, even with a BKB, you know, you don't have the damage, and because you haven't snowballed, then it just gets worse from there.
Yeah, in that sense, I mean, all the cores you can try to kill here are pretty damn tanky. And there is the Timbersaw ban. That's insane. No one bans Timbersaw even when you pick two strength heroes or two tanky heroes. And Cyber Goose has that experience with solo, of course. So they're not going to get baited into a draft trap, which is very nice. Timbersaw gone. One big option available. Oh, probably not a big option, actually, because Silencer is there. You're probably not looking at Enigma. Brewmaster could be annoying from the off lane. Mars is there, but it doesn't feel amazing into this particularly. No Undying option, which would have been funny. But yeah, I agree with your point. Just back to that Storm. You can only really snipe the supports here, and I feel like that's what the Storm wants to do anyhow, because you have to take care of the save and the Ringmaster. You have to take care of that Silencer with the Global Silence before it turns on. So in that sense, you are always going to be aiming backline anyway, but when it comes down to damage, you are reliant on the Sven to get that done for you, as
10 seconds
Storm's not going to have enough. Maybe the Parasma could do some work, but we're talking about a very late game timing for that one to come in. And that it's just going to take too long for that. Not going to be relevant for most of the game. So we'll have to see. Last bans as well. With a Sven on hand, what would be annoying? Razor's annoying, but it feels like no one really wants to pick the Razor, even though in Dream League 26 it was fairly popular. Popular enough to show up a couple of times.
Dire
But,
team pick.
yeah, Deuce is the one
I
to
think
get
maybe
banned.
maybe Lifestealer. Because I'm thinking, obviously, of course, you build Armlet all the time, and then you go into AC, and then you have the capability to go inside Sven, and then just, of course, because he's a very
10 seconds
high
remaining.
HP hero, be able to heal up quite
That's
significantly.
fair. My
5
issue with Lifestealer
seconds
into Sven
remaining.
is that all his damage is physical. Sven just has an insane amount of armor. Would work
Yeah,
by.
true.
And if he gets a shard, it
Radiant
just doesn't feel
team
great.
pick.
I've seen Lifestealers as well really lose the farm game. Love this from Liga. Lycan comes in, insane push, plus that soft backline now can just be killed by wolves. They literally can't do anything about that. Like, yeah, tame the beast, sure. Fine. They'll still chase your bum. There's alpha wolves
10
that come out
seconds
here for the Lycan.
remaining.
I love seeing this. Again, it was, I want to say it was
5
really WS that
seconds
kind of showed that off.
remaining.
I'm surprised it caught the Dream League 26 crew off guard when that Lycan did appear every now and again, because it's something WS has been doing for a while. And again, this is a very effective hero against squishy sports, which you do have on hand for Cyber Goose. So I like it. I think your lanes are set up well. You do still have damage issues, but this is fun, Epi. If the game goes long enough, this Lycan can go Ags and bite the
Choose your
Sven,
hero.
and suddenly
Oh,
you have
Tide.
a very strong crit on hand. Tide Hunter, TA 2000 Tide.
TA 2000 with a Tide Hunter.
I don't hate this. It's just that this is a turbo strat. So maybe it's probably terrible in a normal game, but Tide Hunter does scale fine with Krill Eater. It's just that it's a turbo strat. This is a normal game. You're not farming as quick. You're not getting, level 15 at 20 minutes in, or like 15 minutes in. Stuff like that. You're not going to get Echo Saber, Harpoon. But this hero can be ridiculous in a late game scenario. So I don't mind it. It's a good way of dealing with the creep army. It's a really good lane into Lycan. Malik is staying on Pack Leader instead of Alpha Wolves. The standard Lycan. I don't mind it, but this does feel like a really good Alpha Wolves game. Just the level 6 Wolves chasing a Ringmaster Silencer, relieving some of that pressure on Erase, right? Or even setting up for Erase with Vision. You get the Wolves out, they get the Hightail, they get the damage off, and then you zip across this storm, find some freebies. That feels like the nicer way to play, but we'll see. Maybe Malik has just a different idea and just chasing down as a pack instead of focusing on the individual wolves. I will say I do like the draft here on Liga team. I think it's very well stitched together. I still like the Lycan, but I don't think you're too far behind on Cyber Goose. The thing with this cost 1 Tide Hunter here, Epi, is that this does give you a way of clearing out the creep army with the Ags build. Right? Ags build is going to feel amazing if you can go for it on TA 2000. You can still soften up. There's some minus armor you can play with. Chira Jr. is going to be the earlier scaling core along with Notice. Like, it's down to the DK and the Pangolier to kind of give you that early presence out. But if this Tide Hunter hits his talents and is able to scale into the late game, it's a menace. I swear that level 25 talent of 50% Anchor Smash attack with a Harpoon and an AC on, this guy is a nightmare to deal with. Plus, when you have the Krill Eater, you get the bigger Anchor Smash radius later on if the game scales late. It's scary. It's scary. It's just...
So...
It's scary because it's a turbo strat.
Do you put, any, spell lifesteal on it, or is it...
Nah.
Or do you
go
go,
Vlad's,
like,
it's
just
satanic.
Morbid Mask?
Yeah,
Okay.
it feeds off. It counts as physical output, so you can feed right off of it with just regular lifesteal. I believe the build-up on safe lane's actually Vlad's. Just standard, almost like standard off-lane Tide. And maybe, again, if you're cheeky, a Harpoon, but likely you're just going for, like, a standard off-lane build. And again, Malik sticking to Pack Leader is interesting, just focusing on Shapeshift over Alpha Wolves, which is also fine, but I don't know. I feel like you're missing some of that oomph Lycan does have with Alpha Wolves nowadays. TA2000's all by himself, and he is a Tide Hunter, so a little bit harder for Salt to kill. They're still running deep with the smoke, though, on the side of Cyber Goose up top.
The battle begins.
And actually going to commit for the Bounty Rune. And it'll be 2-2 to 2 to either side. No first blood. See how a race will do again on his Storm Spirit.
Yep. Should have a decent time up against DK. This lane does feel much more 50-50 just because DK is a pest. Breathe Fire does cut down some of your damage. He can reach a little bit more. And he is tanky enough that Static Remnant, Static Slide isn't going to feel as high pressure here for Chiro Jr. So you should be able to control the lane well. In fact, with his aggressive posturing, you can make this as hellish as possible for a race. So we'll see how much he can get out. The denies are really key in that lane, because that's how DK tends to build up his lead. And already just not the comfiest of times there for a race. We'll see. Rune control as well, not too important for Chiro Jr., so he can just kind of ignore it. Maybe just deny it away from a race more than anything else. Again, we've seen these supports be pretty good at the 4-minute mark. We'll see if they have Rune's problems.
That's a dead Ringmaster, maybe. If you can get a mana burn with that Satyr. No, not going to chase. Okay, never mind. We'll survive on 20 HP.
That's a little bit worse for Problems, isn't it? He has to walk back. He's going to have to TP back into the lane. You've got an opening to just poke a solo Pangolier. Burn his mana away here with respect. So you should just be free farming on you. Your pulls aren't going to be contested. You can control that creep wave down bot. They're getting some really strong poke damage onto Amoralis early. But he always has that foul play anyhow. Let's just try to bait out a little bit. This lane down bot though, melee matchup for Tide, does feel pretty damn good for TA2000. Malik can't really do much to shove away this Tide Hunter. He's tanky enough that he doesn't care for the early output as well from the Shadow Shaman. So free farm lane set up for TA2000, and Malik just won't be able to stop that. He can get his own build-up. It is going to be a Dominator, typical build-up coming out here, but slowing down the Tide doesn't seem feasible. Right now, not showing too much in TA2000 in terms of build. Looks like just a Phase Boots and Soul Ring. So whether or not he goes for some type of Vlads, we'll have to see. As we do have packet loss of 70. Hopefully that gets sorted out pretty high.
I mean, level 1 Gush on Tidehunter is Chef's Kiss. Possibly one of the best level 1 spells. So impactful.
That is.
I always find it funny when they brought out the Facet. I always thought how funny Tidehunter is being so small.
Oh yeah, it's great that he grows really big, which is also great. I feel like he should grow bigger, and that's my issue with a Facet. He doesn't get big enough. We need to make bigger models in Dota 2. We can't be afraid of size. You have to make him a kaiju, a proper kaiju. A nice gigantic one. So when he BKBs, you can't see anything but Tidehunter. When he ravages, it just looks like buildings are coming out of the ground. That's where it gets fun. But we don't
that reminds me of Undying, like people going into custom lobbies and then constantly spamming Decay on 5 heroes. It's like Undying to the point where he covers the entire screen.
Oh yeah. Do you remember the days when DK would actually build Ags? And the Black Dragon was massive. He pops BKB.
Oh my god.
He covers the screen. And then he gets Bloodlust on top. And it's like, whoa. You really
Wait
can't
for the
see
Giant's
anything.
Ring too.
Oh yeah. Oh, we need more of that. More items that change hero scale, please. It's fun.
Been a long while since I entered this. Is Giant's Ring still a thing or did they remove it? I can't
believe it was rotated out. I don't think it's in a rotation anymore.
That is so sad. That was actually a really fun neutral item.
Oh yeah, it was the best. Now we have the Helm of the Undying though, so that's also very funny. That's quite the meme. If you get a full team wipe, you just stay alive for like half a minute. It's so dumb. It's something, that Helm of the Undying. Very funny stuff. Good gameplay right there. Imagine that with a Wraith King around. I don't know how that stacks up, actually. It might be useless when you have a Wraith King with Ags. Yeah, it actually is probably useless. I'm not sure. Like, imagine if Helm of the Undying plus Wraith King Ags, and Wraith King Ags triggers first, and then you actually die triggering Helm of Undying. That's a lot of extra time. But I'm not sure if it works that way. The game logic, so... I don't think we'll ever see that in a pro match as well, by the way. You're not going to see... Helm of the Undying, Ags, Wraith King interactions in a pro match near you. But if we would, that would be funny. That would also be a 60-minute game, so maybe not so fun at 1 a.m. local time. Who knows? This is shockingly,
still.
surprisingly similar to Southeast Asia, Epi. Long pauses, packet issues. We had 2 games that felt like they weren't finding too many kills. I'm a little bit worried that Eastern Europe's actually very close to Southeast Asia. Maybe we're not as bad as we think here in CU, if we're playing the same way. Maybe we're not.
Ringmaster just surviving. Healing self. Yeah, it feels that way, John, with how slow things are going. But to be honest, when I've been commentating C games, usually it's like hectic. So at least there's kills going on, you know, and even if it does go on for about 90 minutes and it's a farm fest, at least we're getting more than 20 kills in 20 minutes.
Oh, that's good. I think for us, we averaged, we were lucky to get a kill per minute in the past few days. So it was quite the qualifier. Like, it's quite the laning phase right now as well. You are seeing Chira Jr. just wipe the floor with erases you'd expect on the mid lane, and DK just tends to have fun. Are seeing a little bit of a contest down bot and Pulse. Biggest action has been top playing poke, because that is your Chen lane. It's your highest activity lane. You do have some good creeps to pick up. I would love to see the Kobold 4-man with his speed aura, but the Kobold has been killed. We're unfortunate for Respect to not have that a little extra more to come in and poke. Amorales, that's a very low Shattered Shaman there.
I'm quite surprised that TA2000 has not put a point into Gush, because I feel like they would have got a kill onto Amorales. Speaking of Amorales, he might die here from a last word. No. Okay, 100 HP.
And he's
He
on.
has the foul play, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Oh, and shackled underneath the tower.
Oh.
Might actually die here. Oh, the magic wand and the lotus is okay.
That's a Kraken shell hitting in. I think TA2000 understands and respects the damage output that are coming out from especially the early wolves. It does still do some decent poke. You do want some tankiness. He's still not getting Gush. He is focused on farm. This will allow him to clear stacks really easy though. So say if the triangle does get built up, you'll have enough Woody Anchor Smash and level 2 Kraken to just farm safely. Get that build up you want here. And see if that is the case. There's been no room to really stack. The lanes have been highly active. Like top lane, Notice is still getting poked out really hard. You get a good Curry snipe there with problems, so it does take some bite out with Respect, losing a little bit of utility there. But overall, a little bit quiet. I would expect at this point, though, that something starts to happen mid. Like, we're getting into the first power rune. Support should start to make their rotations in. Maybe not as important because you are just walking home on a race. But level 6 coming in for Chira Jr., threatening to the tier 1 mid. And yeah, we are getting some movement from problems. See if they get lucky on the dice roll. But you can start to get aggressive here on the objectives. Try to force a response and a mistake out from the side of Liga. Or Cyber Goose. And they actually dragging all the numbers. Even Solo now showing up to help secure these runes. An amp damage would just take this tower for free. Like, there is no contest. And just a simple shield rune, not the most important. And they get to the sieging anyway.
Structures are fortified.
There we go, they clear. Full wave. Sure, Junior just blocking the creeps here. So that they don't get aggroed, and they should be able to find this middle tier 1 tower with ease.
There's no defense. A little bit surprised by how casual the side of Cyber Goose are able to take it. But again, you don't have play. You can't leave the side lanes alone as much as you'd want to. You are just forced to farm up. You don't have triangle stacks either for recovery, so maybe not as important. But it does feel like you would want some flash farm to come in for you. The Sven does scale quite fast if you do manage to give him that gold buildup. Right, like Echo Saber, Mask of Madness, Disassembly to BKB plus a blink. Even just the Echo Saber Mask of Madness alone tends to be some early activity out for the Sven. He hasn't been able to farm as quick as you'd want. He's still in a decent pace on this Sven. Number 3 overall, top for his team. But again, without stacks, it's a little bit uncomfy. He does have the 1 ancient stack, not the easiest one to clear, and being right next to the tier 1 isn't the most secure either, especially if you start to bring the numbers here from the side of Cybergoose.
And with one, Shearer Jr. He's up there with 4,000 gold, around about 700 gold away from this Blink Dagger. That's going to be pretty nice once he gets it. And are they looking for a kill here on Silencer? This DK hiding around in the trees here. Yeah. Oh, look at that. Lovely bait. Now they go for Amoralis. And that is a dead Shadow Shaman. And that's first blood. Oh my gosh, I forgot a kill has not even happened. 8 minutes in, first blood.
We're talking about how similar to see this is. Talking about how similar Southeast Asia's been. This has been my qualifier experience, Happy, for a few of those matches. So welcome
they can get
to the club. Oh, nice
Slow
poke.
Down. No. Too fast in the river. Wandering waters.
Yeah. Come on, respect's even walking back. Surely. No, he just gets a boglet. Nice little annoying with the arm of the deep. And they'll siege top. This is what we're talking about. The siege top comes in. The ancients were cleared out by you. Did consume the god strength, but you didn't clear all of them out for safety. We'll find another objective here on the side of Cybergoose. And not much Liga can do. I mean, this farm game for Cybergoose is kind of insane. Like, TA2000 is going Radiance Tide. And no one's stopping him. Solo?
I mean, that's pretty nice. Yeah, Solo on the other hand, shackled up, will be found, Silencer dead, and still able to get off the Dragon Tail nonetheless onto Amoralis. Still okay though, able to get back. Got actually 3 points into Wraith instead of the Brief Fire. Shearer Jr.
Yeah, I think we've seen this quite a fair bit now in the DKs. Just wanting that corrosive damage, wanting that armor reduction for the siege. So it does help out on the early objectives that we were seeing coming out. Not as helpful in terms of looking for the pickoff, but it does have its trade-offs. I can't believe we're going into it, but 10 minutes in, 2 kills on the board. 1k lead coming out for Cybergoose. This is amazing. At this pace, we'll have our first to 10 kills by a nice jolly 30 to 40 minutes perhaps. Maybe longer if it's a kill per team per 10 minutes. That is not something I would want. Surely some activity comes in. Again, they're playing it safe. They're farming up. Massive Manda's done 1 out of the 2 early items for the Sven set. Echo Saber next as they get the jump in.
Yeah, onto Chan. Is he okay? No, I don't think so. Going to fall here. Yeah, there we go. And the first core attack. The Dragon Knight, Shearer Jr. gets the kill.
Nice and simple. Not the big kill you want, but when there's no kills happening on the board, you'll take what you can get. It's the armlet build for Shearer Jr. A little bit curious about that. Don't tend to see it too often nowadays in the DK. See a little bit more of that Mage Slayer for damage, or just back to the Sanjin Yasha, but I do appreciate that because there's nothing to punish the regen. Array's having to farm pretty far forward here, and you do have that blink on hand.
Oh yeah, they got the Dragon Tail to erase. The Global Silence is there too. Can he survive through it? No, he cannot. The whip helps from problems.
That's the core kill you've been looking for a while. And you managed to even sap some Wave, which is painful for Storm. Up top?
I think Pango will survive through this. Yeah, now actually going to attempt to turn it back around. Cancelling the TP there with the Rolling Thunder. Now actually going for the Sven here. And back and forth. They find the Shaman. Can they get the Sven? Sven's pretty alright. Rotation in from Storm as well. In he comes. Zip zap. Trying to find problems here. And almost got the kill. Maybe perhaps no, has not got the kill. Turning it around and they find the Storm there. Silenced up and now Sven attempted to TP away, but they don't have themselves a cancel. So he will just get out of there. But that is really not nice for a race. Zipping in. Thought he'd get something, but in return, it's only him that falls.
And this is just painful again for a race. He's losing a lot of mana. He's losing int slowly as he's dying to the silencer whenever debuffs are on. So you're just getting double loss value. You lose Galvanize, you lose Int, you're losing mana to play with, losing regen. Not a good feeling right now for Erase. And while all of that happens, you're giving free space to a Tidehunter who can just free farm. TA2000 not too far off from the Sacred Relic, not too far off from the Radiance. Has a lot of presence to play with that Tide as he just jump for more.
That may be a dead Shadow Shaman once again. Yep, corrosive damage, finding the kill. Dominating spree for the Dragon Knight.
Right now for the side of Liga, it does feel like this game hinges on your Sven, right? You had a really rough time on a race. He's still going for the Kaya. The BKB is really when the Storm starts to feel a little bit comfy, which is still a ways off. It's going to take some time for you to get that full complement here on the Storm. The Sven is still having a good game, but again, you didn't really have the resources built up. You're sharing those resources out with Malik having to eat some jungle space himself now as well. You're really just not able to scale as fast as you could if you had free access to like stacks. Armlet fully done now here for Chira Jr. as well. So more durability, more damage for the DK. More problems for Liga team. And again, we haven't even seen the Tide. Like this is just a farm game for TA2000. He hasn't even needed to Ravage. Still hasn't gotten the point in the Gush. And has that Sacred Relic flying out now. Only 780 gold away from full Radiance. Smoke out with Chira Jr. and Problems. The duel looking for some action. And the Armlet's up here to some damage to play with.
More Dragon Tail again. And the Whip. And the Global Science. Everything to take down Erase. Once again, he is having a horrible time on this Storm Spirit. Meanwhile, Rolling Thunder, tempted to be committed here upon the Sven. Attempting to flee now. Does have a TP. But not enough mana. That mana's been melted away there by the Diffusal Blade. And they take down the Sven here too on Cybergoose.
They clean up across the map. Just no counterplay whatsoever on the side of Liga again. I'm surprised no one's made a move onto TA2000, but he is a tanky Tide.
He is.
Not a prime target. And all that Radiance flying out soon. 150 gold. You're getting that scaling up you'd want in the Pango. Erase is still trying to poke, but again, without Kaya BKB. In fact, he's just going... Oh, no.
Oh, no. You will be able to zip away, though.
At least he has mana that time. Didn't quite have enough burn through. Didn't commit the swash there from Notice. So does manage to stay afloat, but 8-1, 6k lead for the side of Cybergoose. And honestly, for the one thing I'm seeing here for League is that we're not seeing impact from Malik. Like, yeah, he has the creep army. Could try to siege. Overlord almost done, but it doesn't feel like the Lycan has contributed anything. And again, this is my issue with going for the pack leaders. The entire creep army just melts, which is not what you want to see.
I find that whip insane.
It is.
Tame the beast. Max damage 480.
This is why I hate Ringmaster. He has a save. He has... okay, maybe his ultimate's probably the weakest part of this kit. But Tame the Beast is an insane amount of damage. Impalement Arts is percent-based HP damage that you can pocket for 4 charges at 80 mana per use. They nerf its base impact damage. Like, who cares? This thing is still a stupid source of damage in lane. I'm a major Ringmaster hater. It's so dumb. Look at this.
Look at it go.
Just like that.
Look at that whip.
Just like that. The beasts are gone. They have been tamed. Tamed to death. So I guess that's how you tame beasts here in the Dota 2 universe. Radiance up for TA2000. The Manta style coming out next. Our Tidehunter doing a dumb amount of damage with the Anchor Smash. And look at that Anchor Smash radius as well. Good old Mackerel Eater. A little bit wider. Easier to clear out. Easier to just reduce everyone's output onto yourself. I'm a little bit surprised that Liga are playing clumped up because I don't think they've gotten anything to play with just yet. Outside of the creep army. See if it's effective enough. This is the full Overlord now, so a bit tankier in the creep department at least.
Yep, here we go. And Rolling Thunder coming out to play. Oh, Ravage connecting there onto 2. They found both the supports here. Only 3 remaining on Liga, and they'll take down the Ancient Ice Shaman. Get some extra gold in there too, and just the net worth. All 3 cores at the top here. And this the shapeshift is going to expire soon, so Malik has to kind of be careful here.
Radiant are
So
scared.
perhaps he can find Packer. He's actually going to TP here instead.
Oh,
The
no.
TP cancelled from the whip. And that is a dead Lycan
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
by
It is.
Mr. Lycan.
He is tanky though. Eventually does fall. 11-1. The league has just found one pick off this entire
Dire's
game. Who's the
bottom
one?
tower is under attack.
Who is our one death? Actually, I'm very curious now. Our one death has been Solo, as it should be. Very good on you, Solo. But
Dire's bottom tower has
I'm not
fallen.
sure what to say. Echo Saber up for you. We've not looked at the Sven in a while. BKB coming out next, so not even going for disassembly, just buying it out straight up. Fair enough. That should
Okay.
provide opportunities for the Sven. Ideally, I think you're going to be looking for the blink as well, as you're going to get kited around a little bit, or at least you're not going to be able to get that backline jump.
Dire are
So that should
scared.
be the timing here, and that means you really just have to wait. Yu is doing a great job of keeping up in farm, at least not lagging too far behind compared to TA2000 and Shira Jr. But still a ways to go. Has managed to find himself some nice sneaky farm though. So away from the action, building up, his team is stalling for him. BKB for a race is just the recipe away, 200 gold off. And that again is a major spike that they could start to turn there. My concern is just, you know, it's just like you're farming just a lot better on the side of Cybergoose. BKB for Shira Jr., also just a few hundred gold away. Ags up for Noticed, 400 gold off or so. Then you have to deal with all the swashes from the shield crash, more mana being burned out. Not going to be able to sustain through that as a Storm, especially. Race, who's already having a rough game, might not get compensation as Yu
Radiant's
runs
bottom
into
tower is under
TA2000
attack.
farming, and he stays to farm.
Oh, he does. Yeah.
Maniac. Oh,
They commit Serpent Wards for the bottom tier 1 though, so at least they'll get that.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
League it.
yeah. You open up the map a little bit more. You free up that bot area just a tad bit. They could set up for the Tormentor as well, but same ideas coming out from Cybergoose as they are clumped up top.
Yeah.
Just could be a risky one for Liga. You can't force it out like this. Well,
Oh,
go
look
for a
at it,
long
they've-
smoke though.
Place a nice ward. There's only 2 of them here.
Dire's top tower is under
Amorales is going to sacrifice his life, maybe, perhaps. Oh, they see the Sven. Oh, look at what Problems has found. Uh-oh. Yu has been caught. The sacrifice did not pay off. And with that, they find 2 kills. Furthermore, on Cybergoose and Tormentor here too. And it'll
Nice
go to
free shot.
Silencer.
You love that shard and silencer. For free, more mana, more brain drain. Always happy, and they still have a global silence to play with.
Chen is dead. Malik wanting to try and go for Problems here on Ringmaster. They're just going to try and get the Ancient Eye Shaman to do some work here, but it's been taken out. Will not get the kill.
Not quite. Feeling content, but it's falling apart right now to the side of Liga. Cybergoose, they're in control. What are we looking at? Full Manta flying out now for TA2000 into the blink. So holding down this tide, not quite feasible at this moment. Would love to see TA2000 actually go for his shard. I feel like that leash, that dead in the water, will have a lot of impact here in holding down the Storm, holding down the Lycan just a tad bit,
Dire's top
simplify
tower
some
is under
pickoff
attack.
potential. See if that's something he considers for himself later on. Full Ags done unnoticed. Full BKB done on Shira Jr. And there's just no worries. I mean, there's really nothing going on here for Liga. Maybe you catch TA2000 solo,
Are
perhaps.
Dire's top
No.
tower is under attack.
Too tanky. It's a tide. So, you just give your top. Try to cut creeps. Try to siege
Dire's
down
top
bot.
tower has
Which
fallen.
again, you do have the Shaman
Radiant
wards.
are
You've got
scanning.
a creep army from Malik.
Radiant's
A
bottom
siege
tower
onto a
is
tier
under
3
attack.
trade shouldn't be too bad, but
Dire's
their high ground's being dug into and they really haven't done anything with that space. So, alright. Fair enough.
I mean, here we go. Already that tower
Radiant's
half
structures
HP,
are
and there's no
fortified.
one to rotate here, but TA2000 still hitting into it. He will bounce away eventually. Are they
Radiant's
going
bottom
for
tower is under
Malik there
attack.
instead? They see a H Thunderhide just roam about. Jump for it though.
BKB timing some news lining up.
Is under attack.
We got the Kaya up for erase, so certain things are up. But again, doesn't quite matter if you're not able to find an angle in. And your issue is just playing into 3 ultra tanky heroes. Pangolier, Tidehunter, BK. Not easy heroes to try to find a core pick-off on. So you have to go in for the supports. And the supports are pesky. You don't grab solo, Global Silence comes up. You don't grab problems, Escaped Act Save comes in. So you have to find a way to coordinate onto both of those
Dire's
heroes
middle
somehow.
tower has fallen.
Easier
Yeah.
said than done.
Dire are scanning. Dire's
He's still
middle
waiting
tower
for
is
Sven.
under attack.
I mean, at least you finished this BKB now, but I still feel like you're going to have loads of problems with damage-wise against Chira Jr. and TA2000 because you're going to be significantly tanky even with the God Strength.
Oh yeah. Roche doesn't take too long here either. Again with Worm's Wrath. And it doesn't take too long with some of that minus armor coming in and the damage on TA2000. It should also start to lead into that blink timing for the Tide. And a secondary life for who you give it to at this point. Chira Jr., even though a transformation hero. And even though he hasn't died, why not? As a safety net, you have that precaution. Credit Wisdom. Hang around here. Morales is being sneaky.
What's he doing? Oh, he's going to blink away. TP.
Oh!
Oh! Oh! TP cancel with the whip! The whip!
Courier has been killed.
Oh.
The blind whip!
Oh.
Dire's
He's just
middle
trying to
tower
cut the
is under
creep wave,
attack.
trying to stall out the top siege. Creep wave's already on mid anyhow. I don't know if that really helps you. There's the blink dagger up in TA2000, so we can finally get some blink ravage action on.
Oh, yeah.
We need it.
Need Ravage here? I don't think they do.
Dire's
Let's get the
middle
kill,
tower
easy
is under
peasy.
attack.
Like him down for 50. Take the tier 3 tower. No one is here to stop this from happening.
Dire's middle
I
tower
haven't
has fallen.
seen a race in a while. What's he doing here? He's got himself a BKB, Oblivion staff. He's still farming up, trying to get a Witchblade. Because meanwhile, they've just found themselves the middle set of racks. Now going for top set of racks without
Doesn't
any
take long.
contest here.
I don't know. It doesn't even look like a game. I can't fault Liga, but still, you gotta try something. Anything. You can't just give this stuff for free.
Try on the top.
Dire's top barracks has fallen.
God, can't even kill the, even struggling with the illusions somewhat there. Oh, okay, Storm Spirit zipping in. Oh, Ravage! Connecting there onto 3. As they find the Sven. Sven is gone. Shaman in some trouble. He's going to try and cluck away, but he won't be able to. He is down, 2 dead. And already, Sven not able to use the BKB there. Was
Dire's middle barracks
heavily
has fallen.
caught and taken out by the
Radiant's
rest of
bottom
Cybergoose.
tower is
And
under attack.
it really looks to be game right now.
And it does. I mean, your 2 racks is down. You still have a tier 2 protecting bot, so that is a safety net for you, at the least. Mega creeps can't come in. And you did pop all your ultimates here on the side of Cybergoose. So you're not really able to keep that pressure up, which is fair enough. But 18-1, 19k lead. You have to ask the question, what are you doing on Liga? Like, what is happening? Because they had a pretty strong game 1. They had good tempo there. They played to this Zeus strat. They go for this Lycan pick. I'm like, alright. You know, Malik knows what he's doing. No, this is not it. This is not it, Malik. You're going all in on trying to... Okay, maybe the sports.
Oh, gone.
Maybe you
Actims.
wolf bite your Sven.
Wolf bite.
Yeah, maybe
Yeah.
wolf bite Sven and you hope that's enough if he doesn't die.
Okay, yeah, they're giving him wolf bite, but he's got the anchor on him. Dead in the water. Okay. We've got the God Strength here too.
They have themselves an Aegis still for another minute.
Oh.
Silencer almost dying there, but Sven dealing considerable amounts of damage there to the DK. On the other hand, Silencer finally fallen, no mana remaining on the Storm Spirit. But Sven able to find the kill there onto Problems. Chen is going to fall. And eventually DK, how's he doing right now? Sven attempting to flee there, getting lower and lower. He doesn't have himself any lifesteal there. And the Tide Hunter just taking down the Sven. They do find the DK, but obviously, of course, with the Aegis coming back alive. And they could look to just clean up this game right now.
They could. Didn't have Global Silence or Ravage for that fight as well, so we have the next Malik. Not safe.
Water. Oh, he even taunted in front of him as well.
Yeah.
With the melons.
22-3. Nice number to have here. Very beautiful number. Of course, extra special got solo on hand.
Swap it around. Oh.
Yeah. The magic is here. Always nice to see. I'm sure the fans are enjoying that, as Liga is not enjoying this. Again, they went all in. I can't believe you picked the Lycan for this. I mean, yeah, look. That, because of how far ahead you are on Cyber Goose, each kill in the supports basically gave you 1,000 gold swing. It's insane because of the team that worked. But you need to do that again. Mind you, on respawn, Malik will have the Wolf Fight and Shapeshift. You could try, no secondary life for Chira Jr. Yet, Ravage and Global Silencer. So, can you get the same impact? Who knows?
Oh, no mana on the Storm. Tier 3 tower down.
Dire's bottom barracks are under attack.
That's just away they go. Okay, so the Wolf Bite coming out. We're going to try and find something there now, but they just disengage. They really, really need to find something here, especially with this multiple and the Wolf Bite. Okay, there we go. Ravage connects onto 3. Not able to use that BKB there on the Sven. What a disaster as the Sven taken out. He's down for 60. The Global Silence is there. The Shadow Shaman is indeed gone, and the support's still alive in the back line. Erase finally gets a kill, but at what cost? As game 3 will go Cyber Goose here, and they will win this best of 3 here. They will go on forward in the upper bracket, and they will knock Liga team down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, that was quite the showing out from Cyber Goose. To be fair, it didn't feel like Liga were even playing the game at that point. Like, they had no openings to come in. They really did nothing. I'll be frank. There's no sugarcoating this one. 25-4. There is no way to explain this game. It's just a rough game for the side of the Liga team. And I don't think it was Malik's fault, but when you pick the Lycan and your only purpose is to rush Ags, things are wrong. That is not what you want. Like, the lane matchup, sure, it's dreadful. You have to play into a Tide Hunter. A melee lane matchup for Tide always feels great. But again, we were theory crafting in the draft. There was that Alpha Wolves facet. You hunt down the supports. While they're soft, you could have had free food and problems in solo with a Hightail Wolves. Instead, opting to just stay for standard Lycan, I don't think that works as well nowadays. Certainly not the way that the hero has been more effective that we've seen from other players. So we'll see. Liga team will have time to rethink that, of course, in the lower bracket. And as you mentioned, Cyber Goose do get to move on. I believe we should be able to take a look at our brackets as well later on. But we will take a break, and it's going to be not the longest break in the world here. Not as bad as last time, Epi. So we'll take an hour off. You guys relax, and we'll be back for that next upper bracket series in short order.
2, 1, go. Three, two, one, go. Three, two, one, go.
Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand out from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Don't let it shake me, no. fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now.
1, go. 3, 2, 1, go. Three, two, 1, go.
Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me. No one will ever get left behind. A million more before I've tried. Won't let it break me till it's over. Won't let it shake me, no. Let it make me go under. Let it make me go under. So now it's time to fly. So now it's time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. 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 Nothing's gonna stop me Nothing's gonna stop me now. Why, one by one, you always come back like a curse? Lurking in the dark, your soul is blind. You lie, time and time again, and I am not your fool. Not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of like the antithesis of you. If you shoot, I'll take you. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all you ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna end it. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. Take it all, you deserve it. Take it all, you deserve it. Giving back the freedom you want to destroy. And my power's way too strong for you, so try. 'Cause you can't dominate and nor will you survive. And not this time, 'cause I'm the wiser of us two. I'm the one of life antithesis of you. The fire in my heart will only grow. If you shut the gates, I'll burn them down. I am 1,000 steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. If you shoot, I'll take it. If you run, I'll chase you. If you scream, I'll whisper. La-di-da-di-da-da-da. This is all I ever wanted. Take it all, you deserve it. This is how we're gonna steps ahead of you. You'll see soon. We can do anything we decide. We can do anything, it's our time. We can do anything we decide. We can do anything, it's our time. It's our time. We're taking over. Time is ours. We're taking over. We are stars. We We can do anything we decide. We can do anything, it's our time. We can do anything we decide. We can do anything, it's our time. It's our time. We're taking over. Time is ours. We're taking over. We are stars. We
Hello, everybody. Welcome back to the Esports World Cup with myself, Epidamnos, and John X Fire. We're coming into the final series of the day between 4Pirates and Cybergoose. It was indeed Cybergoose who took the second series away from Liga Team and knocks them down to the lower bracket, as now we are coming forward into the upper bracket semi-finals with this final series. John, how you feeling about this last series, man?
Feeling good. Hopefully we get a little bit more play, because that second series, it didn't feel like Liga Team had a lot of play. I mean, they did take that game 1 in very strong fashion, but game 2, game 3 was just a complete wash, just all the way for Cybergoose. So it did look like they woke up, and hopefully for us, that 4Pirates maybe gives a little bit more of a challenge. We'll have to wait and see what kind of draft they work out. This is going to be a very interesting team to watch, as we can take a look at the journey our teams have taken here for the road to the Esports World Cup so far. Again, we had our first rounds earlier, our round of 8, Na'Vi and Espoiled. Na'Vi moving up along with one move in that one move Runa team matchup. Into the quarterfinals they go. For us down here, we did see, again, 4Pirates versus Team Next Level in the other stream, with 4Pirates taking a very clean 2-0 there, and Cybergoose going all the way into 3 games, 2-1 up against Liga Team to get into the quarterfinals. So, should be a very interesting one. Of course, all the teams there don't drop out yet. There is still the lower bracket, which is formed up now. It is starting with Espoiled up against Runa Team and Team Next Level up against Liga Team. That's all tomorrow. This upper bracket match for us, for 4Pirates, up against Cybergoose, is the last match of the night. So this is the one that closes out. This is the one that will send more teams into the lower bracket. Still a safety net there for the teams here, but you don't want to have to end up in a deep lower bracket run. Of course, you want to have a smooth ride to the Esports World Cup. We'll have to see if 4Pirates or Cybergoose can get into that upper bracket final to minimize some of the matches they have to play, to just drag it down. Once you get to the upper bracket, just 2 series left to have to play if you win it, and just get into the road to the Esports World Cup. Of course, again, this one is pretty interesting, because 4Pirates is not a team that, again, I haven't found data on. They haven't been playing on the other roads to other tournaments. Cybergoose has been a little bit more. We'll see what adjustments they make in the
5
draft. As,
seconds
again, we've
remaining.
already had ourselves a little bit of a meta here, Epi.
Radiant
First phase
team
bans
banned.
tend to be the same. We're seeing the
Radiant
Bat Rider
team
being
banned.
taken out, the Bristleback being
Dire
taken out.
team
You expect the TA. There it is. TA banned
Yep.
out. Sometimes the AA.
Radiant
Sometimes the
team
Shadow
banned.
Shaman. Nagasaran still consistently banned out as well. Doom Beastmaster up there. So, in terms of bans, it doesn't really shift too
10
hard. Maybe just the
seconds remaining.
priority of
Radiant
certain heroes
team
coming in.
banned.
Certain specialist picks being banned. There goes the Shadow Demon. Wondering if Silencer AA or Doom Beastmaster could get kind of
10
prioritized here by
seconds remaining.
4Pirates. Maybe even like a cheeky Oracle, as it has
Dire
felt like,
team
again, that
banned.
hero's stocks has risen up. Instead, it's a Shadow Shaman. So again, teams are adapting. Teams are starting to see what's stronger. And we do
10
not get the
seconds
Chicken Man in this
remaining.
game. Thank goodness for that.
I'm
tired
actually
of it.
glad. I'm actually glad.
5
It's
seconds remaining.
we've seen the hero all too many times. Actually, I would like something refreshing, if you know what
yeah.
I mean.
Oh, takes me back to the times where you'd see Enchantress every game. You know, there's always like a couple of heroes that always show up. A few months ago, it was Ringmaster always showing up. You know, Hoodwink
Dire
for a
team
while.
pick.
So
Radiant
at the
team
least,
pick.
we take care of some of that. DP does get taken care of. Oh, Undying's left in the pool. Undying gets picked up. This is pretty
Oh.
hype. Epi, we were having that chat about off-lane Undying, the good old days. You were talking about the more
Holy
recent
Locket.
Undying, right? Yeah, Holy
Yeah.
Locket. Me, all the way to throwback to Tri-Lanes,
10
which has been,
seconds
for me,
remaining.
was peak Dota. That era probably isn't ever coming back, but
5
that was some
seconds
fun
remaining.
times. And this Undying, it's flexible. You're not locked into 5. This hero does work on the off lane. A few
Dire
teams have
team
tried it in
banned.
different regions. It has felt amazing. 4Pirates will just start off with a Pangolier first. Nice safe pick. Doesn't show too much. Undying can kind of mitigate him a bit with some decay, but Pangolier doesn't care too much either. The Tombstone, Pango can somewhat deal with. He does get decent attack speed from his itemization. Diffusal
10
Blade kind of gives
seconds
you
remaining.
a little bit extra oomph to try to lay onto that objective. So I don't mind this too
5
much. But
seconds remaining.
again, they get to run with the Undying. This is a hero that
Dire
we've seen
team
consistently
banned.
get banned out. Nice to see it
Radiant
come in.
team banned.
I'm excited. You said it, Epi. Want something else. Want something different. This is it. This is different.
Yeah, I'm quite excited to see some actual Undying. I'll be more excited to see if it actually plays it as a core, because it has very, very interesting with his flesh
Radiant
golem.
team pick.
I
Dire
remember
team pick.
when before they changed with the shards, and we've got Nature's Prophet as well. So even happier that we're starting to get some changes within this series. B stream is the best stream at the moment.
Yeah.
Here we go,
That's so
finally.
close.
But yeah, I was saying, I remember
10
the
seconds
shard used
remaining.
to, when you got the shard quite early on, it would be quite devastating because
5
it would summon
seconds
zombies
remaining.
when you hit someone with the flesh golem.
Oh yeah. Now
You
it's
could
just a
get
facet.
15.
You just get for free now. It's fun. Although I will say we don't see like the old pause one and dying off of that shard before. I think you used to see a few players go Echo Saber Harpoon. It was very funny. That doesn't happen. You still play almost standard Aura Undying. I think you do prioritize Crimson Guard because it's such a great synergy with Undying with how his HP scales. So I don't fault them for that. But it is cool. The Nature's
Dire
Prophet coming out
team
for
pick.
4 Pirates is really interesting as well because the healing saplings has been a facet that has risen in stocks because they have buffed it up quite a fair bit. It did get recently nerfed a little bit in the sub patch, of course, but this hero does do a lot of work in terms of sustaining in a decent enough
10
AoE.
seconds
It's actually quite
remaining.
surprising. I don't think we'll ever see the money tree
5
ever be
seconds
picked in
remaining.
pro match. It's the most nonsensical facet I think in the entire game. It's hilarious, but I don't think you take it. It's just kind of not amazing. So, unfortunate. Maybe it needs a few more buffs. Who knows? As the Wind Ranger gets picked up as well for Cyber Goose. Nothing too off the mark. This hero was popular like a month or two back. Dream League 26 had a lot of Wind Rangers. Makes enough sense. So, not the most exciting, but, you know, when you're expecting a lot of sprouts,
Radiant
there's a lot of
team
setup
pick.
for some good shackles. Could feel good. As Tiny comes out for Cyber Goose, and statistically not a winning hero. You're playing it into the Pangolier lane, perhaps. So maybe not the best, but should hold its own against the Pango at least. Not the biggest fan, but some teams make it work. Again,
10
statistically
seconds
not the most
remaining.
winning hero.
Yeah.
5
Yeah, it's not being the
seconds
greatest
remaining.
as we have seen few moments where, you know, it's quite impactful early and the middle stages of the game, but sometimes it can just be
Oh.
dumpstered.
I have some stats now, Epi. Tiny in the Esports World Cup qualifiers has been picked 40 times.
Yeah.
40% win rate. Perfectly balanced. 40 picks, 40% win rate. Nice stats.
So
Not
that's
a
that's
lot for how often it pops up.
16 wins.
Yeah, around about. Not the best. Not the worst. Not the best. Not too bad, I guess, in the grand scheme of things. It is a pretty high contest here, to be fair. The hero does still pop up. But I wonder when teams start to take it away from priority. As again, it's a very specific hero. I feel like the mid Tiny build that I actually do like seeing is
Radiant
Blink
team
Yule's
pick.
Octarine. That has been Tiny at its best. Finally getting, again, something very different for 4 Pirates. Jakiro coming out as
Dire
well.
team pick.
So a lot of early damage, a lot of early control, and the Timber Saw on top to deal with the Undying in the sense that you'll rip a strength here to shreds, even the Tiny. I like this. We were calling for Timber Saw up against these tanky heroes. Never saw it. It's out here now for 4 Pirates, and I think that's mainly because if you're looking at Wind
10
Ranger support, it does
seconds
nothing
remaining.
against Timb. He doesn't care. You
Yeah.
don't really have anything that the Timber
5
Saw cares for.
seconds
Maybe
remaining.
Avalanche Toss, but you also don't necessarily want to be right next to the Timber Saw here as a Tiny. So I like how they set this up on 4 Pirates. You have very strong lanes coming in. It's still open as to what you want to do with NP, but chances are, with the lack of the giant treant, you are just running this on support. The Jakir Timbersaw lane is an oppressive amount of damage. Really enjoy myself the extra right-click facet on the twin heads. It is very, very scary to have to run into a Jakiro who's
Dire
maxing out
team
Liquid
back.
Frost. All that extra damage with the dual breath can be devastating. Here goes another low win rate
Radiant
hero
team
in
back.
Lena for Cyber Goose. So you've got the 2 heroes that I believe in Dream League the panel was starting to call a little bit overrated. Lena is a little bit better off though here, Epi. Statistically in the EWC, or in the road to the EWC, it has had 24 picks with a 54% win
seconds
rate.
remaining.
Actually, that's the wrong league. That's a road to somewhere else. In the
5
EWC
seconds
qualifiers,
remaining.
it's a 13 picks with a 23% win rate. So
Oh,
Statistically worse.
Gee, that's a
Statistically much worse.
change. What was that tournament that you're?
It's a road to, a road to TI. I mean, it's the other tournament running, other qualifiers running there. So 2 roads leading to different spots, but
it's not out of date data. It's not. It's still technically in date.
Oh
data. Yeah.
It is. It's just, I don't know. Like, one league has it running better.
Radiant
Here, it's
team
not running
back.
so hot. I believe Tiny's win rate is kind of universal, though, across both leagues. So that one stays consistent at the very least. I do like the Lina as an answer to Timbersaw, and you could shift this now to Tiny 1 or Lina 1. I would actually prefer... it's so ugly to say. I would actually
10
prefer the
seconds
Lina 1
remaining.
run the Tiny mid, because the Pango Tiny lane is not as bad as Tiny
5
Timbersaw. That
seconds
lane is
remaining.
atrocious. So you just get rid of that idea ASAP. 4 Pirates also don't seem to believe that we're getting the Undying off lane now. Looks like they're expecting it to be shifted onto the hard 5, which is still a fine position for an Undying. You get your shard, you still have your save, you still have a lot of presence. Into the Timbersaw lane, you sap away at his strength. Not going to feel too good for the Timb. Softening it up for the Lina to try to burst through. Can be quite nice here. So I don't mind that too much. I think getting that protection for the flex is big. I will say this is one of the few games we've seen so far that it looks pretty decent for stuff like, say,
Team
Doom,
ban.
stuff like Enigma, although maybe the Enigma a little bit less so. You do have really good wave clear early on from 4 Pirates, so the Eidolon presence might not feel great, and it was already banned out anyhow, so I didn't quite see, but Doom is a really solid option here for the side of Cyber Goose if they want that.
10 seconds remaining.
Maybe a little bit less so on the other strength cores, like, say,
5
Tide,
seconds remaining.
Mars. You're already playing in the Timbersaw. It's going to be a bit annoying. I'd say Doom is probably your best shot. Doom up Timb. He's not going to have fun. He's not going to regen. Easy way to kind of handle the Timbersaw very early on. Hold itself in lane anyhow. Like, Doom doesn't struggle for the most part. He can have rough lanes, but you always recover. With Devour, you hit the jungle, you hit the Midas, you sell it back with Devil's Bargain, and you are fine. So, would like to see that for Cyber Goose. If they'd want that for Notice, we'll have to see. Banning out more. Surprised by the Axe ban.
Dire team.
Are they expecting, like... Well, I mean, you already have the offlane Tim, unless they're expecting flex to mid with... I don't know what you do with the Pango in that case if you're in Timbersaw mid. You're in Pango safe? That doesn't sound really all too hot. So I'm curious about the Axe ban. I don't know. I don't know how that fits in.
10 seconds.
No, me neither.
remaining.
Unless it's to protect Lina or some other hero that they're going to
5
pick
seconds
last,
remaining.
which is
Oh, okay.
Omni.
That's the way. Now you don't have to worry about dunk on Guardian Angel. And this hero is oppressive. On the off lane, it should be fine. It is a strength hero
10
to the
seconds
Timbersaw, but
remaining.
you can at least try to save. You do have
5
things to try to
seconds
counteract
remaining.
that, so could be nice. For 4 Pirates, if you're looking at an Omni Knight offlane, they
You
go
may
for the
now
Doom
select
themselves,
your
so there's that
heroes.
pickup there, canceling out the sustain. And that should
Yeah.
be a Doom carry, which I don't mind here for Autaker. We've seen a little bit of this coming out. Does play nice with tempo, you farm up. My issue with 4 Pirates is late game scaling doesn't look particularly impressive. You're kind of reliant on Natty Narwhal to kind of, soften up targets, jump in. And it does look like we're actually getting ourselves a mid Timbersaw here as well, instead of offlane Tim here. So a little bit of flexing around. And I'm wondering if they're really going to run the Pango off. It should just be, Pango offlane. So a little bit of a switcheroo, and that lane for Chira Jr. is also not particularly impressive. Tiny into Tim now, but it is playable.
10 seconds remaining.
Early levels, Timbersaw, I mean, he's going to harass you out. You can try to sit back
5 seconds
with a tree
remaining.
grab, cleave away. Your avalanche toss threat is pretty high. So that is the one thing at the very least, but by the time this Timbersaw hits 6, you're going to be crying a little bit. So the only weakness for Cyber Goose that really stands out is that mid lane matchup. Otherwise, I think the side lanes are pretty fine. I am curious to see how much Autaker gets on the Doom and how much impact we get from Ariel with these Soothing Saplings. Because again, that was slightly nerfed down, but overall this facet has felt very impactful in sustaining your entire team in the middle of a fight.
I am quite intrigued as how Omni 3 is going to be built. Is this kind of like similar to what we've seen with quite a few heroes, or you just build like Radiance?
It can be. It's a little bit more flexible in that it can also just go full aura. You might lose out a little bit of that oomph with, say, your output on right click, but you will just have so much healing on hand that I don't know if it really matters. Radiance is normally what you go for sure. I think from what I've been seeing, it's been mainly safe lane Omni that I've been seeing, and it is certainly like Radiance build from safe into like an SMY or an Echo Saber first, one of those two to help chase down. But it does work me off. It's just your presence here against Doom. That is a pretty sick lane for Doom, right? You run up, you can afford to actually go Infernal Blade here overall, and that is pretty fun, right? Like that is a good lane to just run up, maybe go for like a 1-2-2 build, get some good poke damage back with that Infernal Blade. There's not much you can really do unnoticed. You can regen back the Purification. And to be fair, if you do run up, that Hammer of Purity is consistent pain. So you have to kind of balance that out. But if you're a Doom and you get yourself the mana burn creep, well, Omni doesn't enjoy that. Doesn't have the widest mana pool and could be the way to go if the camps are left unblocked here for good old Otakar.
Thanks a
Yeah.
lot.
And smoke from Cybergoose. Maybe we'll see some action on the bottom here. Oh, smoke from 4 Pirates too.
30 seconds.
No,
to
they've all
battle.
gone their separate ways on Cybergoose. Apart from Solo. Solo might be catched here. Oh, yep, smoke broke. Nothing for there.
I don't think you want to full commit on an Undying. With Decay, it's just a painful process required to find that kill. Get the movement out onto TA2000, so they'll force someone off. Looks like it could still end up being a 2-for-2 unless Natty Narwhal doesn't fully commit for this one. And he
That's
loses
a
out the right
3-for-1.
clicks. A nice 3-for-1. And that is going to be good news for Chira Jr. Again, Tiny on this mid, wants a fast bottle. You have that slight advantage coming in. Natty Narwhal shouldn't be too bad here, though. Again, he's a Timbersaw. He's got Whirling Death up against a Tiny. Sprint Hero loses some damage, loses a lot of EHP to play with. And it's relatively cheap for Natty Narwhal, although it's just going to cause some issues for Chira Jr. You're going to be able to poke back. The Timbersaw is not too tanky until, reactive arm is up, so there's some poke back, but it's easier poke for Natty Narwhal, definitely in the first 2, maybe even 3 levels here. I have to see what Chira Jr. can do with a tossback for that threat. Can take a look at the other lanes, though, as there should be a little bit more going on elsewhere. Over at the top lane, a very solid lane for TA2000 into the Pangolier, so you do end up with Lina versus Pango. And this one, you just have the advantage on them. You stand back, you have good poke, you have an Undying to help soften up. You'll let your spells do even more damage. There is always a little bit of a threat with a Liquid Frost plus Dual Breath combination down the line, but it's not like you can weave your way in and out easily on Herdanik. And he's already starting a little bit greedy with Boots of Speed up, still having to ferry some regen out. We'll get the Tangos out, and we'll probably lose no snipe. Still, that level 2, level 3 spike here for 4 Pirates can be painful. It's just trying to gap close onto Lina is always challenging, and by the time you're in that level 2, level 3 zone, Solo should be approaching level 2 with Tombstone, and that one's an annoying one. To be fair, with double attacks on Jakiro, it can kind of simplify taking the tomb away, so you at least have that interaction going for you here.
And a little bit of a skirmish between 2 supports on the bottom. Ariel on 4 Pirates, being pursued here by problems. And no shackle shot. Just TPs away.
This lane again for Otakar can go really sideways, really fast. Notice has that threat with the Hammer of Purity. You don't even bother with the Infernal Blade. I think this is the way to play. Just stand back, play with Scorched Earth, get your farm up as fast as possible here on the Doom. Probably want more Devour. Doesn't quite have camps. The camps have been blocked off, so you don't have access to something like the Mana Burn creep, which is rather unfortunate. Would really want to get that burn to stop the Omni Knight from really scaling up, but no access to anything. So let's see if that improves over time here. Top lane, again, lots of poking. Solo already forced to clarity up. Does have 3 mangoes left for the spam. So there is that, but it's also that level 2 spike for Pedantic. The Liquid Frost plus Dual Breath, that bonus damage just eats through so much HP. Already having to share Tangers here onto TA2000. Not the comfiest of times. So we'll have to measure himself, especially once you start to get a little bit closer here on our Pangolier. Once you can walk up with a Swash, walk up with a Shield Crash, things can get dicey. And once the mangoes run out, of course, Solo starts to run out of options. So see how well they maintain. So far, so good. Your Lina is top of CS right now. TA2000 just uncontested despite that good poke out for Pedantic. And that should maintain. Otherwise, a pretty good start for both sides. Very even across the board. Maybe just a little bit slower for our Pango. As Tombstone commits relatively.
Yeah, that might be a kill. No, just about able to escape. No kill, but nice attempt. But this is where Solo's unable to do anything now, right? Because he doesn't have himself any mana. And that's Tombstone down.
Yeah, it's a big opening for the side of Pirates if they can find it. Like that is a kill opportunity as they do still have resources here. The issue is again trying to gap close into Alina anyhow is somewhat painful. So I have to see if they can kind of work it out. No contest for the water runes, just straightforward 1-for-1 here for Chira Jr. and Natty Narwhal. So again the mid lane stays relatively even. You are trading quite nicely evenly across the board. So both sides are finding that initial farm.
And then you've got the bottom lane as well, which is controlling the wave very well on the side of Cybergoose. Notice staying underneath his tower the entire time, but TA2000 with a rotation from Aerial has been found and taken out. And the first blood going to Jakiro here. Does leave Doom on his own.
He does, but Doom is a very independent laner anyhow. You don't mind that too much. I suppose that's one thing you sometimes forget with NP, even though he does lack a lot of damage nowadays from his skills. Rotation potential still strong. Attacker?
That might be a dead Doom. Oh, trying to flee. One more physical attack needed, and it will actually go to problems. Okay. There we go. Found themselves a kill there on Cybergoose.
Yep. Nice.
Tombstone's been committed top.
Relatively early. Don't see any opportunities coming out here. Maybe just to try to zone out, ensure that they can clear out these camps, clear out the creeps quite nicely, but no threat coming in. That's, again, some utility disappearing from Solo. Seeing that he wants a reset at base anyhow, Crafty's like, alright, I'll drop it. You'll get a little bit of space for yourself. And I'll just go reset. So, an opportunity to back off. Still starting to get some movement on mid. Illusion rune taken by Natty Narwhal. Not the best for a Timbersaw. That allows some dodge play at the very least. Again, very even so far on mid lane. I do want to see a rotation come in from Natty Narwhal soon. Maybe not fully set. Doesn't even have arcs up. Once you have a little bit of that man sustain working into the Kaya, things can start to speed into gear. And it's easier to build into the Kaya compared to Chira Jr. having to save for the blink. So your tempo should be faster here on Natty Narwhal, especially with the twisted chakram facet. It won't take too long to start to try to apply some pressure across the map and get the build up. I would say though, like again, you've found a couple of kills coming out here on Fort Pirates. Surprisingly, Autaker has been having a rougher time. Like CS wise, he is very far behind. Network wise, he's very far behind. A Doom at this point. Being this far behind, there's a lot of catching up to do.
Yeah,
and it's gonna have to be the Midas. It's gonna have to sell. It's gonna have to be the sell back play into the Radiance here.
Omni just bringing out the hammer time.
Really painful. That pure damage is just so difficult to sustain against. And again, you just have no dice here for Autaker. He's having to use the critical strike creep early on, the Alpha Wolf, but it's not really what you want. And again, you want something like the Purge creep, you want something like the Mana Burn, or even the Chain Lightning creep to be annoying. You don't really have something like that. And for the side of 4 Pirates, that is the one weakness. Again, they can get activity out early. Vanguard already up on Mr. Moral on the top lane, or Penguin.
Yeah, I'm going to go for TA2000 here. Rotation coming in from the Nature's Prophet here too. As Solo comes in. Can they save TA2000 here? Still staying alive here underneath this tier 1 tower. Rotation here from Chira Jr. too. And the leader survives. They take down the Jakiro. And Pangolier will just be able to get away there too. So at least they only lose a support, but TA2000 stays alive.
Gonna be very happy with that kill. Again, a little bit, not too slow up top, but certainly a lot of pressure that is relieved here with that movement across. I like this build as well on TA2000, going back to the Falcon Blade, getting some mana regen on hand.
Rotation
Always feels good.
No, Omni is completely fine with that repel, and it's like no one touched him with the heals as well.
Mr. Marat.
Rolling Thunder.
Kind of in a tricky situation. It's going to be found there.
Solo actually getting the kill.
Don't mind that. Again, they just stuck around a little bit more after. Still had a lot in the tank for TA2000, even without the Laguna. A bit surprised Mr. Morale actually decided to just stay there. It's a good punishment coming out. 1 to 3 star, 2k lead early on here for the Cyber Gooses. Cyber Geese, as they are off to the races. Again, he had a free lane for your Omni Knight. It is a Radiance Rush for Notice. So he has the room to get that done because this lane has been so good for him. Still a lot of catching up you have to do here on Atakar. And this Doom is just... I mean, again, you can't fault him. He's up against an Omni Knight lane. It's not a good time. Especially since your supports are so tied up in helping up top, looking for aggression, that there's really nothing to tie it in for Atakar. And no good creep still, just stuck on the Alpha Wolf, which at this point in the game is just not ideal. See, again, if he gets lucky. Still, left solo. Focus is elsewhere for the side of Cyber Gooses. Try to play around these runes here.
That's a lot of damage out there to Solo with those Timber Chains, but no mana on Timbersaw. And oh my god, that pure damage from Notice! Holy crap! Literally holy. The Omni-Holy. Avalanche
Best
there
time.
onto Jakiro. And that is 2 kills against 4 pirates.
2 for free. It's ridiculous. Really good setup as well for the Shackles coming out there from Problems. I mean, Omni Knight's just insane. This omnipresent facet does so much when you're right next to the heroes. Again, you get them stuck like that, you get a few seconds of that degen aura, they do start to melt quite fast. So, more things to worry about here for the side of Fort Pirates. They keep trying to set their eyes on TA2000, but even with that commitment with the Rolling Thunder, there's just no way you lock in TA2000 without anyone else. They needed that earlier commitment onto him. They'll try now with a smoke. Out. Good flank to the back as they kill off Aerial. Omni Knight.
Level 4 purification. It's just absolutely disgusting. Hammer of Purity. Oh, meanwhile, TA2000 trying to hold ground. The Timber Chain.
I'm done.
It's enough with the Chakram. We got a kill on TA2000.
Radiant's
But yeah, I was just looking at Omni Knight. He's having a great time right now. I mean, level 10 talent, 35 base damage to even get a bigger Hammer of Purity. And it's now actually going for Nature's Prophet. Here we go. Attempting to TP. Oh, might actually be able to get a kill here. Maybe? Oh, we will!
Oh.
Look at that damage!
Hesitate.
Damn. But meanwhile, Solo's killed here by Timbersaw.
Nice shackle.
Lovely power shot there. Hitting 2. Now Timbersaw's in some trouble as the zombies slowing the Timbersaw down, and the tree toss will claim the life of the Timbersaw.
I'm just so surprised Aerial canceled the initial TP. They'll try to commit now onto Notice, but does have that repel. Not an easy one to actually chase down, especially without something like a defusal to try to slow him.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
And it's Omni Knight, right? You have sustain, you know how safe you are. Look at that level difference with Notice and Atakar. This is your safe lane Doom. Stuck at 7 with the offlane Omni at 10. This is not good news for Ford
Yeah,
Pirates.
it's quite crazy. And Ariel's dead again here. TA2000 gets the kill. Help there from the Javelin. That did significant amounts.
It's starting to be that early spike for TA2000 full. Maelstrom flying out now as well, with the Mithril Hammer coming in, just into the travels. So your tempo is fully online here. Every lane for the side of Cyber Goose going smoothly. Early blink already up on Shira Jr. Amp damage rune control's been on point as well. Nice early wards to watch onto the mid if anyone sneaks out on top of that. And they have control of the map. Like, look at this position down bot. Sieging onto the tier 2, cutting the creep waves. No defense coming out mid. Simple.
I mean, that was a blink reveal there. Avalanche and Toss with amplify damage. And maybe perhaps they can do it again. No. Just misses. Oh, and it's actually going to be quite a bit aggressive here on the Timber. Maybe perhaps get a kill onto Tiny. Not enough mana for Whirling Death, but still gets the kill nonetheless.
An important one to find there for Natty Norwal. Put an end to that Tiny just constantly in control of the runes. Get a nice rune on top of it. The regen allowing him to maybe make a play. Up top again.
2000, yeah. It's in some trouble. Rolling Thunder is going to be committed there. The Repel comes out in return. That actually helps TA2000 survive, as now they will be on the aggressive on the side of Cyber Goose. Try and go for the Jakiro here. Nice power shot onto the Pangolier, but still alive. Here we go. Here comes Notice with the big hammer. As an avalanche and toss there on the 2. That will help massively. But oh my gosh, look at that damage there from the Timber. That was a lot. But nonetheless, will not be enough to get a kill nor survive. This Pangolier also getting very low. Power shot takes him out. Because now they want to go for the Nature's Prophet. Nature's Prophet decimated there by the hands of a Purification. And that is 4 down.
Radiant structures are fortified.
Otika is the only one
Radiant's
remaining.
top tower is under
He's
attack.
not even been in these fights. He's been trying to farm up. He's got himself this Midas.
It's still a long way to go. So long to go into Doom. Just so much time again because of the slow lanes. You're not able to do much now in Fort Pirates. And for the side of Cyber Goose, they're playing so clean. They don't even care. They're clumping into the Timbersaw.
Notice just got tossed by
Yeah, does happen. Always fun when it does happen as well. But I have to say, like, the way they're playing on Cyber Goose, it's full of confidence. You're running up a Strength Heroes onto the Timber. Of course it's going to be a lot of damage. You just know it's not enough damage. And that's the key thing. There's no threat yet. The Kaya should start to be a threat now for that added damage here from Natty Narwhal. Just needs to figure a way into these fights. And when you do get Otaker joining in, he has one prime Doom target. It has to be noticed every single time. You have to take care of this Omni Knight. The Doom is your key for that one. Take care for healing, remove Guardian Angel. It's a factor entirely. And the fights do simplify. It's just that you aren't ready to show up yet. Even after the Radiance, you might need a little bit more here on Otaker. I wouldn't fault him for a link or BKB to get comfy, although notice
Doom placed onto the Omni, but Omni's keeping away. But you cannot regen when Doom is placed upon you. And they will find the kill onto Omni. But in return, Doom will fall along with the Nature's Prophet there too. Rolling Thunder coming in, trying to help Timbersaw here connect with at least one hero, but they're just avoiding it with this haste rune. Junior, he's breaking ankles here right now. And they find the kill here onto the Timbersaw. There's the power shots there. Avalanche 2, Light Strike Array, locking in place the Pangolier. And that is 4 for 1 with Cyber Goose coming out on top once again.
Cyber Goose are just playing so clean. The response as a team is sharp. We were talking about needing to Doom up beyond me. Yeah, it's nice. It just costs you way too much more. Again, the output right now on the side of Cyber Goose is just too damn high. The punishment is severe. Just not enough in the tank. You really need that Radiance to have presence here on the team. And you need to be able to actually take more than just the Omni. You need to have that fall control. It was a little bit staggered on the comeuppance here for the Pirates. And they just hand back over a huge lead towards the side of Cyber Goose. 7k, 6k up now. travels up on TA2000 and can show up all across the map for those rotations. You've got the Yules coming in for Chira Jr.
Look at with this Radiance. Oh my
No
god. That is so sad. Didn't even affect him with the spell. Meanwhile, though, he's going to rotate middle because Chira Jr. is in some trouble. The Avalanche is there, though. Omni Knight to the rescue. Tiny's still alive. They found themselves two. There we go. Bomb with the Hammer of Purity. 3 down now.
That is pain. Roche open now as well. Nothing to stop them. Nice and easy take. Not going to take too long. You're out on the side of Cybergoose. And for 4 Pirates, I hate to sound like a broken record, but you still need to wait for that team to actually have a game. He is at least keeping up the parity of Chira Jr.'s farm. You do at least poke into the pit. It's not enough, of course, to really find much. Just a little bit show of force there for Danik. But for Cyber, I mean, it's all the ways up now. And Hurricane Pike for TA2000 not too far off. Travels for Chira Jr. after the Yules. So again, just wanting to be able to respond if 4 Pirates tries to make a play. And even the rest of our heroes just, again, having a free game here.
There's a Spirit Vessel on Problems too now. Which is massive against the Timber.
Against Timber, cutting off the healing from Ariel as well with a Sprout, which can be quite impactful in sustaining the team. Haven't felt its presence yet. It's just everything you could possibly not ask for the side of 4 Pirates going the way of Cybergoose. And again, for the Pirates, I know they had some good rotations earlier on. Ariel was getting some decent enough teleportations out. Autocur does at least have a Radiance, going back for the Midas now. Try to get some scaling in. Still stuck on the Alpha Wolf creep, but I suppose if you just need jungle, it's probably the best one. So they find one.
Jakiro. That's a dead Jakiro, I'm sure. Yeah, chasing after him with the phase boots. Look at that damage. Oh my god.
It's great, isn't it? What an outstanding hero. Ah, beautiful. Managed to set up as well nicely. Tier 1 gone. Top through Mentors. Going to be pretty easy to secure here for the side. Doesn't take too much time with the 8000 around. Shard up. Gale Force ready now. On Problems. More problems to be had. Even the Blink Dagger for a pause for Wind Ranger. His farm is above Mr. Moral's farm on the offlane Pango. Dire straits for 4 Pirates. Like, okay, at this point, because you're so far behind, you kill a support. You kill these 2 supports, you equalize a fair bit. You kill them twice over on each hero, it starts to feel good. But you need to find those opportunities. They're not going to hand it to you here on Cybergoose.
Yeah. We've got Otaka trying to cut the wave top. Did he originally have a Midas and then he sold the Midas? And then now he's going another Midas? And the Pangolier has just been taken out, easy peasy on the mid. And they're going for Jakiro too, not able to force step up to the high ground. There's the Shackle and the Power Shot. Taking him down, killing spree for the Omni. And they'll go for the tier 2.
Just no defense coming out from 4 Pirates. I'm not sure if Otker actually did buy that first Midas.
Oh. I'm sure I saw it in his inventory.
Okay. And he did sell back. I don't know.
I'm gonna have to
guess
check.
It feels like there's no point. Yeah, I'll take a look as well. Maybe he just understands there's no point. Like, there's no fight here. He just needs to try to scale. Tower's not lasting long against Nina, though. And this is a 21-minute siege, 22-minute siege onto the high ground. No signs of stopping. They do have Doom ready.
Yeah, and
just need to work an
got
angle
himself
out.
a BKB too. So it's just about how he can position himself in this fight. Oh, and they found themselves Nature's Prophet right in the back here. And it's Rolling Thunder coming in. They have placed Doom upon Omni Knight, but Doom's taking too much physical damage himself. So he's having to be careful here. I mean, at least they'll find themselves maybe perhaps the Tiny. Yep, there we go. But TA2000 able to take down the support. Now attempting to try and find Doom. They've got themselves the Nature's Prophet. Nature's Prophet gone. Chakram doing work. Finding the Omni. Yep, there we go. That's what they needed here for 4 Pirates. However,
found themselves Pangolier, maybe perhaps as TA2000 still laying in the damage with that insane attack range, and he is on a triple kill.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
And
Aegis still
even after losing all of that, still have that secondary life. But TA
Oh my gosh,
1000
maybe
is
an
crazy.
ultra kill, rampage. Could it be a rampage? I think it could be a rampage.
Oh.
No, oh no, it's not.
Radiant's middle
Oh,
barracks
forced that to save.
has fallen.
No.
They're not going to hand it over. Really great plays out from the side of Cyber Goose. I mean, that's your best opportunity out from 4 Pirates. And despite the losses, they gained 1.9k gold. That's how far behind they are. Even this kill on solo would be good if they could find it. They can't even find that. It's a rough race. I mean,
It is.
you gotta find some of your problems. Come on, something.
Nope, never mind. Win run. Aegis expired. And here
This is just-
comes Omni Knight with a haste. Watch out! Watch out! Here he comes! Oh, he didn't use the repel. Oh. Never mind.
Oh, that is a horror film right there. Just seeing a
Radiant's
holy
bottom
man
tower
running
is
again.
under attack.
That's a battle priest right there. Don't want to have to contend with that. 8 to 29, 14k lead. This is it's a nightmare for 4 Pirates. It's a clean game for Cyber Goose.
Radiant's bottom
They'll find the last outer tower. Aegis or not, just go on to the high ground. Doom is back up.
Oh, Link
boss.
toss that. Oh my god! Good. Rest in pieces. Pangolier
Radiant's bottom
was
tower
tossed
is
to
under
the
attack.
grave. Absolutely decimated there as now they siege the bottom tier 3. And another
one.
Good toss. They're throwing back the Timbersaw. And Timbersaw almost dying there, just able to survive. Here comes Otaka now with the Doom, placing it upon the Omni Knight, trying to pursue now. Can they get themselves this on the Tombstone save is there. Trying to find Wind Ranger right now. Gets it slowly burned down there by the Radiants. Will find the kill. Wind Ranger down. Shakiro fell. We're going to buy back right now. TA2000 getting lower and lower, but still surviving through it. The heal's there, but it's not going to be enough. TA2000 down. 4 Pirates now are on the aggressive. Can they find something more here as the Sprout is there, but the Nature's Prophet's going to fall. Timber Chain and Whirling Death comes out. Solo is gone. That was 2 buybacks there from 4 Pirates. But at least they're fighting strong.
They are. This is what they need, right? Even with great sacrifice, you find these kills. Look at that network swing. 3.9k going out off of that exchange. Now again, seeing that fight, very good saves coming out from Solo. Managed to use that shard well, but again, they tempt fate here on side of Juice. They're fighting it with no Aegis, they're fighting it with no full BKB on their Lina on TA2000. No protection there for them having to stall out through the Doom. And that just gave so much opportunities out. Mind you, it's off the back of this great toss from GRG. They were just trying to look for those opportunities. You can't fault them, but a good hold from 4 Pirates. Finally, a fight that can say they've won. Solo.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
Spells. Oh, but has been met with a Pangolier instead, Solo. Doesn't have any mana. He's going to save himself in his own tombstone, and he's going to give you Blinked Upon and Whirling Death.
Okay. That does drag time away. But again, look at how much Solo is worth. 447 plus 404 gold. 649 gold swing for the 2 heroes there. And it reels back with how far ahead you are. You have to be a little bit cautious on the side of Cyber Goose. Not too cautious. You're still really strong, of course. There's no tapering off in that scaling. BKBs are coming back, but they're staying aggressive here.
Smoke break straight away. Trying to find that Tiny. Tiny's away, though. They didn't catch anyone.
But again, I like that from 4 Pirates. They're just taking every opportunity to be aggressive. Trying to find every single opening possible. I like that eventually Mr. Morale's build of the full aura on the Pangolier should be paying off. Crimson Guard done. Pipe of Insight next. You can rely on your Doom and Timbersaw to dish that damage out. Smoke out though. Cyber Goose want a fight
Dire's
before the
bottom
Roche
tower is under
No
attack.
one's showing up though. There is no correction on mid. No one's showing in the high ground. Roshan does spawn fast, so might as well make it a nice sneaky Rosh.
And Chira Junior's items as well. Like how he's like turned into a utility.
Yeah, this is my ideal tiny build. Actually, I think I mentioned it earlier on, but the Point Buell's Octarine does feel like the best way to play tiny. That utility is just so good. It's just a matter of oh, there you go.
That's a dead Nature's Prophet for sure. And they are very close by. Sure, Junior's going to try and force stuff himself forward. They have found themselves a Jakiro within the trees here too. Vessel close upon. And yeah, free kill. Double kill for the Wind Ranger support. Impressive.
Very. Gonna be nice and happy here. Going for the 4-staff next for good old problems. There's nothing to be worried about in this siege. Even the Roche banner placement super far forward, trying to set it up for the racks as well, because they know, how are you going to hit it? You only have the Jakiro, still has a few more seconds, less than a minute until the respawn. Might as well get max value from the banner while you can. And they just smoked behind TAT. This is so dirty. No openings whatsoever. There's just no forgiveness, no chance with a smoke to protect.
Oh, Blink and Avalanche. Finding themselves the Pangolier again, not able to use the Rolling Thunder there, it is down! There's only 3 remaining. BKB there from Otaka. Did place himself down the Doom, but Omni-9 is well out of there. The BKB going to expire here too on the Timbersaw, and TA2000 is free to just lay into this top set of racks, and there we go. Top set of racks gone, there's no Doom, there's no BKB on the Timber. It's looking rough, and there's still a 3-minute Aegis here on TA2000.
Yeah, I mean, there's no reason to just not go for more. Just gun for it. Run down bot. No options for the defense here on 4 Pirates. And all you can do is kind of watch. Maybe try to stall for a minute 10. Wait for the next Doom. This is awkward.
Oh yeah, we've got Ariel in the back lines as well with Norkid. Oh, but Otaka has been decimated there with the Shackle Shot. The Gluda Blade comes out, almost taking down the Jakiro there also. And Timbersaw is found, taken out there with the Hammer of Purity. A triple kill for the Lina and a buyback for the Timber. I mean, you can't really do much. I mean, Pangolier back in 5 seconds. Has the Rolling Thunder. But this bottom set of racks is the final obstacle before you get yourself some extra. I mean, the buyback from Nature's Prophet, is it really going to do much here? The Rolling Thunder trying to commit as much as they can. The Orchid there onto problems. The Wind Ranger is going to fall here. So Nature's Prophet will at least get that kill. TA2000 still laying in that damage, staffing himself forward there. They find themselves the kill there onto the Nature's Prophet, but the Timbersaw taken out there. Only 1 remaining. The Pangolier, who's trying to run himself to the base. Will they find the kill? Yes, they will. With the Echo Saber and the Purification. And that was some action indeed, John. Oh my gosh. Game 1 out of this best of 3 going to Cybergoose, who take this within 30 minutes and get themselves 42 kills.
Yeah, it's incredible activity out from Cybergoose. I love the draft. Again, it's very unique. It's very different. The ideas from 4 Pirates, we're seeing it come into play towards the end. Trying to get this synergy of Nature's Prophet and Timbersaw. You see what happens when you Whirling Death that entire tree line from the Sprout. It is devastating amounts of damage. It just came out too late. And the key thing here for 4 Pirates is every lane pretty much lost. I think that's your issue. Every lane was won very hard by the side of Cybergoose. They found that early tempo. This Omni Knight off lane, last pick from Cybergoose, probably catching 4 Pirates off guard, and them going for the Doom last pick instead of safer scaling carry just to try to answer back all of that just kind of cost them. I think you might have been happier. You might have been better off with maybe something like, again, like a Razor. You had enough front line here. Sure, you could doom up the Omni Knight, but even that didn't really come into play. So I don't know. We'll have to see what kind of draft adjustments 4 Pirates does, but Cybergoose again showing us why they are one of the best teams in the region outside of the top teams right now.
And with that, we'll go for a break, folks. So stay tuned, because we'll be back with Game 2 in just a couple of moments. Don't go anywhere, and we'll see you for that next game.
1, go. 3, 2, 1, go. Three, two, 1, go.
Come into my world if you wanna see some action. Enter my zone, shut down the competition. Stand out from the crowd, yeah, I'm the main attraction. Come into my world if you're ready for some action. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. Are you ready? Are you ready? I came here to win. I'll never give in. Make my one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. Only one woman on me. One woman on me. There's something in his eyes. There's a storm within, but it's written in the skies. Let it break me till it's over. Don't let it shake me, no. time to fly. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now. Nothing's gonna stop me now.
Hello, everybody. Welcome to World Cup with myself, Epidamnos, and John X Fire. We're coming in for Game 2 out of the best of 3 between Cybergoose and 4 Pirates. It is indeed Cybergoose that are currently 1-0 up at this moment in time. That could change, though, but they brought a pretty hard Game 1 and stomped 4 Pirates to the ground. So we're going to check the draft right now and see what is being prepared for us in Game 2. John, how do you think this is going to go? Do you think we're going to have some focused bans after Game 1? Because we saw some pretty strong heroes, didn't we?
And we did. The Omni Knight of Notice
10
was just a
seconds
menace
remaining.
to contend with. And I think this idea for 4 Pirates to fall back to the
5
Doom as an answer on the
seconds
safe
remaining.
lane didn't quite pan out. I think for 4 Pirates, they're going to have to look for stronger lanes. We'll see if they do get some target bans out, as again, it feels like that Omni Knight might be something to watch out for if it fits the draft. You can't really answer back. And because you keep banning out Shadow Demon first, you don't have that natural hard dispel to kind of work with up against the Omni. So it should be a consideration with 4 Pirates going this way in their bans. We'll see digging deep into the reserve,
Dire
which is a little
team
bit
ban.
shocking in the first phase. It'll take care of the DP eventually. Still in line with what we've been seeing. The Undying as well sliding
Dire
through was a
team
big
ban.
surprise because that is a top tier
Radiant team
hero
ban.
at the moment. And we see no hesitation from Cybergoose banning out the Naga, TA, Batrider in short order. Pirates have to
10
make that
seconds
choice. Do you take care of
remaining.
Undying? Do you take care of like the Beastmaster? More
5
standard sort of
seconds
bans?
remaining.
Do you want to take care of that specialization we were seeing a while ago? Batrider, already banned out by Cybergoose. I don't know why I repeated myself. But yeah, like Undying
Radiant
is there.
team pick.
There you
Dire
go.
team
It's
pick.
the Undying.
It's been a long day
It
for you,
has.
John, and I know you're up late at night, which you are an absolute trooper for staying up. But we've got KFC Man again coming up.
Oh, yes. This is why I stay up late to
Radiant
watch
team
good old Colonel Sanders in my Dota 2 game. Now you have the answer in the Ringmaster, so at least you have the escape act to save from those dreaded shackles of fried oil. Away. He's just tossing a lasso from the deep fryer. That's what Shadow Shaman is. We're gonna get that as his Arcana someday. Just a
10
just a
seconds
suited up
remaining.
Shadow Shaman with fried goods. It'll be the day. Still
5 seconds
very
remaining.
open first phase. Nothing too revealing. No win conditions being set yet. I will say for 4 Pirates, having a Shadow Shaman on hand does feel good. I can't fault them for going into that. It has felt amazing. Both facets are great. Chicken Fingers and Massive Serpent Ward. They both do what it says on the tin. I will say the most annoying one is probably Chicken Fingers, because why would you give Shadow Shaman a free spell at level 1? Why not? 12-second cooldown in your right-click hex.
Radiant
Why
team
not?
ban.
Seems balanced to me. Don't make it scale off any of his skills. Just give it for free. It should really scale off of Hex, because no Shadow Shaman wants to max out Hex, but imagine if you could. And then you get that 12-second cooldown. Balanced. As it is. Overpowered and infuriating
10 seconds
is
remaining.
this hero.
5 seconds
So a
remaining.
few more seconds remaining before 2 more bans. And what's it going to be for 4 Pirates?
I'm a bit surprised. They're still kind of waiting for this one. There's like Terrorblade is still in there, right? Like you could ban that out. That's still been a top tier pick. The flexibility into off lane has been a consistent
Dire
issue.
team
Silencer could be annoying. They take care of the Tusk instead, which is a little bit surprising because if you're worried about the save, Ringmaster's altered there, so it's not so prioritized. I feel like in the end, so I'm not understanding that one all too well, but
10
we'll have to wait and
seconds
see.
remaining.
Perhaps there's something specific they'd want. Again, Ringmaster already kind of
5
stopped Shadow
seconds
Shaman anyhow.
remaining.
And again, you leave Terrorblade, you leave that Omni Knight, which for Cybergoose there's value. Again,
Dire
as you're
team,
into a Shadow Shaman, you
Radiant
have hard
team
dispels to
pick.
play with. Dawnbreaker banned. Tiny picked up. Cyber
Again?
the only team. Look, they're the only team winning with it. They've
Okay, fair
won
enough,
all
fair.
day with this Tiny. They actually make it work. I can't pull the stats out because they're the team that gives it that 40% win rate. They're giving it the 40% wins.
10 seconds
So,
remaining.
no, hats off. Cybergoose Chura Jr. showing us that Tiny is good.
5 seconds
Fitting his name.
remaining.
Tiny and Junior all together. What do you want for 4 Pirates? You know the mid matchup. You could gun for that Storm. You could gun for the Quap, the Lina. Mid lane matchups, all pretty good against the Tiny. Even Ember, I'm not sure why that hero hasn't been picked up at all in our Eastern European road to the EWC. But Ember is pretty okay against
Radiant
Tiny.
team
I'm very
pick.
fascinated by the chain gang pickup as well. Instead, Rubik, which is something that I think I was having a conversation with Mike about. It's like, with all of these Enigma picks, with all these Doom pickups, Rubik not coming out is kind of interesting. Now we get it out. So we'll have to see now whether this hero is actually good
10
or is
seconds
worth
remaining.
not remembering, as a lot of teams have ignored him.
5 seconds remaining. Dire team pick.
And it's a Beastmaster.
Okay. I mean, that's still fine. It is Beastmaster into Ringmaster. The two masters together is... Actually, I've never thought of that being funny, but it is. Nonetheless, a Master of Beast does get beaten out by 1
10
box
seconds
trick.
remaining.
So again, the escape deck is going to be a big part here. As
5
long as you
seconds
stand back in
remaining.
this Ringmaster, you are pretty fine. Granted, into a Rubik, you know what, that is funny. You steal escape pack, and suddenly you're also very annoying. So I'll take that. I think that is fun, because Ringmaster is infuriating. A Rubik is also infuriating. It balances out. So there is some play here. I'm wondering what Cybergoose wants, knowing it's... Again, we used to see a little bit more flex in that Beastmaster a month or 2 ago. Nowadays, just straight up offlane with Wild Hunt. There's a potential doubling down for 4 Pirates with more push, like a potential for mid DP. I think that works in this matchup up against Tiny. You get Exo out, you get the Boars out. The army from the Beastmaster online can be quite a lot of pressure here. Have to see what Cybergoose wants, digging into that reserve time now as well. Could go for the supports. Into a Rubik, it does make it hard to gun for really big spell heroes. Like, say, Oracle becomes really scary now to pick into a Rubik. Relatively easy to steal high-impact spells. Lion could still be an option if you want, but also just, again, annoying. Witch Doctor, anything you pick now on your 4 or 5 is going to be painful to play against. But if you could catch the Rubik first, you've got the Tiny, you've got this blink timing for Chira Jr. You can just gun for that backline Rubik, and he does tend to be a sitting duck, especially if the
Dire
game's a
team
little bit
picked
slow. You
Radiant
don't manage to find
team.
that early kills for yourself. Go to Drow very quickly here, along with a Jakiro. So they do snag the Jakiro away. I don't mind this. I think it makes sense for the lane, because now, as a Beastmaster with Wild Hunt, you don't really apply pressure on a Drow. She's going to sit back. She's going to play with
10
multi-shot.
seconds
She's going to
remaining.
find your boars. She's going to find farm. And the Jakiro as well.
5
If you are running
seconds
Jakiro
remaining.
5 here, with the Twin Terror, with Liquid Frost, there's a lot of damage in that lane from Cybergoose. I like this. It is menacing. And it still is open for pretty big offlane choices. Again, into Rubik, you probably
Radiant
just have to
team
ignore that.
back.
There's like Tidehunter, there's Mars. Actually, a Timbersaw is looking even better here for Cybergoose as a front line as the Abaddon comes in for 4 Pirates. That is looking like a safe lane Abba here. Unless, again, you flex Beastmaster mid Abaddon off, but again, that's not ideal. I'm
10 seconds
not
remaining.
convinced by this.
No, me
the core
neither.
to core to Drow is
5
kind of
seconds
dreadful.
remaining.
You're going to get kited around. Drow has the
Yeah.
Gust. Drow
She
can
does.
go Hurricane Pike. She has the Glacier. She has a lot of ways of getting away from Abaddon.
Dire team ban.
I'm curious to see what they want, because now your off-lane matchup is... You can kind of draft for your off-lane matchup, which is strange. I feel like you should maybe have gone for your mid matchup, because that's already shown. There's no flex here for Cybergoose at this point. It leaves so much more flexibility for Cybergoose.
10
Because again,
seconds
they already know
remaining.
it's safe lane matchup. You have to ban to protect on 4 Pirates. They'll
Dire
take care of
team
Centaur.
ban. Radiant
We'll
team
probably
ban.
take care of maybe a Tide. I'm surprised the Timber is banned out by Cybergoose, considering, again, you're into Beastmaster Abba. You could just go ripped into shreds. with a Turbo Saw, but there is a Shadow Shaman and Rubik with lift, so there's enough to kind of kite him around. Don't want to have to rush BKB, but would have to in this kind of game.
10
And that is
seconds
fair.
remaining.
What else are you concerned about? I mean, wouldn't something like an offlane
5
Razor be
seconds
really sick
remaining.
here for Cybergoose? And Abaddon does nothing to it.
Yeah.
You're gonna have to
No,
focus
no,
that
I
hero.
think so. Yeah, I would
Hmm.
love a Razor offlane. I mean, it does sound a little bit greedy, but like, what can they do here? You do have the last pick as well for Cyber Goose too, don't you? So, as long as you don't get heavily impacted by
Radiant team
the last
pick.
pick here, then you can absolutely go for it. And I just
Why
wanted
would
to
you
point
ban
out too
Enigma?
that Cyber Goose, they were the ones that had themselves Drow in the last
Dire
series
team
against
pick.
Liga team, who picked themselves up a carry Abaddon, and that went horribly for the Abaddon. So we may
Yeah.
see a replication of what
And
happened
now
then,
select your
and it's going to be a
heroes.
dog sale. Last pick with Sniper being on for Pirates. So I kind of like the Sniper a little bit with the fact that they don't have themselves, like instant catch, in the back lines. But I think that either Chira Jr. or Noticed are going to be able to wiggle their way into the back, unless you've got Abaddon and Beastmaster on the front lines, making sure that that does not happen.
Yeah, it's down to initiative here for the
Yeah.
side of Poor Pirates if they can take that initiative themselves. We are actually getting the Beastmaster 1 and the Abaddon offlane
Oh.
for Mr. Morales. So a little bit more different than I'd expect. It is Beast Mode Beastmaster. I think that lane match against the Darkseer does make more sense, but now you're throwing the Abaddon into the fire of the Drow Ranger lane. That does not sound good for Mr. Morale.
Mm.
At the least,
I'm-
you can dispel off the Jakiro, right? But that's really it.
Well, I'm thinking in my head, do I prefer a farmed Beastmaster or a farmed Abaddon? And I'm thinking a farmed Beastmaster would be a lot
Yeah.
better in my head. So I think that's why perhaps they moved it into the safe lane, because they know what happened with Abaddon in the safe lane last time. And they're like, oh, maybe not, actually.
Yeah, it would be a nightmare. You could understand that mindset. It's just now your Abaddon's really not set to do anything until a very late portion of the game. I will say again, I forgot to mention this, but the Rubik is getting a lot of value, not just because of the Ringmaster. Now, the Jakiro spells are devastating for Rubik to have. Just stealing away. I believe you can't steal non-mana cost toggle, so that does mean Liquid Frost, Liquid Fire aren't stealable. You can just get Ice Pat, you can get Macro Pyre, you can get Dual Breath, all very painful spells for the Rubik to have. So there is some good play here from the side of the 4 Pirates later on once levels are up. I'm not convinced by this draft that I lean towards the side of Cyber Goose. I think they've set themselves up some really good lanes. The most nebulous one is mid. This mid lane for Chira Jr. should not be good in any sense. This is just going to be a sniper lane. Level 1-2, perhaps not as bad. Again, it's not like you went for scatter shot, so you don't have that extra magic damage. You can poke back with headshot and maybe just try to build up the shrapnel, but Chira Jr. can still farm at the very least, so there is that.
Yeah.
But I am concerned for Mr. Morales, because this Abaddon offlane into Drow lane, like, yeah, I agree with you. Beastmaster would farm in this game, but an Ags Rush Dominator would be nice, or Ags Rush Blink BKB would be amazing. But your Abaddon is literally just going to be like a third support if the lane
30
goes that
seconds
badly
to
for Mr.
battle.
Morales.
Mm-hmm. I'm at least excited to see, like a little bit of a swap in terms of the heroes. Like, we haven't got our usual Shadow Shaman and other heroes that we've seen constantly all the time. So I'm quite excited to see how it'll go
The
with
battle
Sniper, because
begins.
Sniper you can't really mess up with massively hard unless you're always out of position, right?
Yeah, it shouldn't
I mean,
be.
that's the one thing.
Again, shouldn't be too bad for Natty Narwhal. And out of all the lanes, his mid lane match in the last game did go pretty well, right? Like, he was the one kind of getting early tempo. His Timbersaw was doing nicely up against Chira Jr. At least drawing even. This time the Sniper should get a little bit more than even. Let's see how much he can get. Taking a look down bot. Early blocks coming out here from Problems. Just trying to set the lane in a good spot, as Danit is also trying to block off. They're going to just kind of trade right close to the tower. Not too bad here for Cyber Goose. Also not awful for Autechre. This is going to be a mildly annoying lane. I mean, this is not a great Darkseer lane in the sense that your Iron Shell combination with Ringmaster is really non-existent, but you can just Iron Shell up the creeps. In fact, it's going to be really funny once you summon up a Call of the Wild Hawk here, as I believe the Iron Shell does put you in consistent range of that from your Hawk. So that could be one source of pain later on. We'll take a look at the top lane now as well. You have TA2000 on the Drow, along with Solo on the Jakiro, with Mr. Moral on that Abaddon and Ariel on that Rubik. And for TA2000, this is going to be a freebie. Phase Vault is going to be annoying. That reduced damage can kind of slow you down
Radiant's
just a tad bit,
courier
but
has been killed.
with Liquid Frost, Liquid Fire here,
Oh.
once you hit level 2 with Dual Breath as well, there is severe rundown potential that is a pain to contend with.
And there's going to be some problems for Shadow Shaman here on the bottom lane in order to trade with Ringmaster, because Problems has taken out his courier, which had a healing self and 3 tangos on it. So I wonder how Otaka will be able to fare in the lane.
Should still be fine enough to play with, you know, just the boars, try to shove back the lane.
Abaddon? Jesus. Having to pull some tangos out on this off lane. 4-4 Pirates. It's not looking great, is it? On this top lane.
The 2 last hits after like 2 creep waves at this
My
point.
heart is hardened.
Not, I mean, this is
Oh my
what we
gosh.
expected, though. This is exactly what we expected, so I don't know if you can really feel bad about this on the side of 4 Pirates. This is what you drafted. You should understand this is what you're sacking, right, for that Beastmaster 1. So you're just going to have a rough time overall for Mr. Morale. Ariel can't even go for pulse, and you're just not going to be able to soak as much EXP either. So just kind of have to cop it. Basically become a Aphotic Shield bot later on. And TA2000 just trades. It's complete zone out. Like, there is nothing you can do here. So, free farm for the Drow. Going to lead to some really sick timings.
Dire's courier has been killed. Dire's middle tower is under
A little
attack.
something. I guess he's... I mean, I can't believe he tried to pull against a Drow, though. That is not how you feel good in that lane.
Oh, and Abaddon might be dead here to a Jakiro.
Oh, yeah, no.
Tried to man fight him for the Lotus. It'll be first blood for Solo.
It's a little bit surprising. Then 4 Pirates, it does feel like Cyber Goose is on a different level. They are just, again, a well-stitched together team. They had a deep run in other qualifiers towards the elsewhere. And it's showing up in this game. It showed up in the last game. It's set to show up again here. Your one saving grace right now for 4 Pirates is your sniper lane is going well. But that's the one lane we really did expect to go well anyhow. So again, not a surprise.
Solo is being so annoying here, right?
He doesn't care.
Kill here onto Jakiro if he uses this healing Lotus and uses the dual breath. Oh, telekinesis. Even bullying them. Right be underneath their tier 1 tower.
That is just mean.
Cyber Goose,
Poor old-
cyber bullying.
Pretty much. Poor old Mr. Moral has no moral high ground here as he just hits level 3. I mean, Solo's been level 3 for a while. That's the worst part. Like, this Jakiro is getting more from the lane than your offlane Abba is. And every lane, again, outside of mid, this is a story. And even Natty Narwhal with this lead is very marginal. The key thing is the denies. Slowing down Chiro Jr. into that 5-6, and is shoving the lane quite nicely for the runes. So, just ensuring that maybe you don't get the free pickups. But even if the sniper gets the strongest start in the world, I don't know how you make that work as they get the rotation in.
Oh, yep. Sniper.
Okay.
He's okay, though.
He missed.
Oh, he doesn't have himself any more shrapnel charges, but the shackles are there. It won't be enough. Does not have himself level 6. Unfortunate. I thought maybe perhaps he would put 2 points into shrapnel, 2 points into headshot, 1 into take aim. So, you know, you've at least got the 100% headshot chance.
Yeah.
Surprising.
I think a lot of snipers have been bypassing that. I think they just feel better with more shrapnel, more headshot, more RNG. Just trying to play off of that chance instead with a little bit more damage. I will say, Chiro Jr. missed his toss a while ago. They could have had that sniper kill. He tossed it to the creep wave instead of his Ringmaster. Maybe because the TP was a little bit late, so he didn't manage to get it fully. Up top, still poking. I mean, this is just bullying. Yeah, it's
yeah.
just bullying, man.
It is bullying. You might be able to find Aerial here too. I mean, level 2 dual breath. Oh, it does connect. Yeah, no, this could be a kill. Level 3 multi-shot. Yeah, there we go. Double kill for TA2000. Very easy lane on the top for Cyber Goose at the moment.
Yeah.
How's bottom doing at least?
It's doing better than top. I mean, when you're 9-1 here for Mr. Morale, anything is better. You are still getting outfarmed by Notice, but again, you're not doing too bad. Maybe some punishment, perhaps.
Maybe a kill onto the dog. See it? Yeah, just about.
Almost missed out too. Like that hawk landing at the last moment saves them. So you do get some compensation. And to be fair, again, to the side of the 4 pirates outside of the top lane, their mid and their safe lane have been doing pretty well. Like Otaker is up there in net worth. Beastmaster can flash farm quick. It's an Ags rush for him. And Natty Normal again has been doing as best as you can on the sniper with the double rate bands up. This is his early spike.
Yeah.
A little bit of a deep rotation out for the Shrine. No one's picking up the Shrine of Wisdom early.
Wow.
Free EXP for solo.
And this could be a kill though onto Jakiro. Sniper with the shrapnel. Still staying out of range. Caught by the avalanche. And Jakiro is fine. They're going to attempt to go for the Tiny though. And this might be a kill. Avalanche ready. And there we go.
A really good shot in the arm there for the 4 pirates. Something they really needed to have Mr. Morale around for it. So you get some EXP. Still stuck at 4 while the Drow is 6. But again, your Beastmaster and your Sniper are happy. And that's the important part. These are the 2 that will really set the tempo of the game. Anyhow, Kira Jr. dying stalls out that blink just a little bit more. So not the happiest bit of news there on our Tiny. And for the side of 4 pirates, and they're building up the stacks. There are wards to watch. They do see the stacks being built up. They can try to sneak in here on the side of Cyber Goose at some point later on. Now to see if that's something they can bully out the side of 4 pirates from for that flash farm. But otherwise, despite how dreadful the top lane is, again, you don't have a massive net worth lead off the back of that yet on the side of Cyber Goose. Although, we'll get the gate movement out now. TA2000 looking to maybe put a damper on Otaker's lane. So he will just head bot. Fortunately for Otaker, he is in the right side of the jungle. Up top, away from that potential rotation.
Yeah.
Dire are scanning.
Going for the
Radiant's
Acnims,
bottom
the drums
tower
of
is
Slom.
under attack. Dire's structures are fortified.
Gonna be nice when that's up.
Dire's top
Great
tower
frontline
is under
potential. Again,
attack.
with a Blink Rush, probably BKB on top. The game starts to have a launching point. You know, you have a
Radiant's
Cure
bottom
can actively
tower
play
is
around
under
well
attack.
outside with the Sniper.
Radiant's bottom tower has fallen.
Good jungle space as well
Dire
for
are scanning.
Natty Narwhal. Has surrendered mid to give Ariel some EXP.
Dire's top
Heck,
tower
again,
is
because of
under
that slow
attack.
top, the Rubik hasn't been able to soak up as much. So you don't have that pivotal spell steal yet. Still, you trade away to bot tier 1. Opening up map space here for Cyber Goose. And with side of 4 pirates, they're trying to be sneaky. Good pulls from Mr. Morale, but still no 6 here.
And that is a dead about it. No doubt about it.
He is getting EXP. He's very close to the 6, which is a good sign. At the least ahead of problems. Smoke out now from the side of the Gooses, the Geese.
And that is a dead Rubik. I'm just saving that one.
No. Very simple pickoffs. Nothing to really talk about there. Not the biggest kills. I suppose even this Abaddon kill is starting to feel like a support kill, really. But we're happy enough. You get some space out. You do have some siege potential here on the side of the Geeses.
As get a kill onto Tiny though. Primal Roar committed, and there we go. Tiny dead. Otaker gets a kill. The Shackles was cancelled there by Tame the Beast. But a Fade Bolt taking the life of Chikira. So at least 4 pirates are able to get something out of that.
And that's a very big something for sure. And that's helping this Ag's timing for Ottaker. Still lacking the 3 parts at this point, but progress is progress. Well, 2 parts for the gold he has, really. Progress is progress, and it's steadily building up. The wall was dropped by Notice. Doesn't really catch out Mr. Moral. But is at least sending a message. And the one big thing as well for this one.
They've caught a sniper. They've caught a sniper. Oh no, never mind, they haven't. Still alive with the aphotic shield. Rotation in from abandon. Oh, he gets a kill with the miscoil. Big kill. That's what he needed.
It was. Again, a misplay from Chira Jr. Not quite finding the... They couldn't quite connect the Wheel of Wonder for that with the Avalanche toss, so don't manage to lock in that kill. This maxed out aphotic shield is doing a lot of work from Mr. Moral. Your burst damage isn't quite there yet for the Cyber Goose team, and that was allowed him to hit 6. Mind you, it's a little bit strange for Mr. Moral to... Okay, he's just pocketing the skill point for borrowed time. So he has that safety net. A little bit of a pause. The drums are up on Mr. Moral. Some progress here at last for offlane Abaddon. And for Chira Jr., despite that strong start, he is a little bit behind in that wheel. Right, again, compared to Natty Narwhal, to Ottaker, they are far ahead. His blink timing's still lining up. That's because he's bypassing the full boots, phase boots, so he's kind of making small sacrifices to get that done. I feel like if you look at that replay, again, beautiful roar, beautiful position out, good punish as a side of Cyber Beast, maybe getting a little bit too ahead of themselves. Like, not respecting the mid-tier 1 TP point. We have some beautiful dramatic shots. I have to say, this sniper set is a little bit of a silly one. It's a very funny one. Like a wannabe Muerta, but it's cool.
Yeah.
It's cool. He's so short. Look at him. Barely bigger than the creep.
How does he even see?
Look at that. I'm not sure. I guess it doesn't matter. He's a top tier sniper. He doesn't need to see. He can shoot, I don't know, lore-wise, he can shoot a bunch of stuff from a mile away or something.
What are your thoughts on someone wearing a Christmas set in spring?
That tells me that they are lazy. That they do not bother. Or they do not have anything else, right? Like maybe Chira Jr. doesn't have another sick tiny set. Maybe this is all he's got, and that's fine. It's to be fair, you know, in the Philippines, it's almost always we have 2 seasons, not Christmas, and Christmas lasts like 4 months here. So maybe Chira Jr. is just Filipino inside. Look at how tall Ringmaster is in comparison. As tall as a tree almost. We do get the go ahead. An interesting look at the sizes of our heroes. Beautiful angles, beautiful shots there from our ops. Thank you, Ulo. Fun stuff.
Oh, and Chira Jr. in some trouble, maybe. Assassinate. That won't be enough. He'll survive, yeah.
No. He's starting to get pesky on that sniper. Does have, again, Dragon Lance up, double Wraith Band, maxed out headshot. The damage is infuriating. And the Maelstrom is getting some progression in. So, again, some of your tools here, some of your timings on 4 Pirates is actually starting to come online. And for the side of the Cyber Gooses, geese, it feels like they might have thrown a little bit too much back. Right, like this slowdown on Chira Jr. is costing them. You are getting spacing out for TA2000, but your Drow doesn't tend to join these early fights until a little bit later on. The Aura buildup is there on Notice, though. Mech up, going to be Guardian Greaves this game, not the Crimson Guard rush, although he could shift into the Crimson Guard. First, they have stalled out. It does feel like Chira Jr. is the sacrificial lamb. He's having to be aggressive, he's having to show up, he's having to take that attention away. Now what we have to see from the side of Cyber Goose is whether or not that sacrifice is worthwhile. And so far, it's been feeling all right, but again, you worry about this tempo that 4 Pirates has. I worry about that Ags and Ottaker. It is huge once that's up and running, even without the blink. You get a roar, you're going to find a kill 100% of the time, and you can start to snowball off the back of that. You also have the Spell Steal ready on Aerial, and Shakira spells are great. Easy enough to just steal dual bread every single time. You're just going to be able to keep farming up that way, keep clearing out as well. So, yeah, I mean, the stall game's there. you're not confident enough yet to let that blink up on Shiro Jr. and to smoke out now as well. Trying on the mid lane again. Hasn't panned out the last 2 times.
Yeah, Sniper is suspicious. However, he's going to be dove upon underneath that tier 1 tower. And the Sniper is dead. Trying to hold his ground. And that is a lovely macro fire and a nice path there. Connecting onto 2. Might even find the Rubik underneath this tier 1 tower. And they will do so indeed. Killing spree and an avalanche and toss 2 onto the Shadow Shaman. And taking him out also. With a tier 1 tower, that's going to be 3 heroes gone, 1 tower dead. Lovely objectives taken here for CyberGoose.
And that Blink Dagger does really make it a lot easier for Shiro Jr. to actually look for those kills. So again, you had your timings here and 4 Pirates still lining up. That timing is met on the side of CyberGoose. And again, all of this happens while TA2000 just happily farming away. This game doesn't exist for him. He had a free lane. He's just working top lane, no pressure in the world because of all this aggression from CyberGoose elsewhere. And you're ready to show up. The aura buildup is there for notice. It does look like we are getting that full Guardian Goose flying in now. So even more sustain you have to contend with. We'll see if they can get a big reveal with that Ags up on Octor. But Shiro Jr.'s hunting.
They're going to go for the Beastmaster. Avalanche and Toss with the Ice Path there too. Is he okay? No, he is not. He will fall. However, they've got themselves shackles here onto the Darks here. So it'll be a 1-for-1 with 4 Pirates wanting to try and find more. Who can they get? Kiro is in their gaze. Maybe perhaps no, they want Shiro Jr. Has himself a blink in 1 more second. And he's okay. No, he doesn't blink away. There's the Sniper. Oh no, he's caught in the wheel. Still okay though, and that is a big avalanche and toss there, affecting both Rubik and the Sniper. Now the Sniper in some trouble, trying to survive here. Abaddon healing him up with the Aphotic Shield there too. We've got ourselves Shackles as Assassinate going to take down Jakiro. Another toss and a multi-shot taking down 2 heroes. Possibly going to be able to find more here, maybe perhaps no. Will not be able to get the Shadow Shaman. But Shiro Jr. in the back lines doing so much there with many avalanches, many tosses. Did quite a lot of damage and helping TA2000 land that damage.
Yeah, I mean, it's that patience out, right? Like, he doesn't blink away, he runs into the fight, risking his life, but understanding that he has that toss back. Look at that beautiful Wheel of Wonder that we're seeing here in the replay. It does cost him his life in the end, but enables the bigger win to come out here for the side of CyberGoose. And for the side of 4 Pirates, it's a decent fight still. I mean, that's you're trading 3 away. That's as good of a result as you could possibly hope for. They barely miss out on the Shadow Shaman. They find another freebie though on that Shaman eventually. Perdanic does fall down in the end.
They want to go for Otaka. If they can find him, the vacuum won't connect. He's okay. He's hiding.
You're looking the wrong way.
My prayers are answered.
Yeah, they didn't quite see him run into that tree line. Good word to protect as well. Otaka's going to be able to bail himself out. But you don't mind at all. Opening for Roche now on the side of CyberGoose. And you've got the damage here with Shiro Jr. so farmed up. With TA2000 so farmed up. With the Manta almost assembled up. No play. I mean, scans there. You don't have a blink on Otaka to try to be brave here. You're just going to have to deal with 2 lives. Still the smoke. Maybe they can take the follow-up fight. Again, Maelstrom up on Natty Narwhal. So there is good damage in the Sniper as long as he maintains spacing. Again, they just need to work an angle out somehow. We haven't seen the roar from Ottakar yet. The chain control coming out there from CyberGoose just too good onto the Beastmaster. Really great target identification out from the entire team here on the Dire side.
Shrapnel. Oh, that scattered out 2 heroes. As now, look at Shiro Jr. melt. 2 Force Staffs have to be used in that instance there to get him out.
That Sniper does do a ton of damage, but again, if you can gap close in, this is what we're talking about in draft. This is what you mentioned. You only have that tiny that can really gap close right now. So that is the threat. You get a good position out here for Natty Narwhal. It can complicate the game, but we'll see if the smoke pans out. Deep smoke with everyone inside of Cyber Goose, and they don't have the forward vision, but have a good idea where to run here.
And smoke broken. Rubik has been found along with Sniper 2 in the back lines. Lovely macro fire and ice path there too. That's going to be Sniper dead. Maybe perhaps no. Still able to hold his ground. Healed up there by the Abandoned. He will finally fall there in that macro fire. TA2000 was incredibly close to dying there and losing the Aegis. But that will be a mid for a mid.
Big one. You're happy enough on the side of 4 Pirates. Again, when you're this far behind, you are winning out these trades if you trade even. I will say you are seeing the threat of the Rubik. And the Jakiro spells are all painful to steal. Stealing that ice pad bought them some time, mitigate their losses to just the 1 hero. So you kind of have to always be aware where Ariel's at. As, again, the Jakiro spells are a menace to have to play into here. 9-13, 4K lead still standing, and the Aegis wasn't cleared out, so there is still room for TA2000 to siege onto a tier 2 if he so wishes. Does have the Manta to protect, rushing into the Ags next. Side of 4 Pirates, looking like they want to sneak away with a Tormentor. But the same idea is here from the side of Cyber Goose. They'll be able to fight in if they fully commit.
And the Boar scouting out the rest of Cyber Goose. Looks like they may try and push bottom while Cyber Goose take the Tormentor. They won't.
No. Slowly shoved out. I think they show a lot of respect for the gate swing that can come in here from the side of Cyber Goose. Love the free shard going the way for Jakiro as well. Having both Liquid Fire and Liquid Frost is massive. Just so much more damage and control that can come in with that with Twin Terror Jakiro. So you get everything you could ask for. The best shard you could ask for as well coming out, as this isn't as good of a spotlight game as it would be in other cases. They find both Shrines of Wisdom. Not good news for 4 Pirates. As again, EXP is just slipping away from their control right now. Big differential in that one. In favor of the Cyber Geese. For the 4 Pirates, they've got this Blink Dagger up on Otaka. They'll go for the smoke. They need to make this work.
Ooh.
Has to be a big war.
This could be good, because they're only 3. Okay, they're 4 right now, but they don't have themselves to draw. The Primal Roar coming out there, but the save from the Ringmaster helps to keep the Tiny alive. The Tiny's still alive for the time being. Avalanche and Toss in return. Beastmaster is on his own here, separate from the rest of the team, but the heal's coming out there. A lot of the Aphotic shield onto the Beastmaster. Beastmaster will be able to get away. Meanwhile, though, it's Cyber Goose who's laying in all the damage. Look at that. 3 are gone, possibly 4. Triple kill. Make that maybe perhaps an ultra kill, never mind. As Notice will take it there with the Ion Shell. But a lovely counter initiation there coming out from Cyber Goose, and it was all because of the save from Mr. Ringmaster.
Problem is a problem. That was as good of an opening as you could ask for as well. You nailed the roar, you nailed the stolen ice path. You got everything you could ask for, just not able to follow through. And Chira Jr. still found a way to toss back Othaker further into an area he really didn't want to be in. Only saved by all of the barriers they have. The fact that you've got the Abaddon, the fact that you've got a little bit of a lot of stuff flying in, the Solar Crest on top as well. At least the high ground holds, not too much time on the Aegis here. The 2000 will opt for the reset. But a 10k lead now for Cyber Goose. 22 minutes, 23 minutes into game. And for the side of 4 Pirates, again, it's rough. We're seeing that replay again. The toss back into no man's land. The bear saving as this beautiful flank for TA2000 on the side. Just entrapping them. I mean, again, that was the perfect fight for 4 Pirates to start off. The roar, the ice pad onto 3 heroes, just not enough when you're playing in such a constrained area into the Ringmaster. And you don't manage to fully burst Chira Jr. because the Ringmaster's not caught.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
I mean, at least we almost have a BKB on Otaka here now, so that will definitely even the playing field, I feel, because all of the spells and abilities coming out from Cyber Goose are very, very impactful. BKB will nullify most of that impact.
That is
Dire's
fair.
bottom tower
Should
is
allow
under
Otakar,
attack.
again, to not worry about the toss back, not worry about the avalanche as well when he does commit the blink and the roar.
Dire's
They do
bottom
manage to
tower
find
has
themselves a
fallen.
bot tier 1, but high ground's just beginning, and there's no ages here from TA2000.
Dire's bottom
He
tower
doesn't
is
seem
under
concerned.
attack.
Full ags up and running,
Radiant's
hypothermia
top
now in
tower
play,
is under attack.
healing reduction on hand to mitigate some of that Abaddon's potential,
Radiant's top tower
and they just
has
find it.
fallen.
I can't believe they get away with that one for free.
Yep, a free tier 3. And they've smoked up now as 5. Got to treat themselves. Where are they going?
Maybe
Where
expecting
are they
some
going?
people to farm down bot. Again, they were missing for a while. They know the bot tier 1 got picked off, hoping someone was farming on the way back, but no one's quite there. And they're hugging high ground on 4 pirates. I mean, if you're Cyber Goose right now, I don't think you're in a rush. A smoke out as well. The back-to-backs here, 4 pirates, maybe can get stragglers. No, they don't. Boar kind of makes it obvious. Chira Jr. spots Boar during the last bits of daytime, and now the smoke is leading to nowhere for the 4 pirates.
Yeah.
Look at that. They just a really good read. The smoke doesn't pop. The boars weren't smoked. They get to run elsewhere. Keep that shoving in on top, and maybe pressure onto the rats. Roshan not quick spawn timer here as well. Not just yet. They can't try to go sneaky for that.
The smoke's going to expire right on the creeps, maybe.
Yeah,
Radiant's top
very
barracks
obvious
are
now.
under attack.
Off showing those creeps. And just onto the high ground. No worries for TA2000.
Radiant's top barracks
For
has
free
fallen.
again. That's just
Radiant's
Yeah.
ridiculous.
top
Twice
barracks are
over.
under attack.
Malirax is still standing somewhat, but it doesn't look like they're going to do anything about it. Just let it fall.
Radiant's top barracks has fallen.
They get themselves a Millennium now for Sniper, so that will help with some
Dire's
DPS.
bottom tower is under
And
attack.
they
will.
are able to land themselves a nice Primal Roar.
Yeah. You do have the output. It's just again a matter of finding the angle. That's the hard bit right now for 4 pirates. And we saw the ideal come out. Otakar is in the middle of a very dangerous spot with that Invis rune. No detection to
Yes.
spot him at the least. He could try for a cheeky play, but it's so risky, so far away from the rest of your team.
Yeah.
Maybe he gets lucky if they take Roshan, but timer doesn't look too far off. Just a few more seconds here. You're going to be able to play for objective, but I know, like, what are we seeing here on Mr. Moral? Basically just support build. The Vlads maybe less so, but the drums, Solar Crest, certainly nothing too exciting here on our Abaddon. And our Abaddon's now below Solo's form. So that's the state of the game. Again, it hasn't been easy here for Mr. Moral. But they did pick this hero and force it off. There's that. Roche.
Oh,
waiting.
Otakar. Oh, he was found. He's fine, he'll TP away.
Sneaky smoke, though, from the Pirates
Yeah,
after that commitment out. They know where it's happening. They know Roche is going to be the call here.
Oh, and he already used his Blink Hex up there. Shackles too. This is going to be a dead tiny mid. Perhaps note the save. With the Primal Roar coming out in return, but it's been saved there by a full staff too. Ringmaster is still okay. Finally, here will be found. As meanwhile, on this cliff, look at this crowd go. Decimate.
Oh, the back wall.
Got a back onto 3 with the multi-shot. There we go. There's 3 gone. Possibly 4 now. The Banner does not have himself the borrowed time. There we go. It's only Sniper remaining. Who needs to flee? He needs to flee. TA2000. Right on top of him there with back to the toss. Ultra kill for him. It is a team wipe. And Cyber
Radiant's
Goose
middle tower is
coming
under
out
attack.
on top once again. Look at the damage that Drow Ranger had dealt. 8,000 damage.
Radiant's middle tower
There's just
has
no
fallen.
one that gets on top of that Drow. And once you've commit that war, once you commit that initiation onto the sports instead, there's nothing to play with. And again, the Ringmaster's held back. He manages to save Chira Jr.
Radiant's middle
Freest game of TA 2000's life. 14-0-3 on that Drow.
is under attack.
And
Radiant's
from the side of the 4 Pirates, and they still have a tier 2 defending, and still have space to play with. But this game is just, I would say, close to impossible at this point. Unless Cyber Goose starts playing a little bit sloppy, providing more
Radiant's
openings,
bottom
staying
tower
further
is
apart.
under attack.
Full Lincoln's coming out for TA2000. Roshan is up. Aegis in the banner, set to go. No fight whatsoever to come out from the Pirates. They are close by. Could try to force it if they so wished here.
Don't know if they can get there in time. They are pretty close. Shira Jr. is going to try and disrupt that fight. We've got sniper firing from the low ground. To the low ground, sorry. And a Primal Roar being connected there onto Jakiro, but the damage there from Drow too strong.
Oh no.
And Beastmaster not able to do anything here whatsoever. I mean, at least they find themselves out Jakiro, but they've got themselves abandoned. Sniper slowed down here by the Frost. There's a buyback now from Beastmaster. Wants to come back to this fight. What else can they do? Sniper, he's still in trouble. Being pursued there. He's still okay, but the whip coming out, and Sniper holding his ground. Maybe perhaps be able to take down Ringmaster.
Oh.
No, he will fall. And that is 4 buybacks
Radiant's middle
coming
tower
out here
is under
from
attack.
4 Pirates.
This is the last stand.
It is.
I mean, you have to deal with 2 lives out on TA2000. Not a very easy thing to do. Again, with that protection for Lincolns. And I'm just surprised they still forced that issue. It's like you said, they were pretty far out to try to actually contest the rush itself. They were close by enough to try to take the follow-up fight, but it's again very staggered. Not the ideal initiation we're looking for.
And that's a dead shaman. And they've caught the Abaddon there too. Actually has to use borrowed time there, surprisingly. So that is down for 70 seconds. So Abaddon gets anywhere near this fight now, he is dead. The only buyback remaining is on Rubik. They're going for the tier 4s. They have the glyph. It's committed. Jira Jr. Found himself the sniper. And a back onto 3 there. The BKB comes out from Beastmaster, but not able to do anything with that whatsoever. Lovely vacuum there. Unnoticed. Final tier 4 falls. Abaddon almost dying there from the hands of Drow, and they're just laying into the Ancient right now. The possible victors of game 2. But they are able to take down the Ringmaster. Sniper still dealing the damage. The back into the wall of Replica. Sniper is in very close peril here for dying. And it's just him and the Beastmaster remaining. As the Primal Beast in the back. Trying to take down notice, but there, look at the damage. The Drow is just too strong. Triple kill there. Sniper unable to do anything here within the fountain. Can you give the Drow the rampage? No! Shira Jr. He snatches it. Well, there we go. GG, game 2 will be won here by Cyber Goose, and they will win this series and progress further on into the upper bracket. They'll get themselves within the upper bracket final.
Yeah, really good news for the side of Cyber Goose. And again, we were talking about their journey elsewhere. They had to take a deep lower bracket run in the one for more recent qualifiers here, making it all the way to the grand finals. This time to get that smooth ride. How they perform up against their potential opponents of either Na'Vi or One Move, we'll have to see. But from what we've seen here today, Epi, I would say there's a good reason why they are among the favorites here, as we can take a look at the brackets, recap our day here overall, see what journey the teams have taken so far for the road to the Esports World Cup in Eastern Europe. A 2-0 for Cyber Goose in our most recent series up against 4 Pirates, and a 2-0 for Na'Vi up against One Move. Does mean our semifinals will be Na'Vi up against Cyber Goose. A very exciting matchup, probably the closest one here. I wouldn't be too surprised if this ends up being the grand final match as well. Of course, we do have teams in the lower bracket now, with all of our upper bracket matches done outside of the upper bracket final. We should take a look at, again, what matchups may come out here in those elimination matches. It's eSpoiled up against Runa Team, with the winner potentially facing up against the 4 Pirates that we watched here, and Team Next Level up against Liga Team, moving on to face against One Move later on. So, exciting times ahead. These qualifiers, Happy, they fly so fast, very compressed schedule, but so many good games, and I'm excited to see what's coming up next. I'm excited to see what happens tomorrow.
Me too. I cannot wait. I mean, it's going to be our final day, but we've got ourselves many more series to cover, and we'll see who is able to stay within these close qualifiers and get their way to potentially qualifying further on into this tournament, and who will be going home. Well, that is it from us today. Thank you ever so much for watching, and we'll see you tomorrow for some more East Europe close qualifiers of the Esports World Cup. Have a good night.
Thank you. Okay. Yes, you are amazing. Thank you. It was fun, Effie. Hope you had fun. I had fun.
I had fun.
It's just those games were stomps. So hey.
Yeah. I was hoping for something. I'm hoping it's going to be more exciting than day 2. But, you know,
Should
just get it.
Alright, time for me to die. Good night, Effie. Good night, Blair.
Alright, good night. See you tomorrow.
Good night. Bye-bye.
See you later.
Wouldn't have let me get that close, I said.